Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 751. Chapter 751, 751. Chapter 751, Bone Armor, 3-star spell. Transforming skills into spells is something many races must go through. Lin, there are countless methods, but they all lead to the same destination. Ultimately, everyone must walk this path. Perhaps the starting points are different, but the end points are quite similar. Just like levels, no matter what they were called before, they all converge to the same terms after reaching the supergod level, true god. This is the unified terminology for all races in the great world. Spell planets, planetary level spells. Spell stars, stellar level spells. Antares is very clear that most people possess only a few spell planets, and their number of spell planets is limited. No matter who it is, during their growth, they might master many skills, but it is impossible to transform all skills into spells. Many supergods possess only 3 to 5 spell planets, and if they can transform 10 spell planets, they are already extremely rare. As for spell stars, they might not even have one. Spell stars are the privilege of geniuses, but even geniuses generally have only 2 or 3 spell stars. Antares doesn't know what the great world has become now, but in its memory, having 2 spell stars was enough to be called a genius. 5 spell stars would be considered a prodigy. Lin Moyo, who could potentially have 10 or even 20 spell stars, is beyond being called a prodigy. In Antares' memory, even the most monstrous beings in the great world didn't have such capabilities. Perhaps calling them monsters would be more appropriate. If one day, all of that brat spells become stellar level spells, I wonder what kind of grand spectacle it would be. Antares thought to itself, eyes filled with anticipation. However, thinking about the suppression of the great world's runes, it couldn't help but feel a bit worried. I need to tell that brat not to be too arrogant. The great world is full of dangers, and being too arrogant can be dangerous. Lin Moya didn't think about these things. He didn't know what the invincible powerhouses in the great world were like. They were too far away from him, and he wasn't qualified to think about them. Lin Moya knew very well what he needed to do now. Step by step, he needed to walk steadily. Under his efforts, the skill star core left its birthplace and moved to a more comfortable place. With the infusion of soul energy, the skill star core began to emit a dazzling light, even more brilliant than in the skill space. In the soul world, the star burned, and the falling light shone on the newcomer. The starlight flickered a few times, as if greeting. Antares had been waiting for a long time, just waiting for Lin Moya's soul power to be exhausted so it could take action. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, the long-awaited voice sounded, "Do it now." The mist rolled, and Antares raised its head high, then slammed it down heavily. It actually used its head as a hammer, directly smashing it onto Lin Moyo. As it smashed, it said, "How about it? My new killing method, isn't it awesome?" Antares' head was larger than 100 Lin Moyas combined, and who knows how heavy it was. Anyway, every time it pressed down, Lin Moya would definitely die, without exception. The undead skill was activated again and again, until the 4th time, when purple light appeared. Antares stopped at this moment, waiting for the 2nd round. In Lin Moya's continuous self-destruction, after 3 rounds, the skill star core was finally fed. As the level increased, the soul power became stronger and stronger. Previously, it took nearly 4 rounds to feed a skill star core. Now, just over 3 rounds were enough. Lin Moya thought that if he leveled up again, perhaps 2 rounds would be enough. Antares entered Lin Moya's soul world as if it were its own home, staring intently at the skill star core burning fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a brilliant explosion, the stellar level spell was born from the flames. The small black dot in the flame appeared for half a second before quickly disappearing. Antares fell into contemplation again, and Lin Moya didn't know what it saw, but it must have seen something useful. This kind of deep-level thing was still out of Lin Moya's reach. Lin Moya thought that as he grew, he discovered many secrets in this world. The past of history was buried, and he explored with curiosity. He finally understood what happened in this era, and even came into contact with things from the previous era. But at a higher level, he found that there was still a great world, and the secrets of the great world were far more numerous than those of his small world. There were too many secrets waiting for him to explore. In his interactions with Antares, he had already obtained a lot of information. He had a superficial understanding of the great world. At the same time, Lin Moyo also discovered that Antares didn't know much about the great world either. The dragon race seemed to be too powerful and didn't care about external things, nor did they want to use their brains to understand. They believed more in strength, solving any problem with a punch. Although all races believed in strength, the human race shouldn't be as extreme as the dragon race. The new spell star formed before his eyes, leaping out of the flames. The flames were silver white, and Lin Moya sensed a faint aura of the undead law. Then it kept spinning, not forming a single entity, but flying straight towards other spell stars. In the soul world, there was already a pair of double star spells formed by Bone Fangs and Bone Prison. Now they welcomed a new member. The 3 spell stars attracted each other, forming a unique scene of 3 stars rotating around each other through a wonderful connection. 3-star spell. Lin Moya muttered, having been prepared for the formation of a 3-star spell. But when the 3-star spell truly formed, he was still a bit excited. I wonder what skill it is. Lin Moya couldn't wait to check. Bone armor, fusion degree 100% summon bones from the undead world to form armor. The defense of the armor depends on the soul level and can also be used on others. So it was the bone armor skill. Now that he thought about it, it had been a long time since he used it. As his strength grew, especially after mastering the undead skills and with the comprehensive rebirth talent, he no longer focused on defense. Especially when facing strong opponents, the defense of bone armor seemed insufficient. Even with talent bonuses, tens of thousands of defense points were not enough. Especially after using the power gathering skill, his physique far exceeded the defense brought by bone armor. This skill gradually fell out of use. Now it had transformed into a stellar level spell and formed a 3-star spell with Bone Fangs and Bone Prison. He wondered how much it had been enhanced. The defense depended on the soul level, but the specific defense strength was unclear. Wow, a 3-star spell, not bad. And Terry's voice sounded. This guy woke up from the black dot's insight. Lin Moyo asked, did you gain anything this time? Just SOSO, it's not possible to gain something every time, after all, that thing is quite advanced. And Terry said modestly. Lin Moya knew from its appearance that it probably didn't gain anything. If it had gained something, with its personality, it would definitely show off. Lin Moya didn't expose it. It's okay, there are still more than 10 chances, you can keep looking. And Terry's also looked at the rotating 3 stars. Did you see the center? What? Lin Moya was puzzled, not understanding what it meant. And Terry said, look at the center of the 3 stars, what's there? The center? Lin Moya looked carefully, and his soul's perception was much sharper than his eyes. Gradually, he saw something unusual. Chapter 752. Chapter 752, 752. Chapter 752, you have become a hedgehog. At the center of the 3-star spell, it seems that some unusual things are germinating. These things, like gases, give Lin Moya the feeling of the world's initial birth. And Terry said, the benefits of multi-star spells are not just that the power of the spells will be greatly enhanced. Because they originate from the same source, they have the same nature, even the same laws. During the operation of multi-star spells, this nature will be amplified. What you see now is the manifestation of the undead law. Through it, you can easily comprehend the undead law. Then, by mastering the undead law, you can further enhance the power of the spells. 2-star spells only make the use of spells more flexible and varied. From 3 stars onwards, each additional star will greatly enhance the power of the spells. Now that a 3-star spell has been formed, the power of the spells should have increased. Unexpectedly, the benefits of the 3-star spell are not limited to this. The connection between the 3 stars causes the originally elusive undead law to begin to materialize. Comprehending a materialized law is naturally much easier than an invisible and intangible one. The reason why the first and second tier laws are so difficult to comprehend is that they are invisible and intangible. There are countless strong people in the great world, and there are countless people with high talents, but those who can comprehend the second tier laws are still few. This shows how difficult it is. Lin Moya does not know which tier the undead law belongs to, but it doesn't seem to be too weak. And Terry said, comprehending the laws is not a matter of a day or two. Now, let's test the power of the spells. The 3-star spell should be much stronger than before. Okay. In the outside world, and Terry's once again became the best test subject. Lin Moya first cast Bone Prison on it. Accompanied by a white light, Bone Fangs erupted, hitting Antares. At the same time, a white light flashed on Lin Moya himself, and a layer of white and transparent armor appeared. 3-star spell linkage. When he uses any one of them, bone armor will be cast on himself, making it easier than before when he had to use it manually. However, Lin Moya can also control not to use bone armor on himself. The 3-star linkage is not mandatory and can be controlled by him. Antares felt the power of the spell and said in a low voice, not bad, it has indeed improved. Now this spell's power is about at level 93. Previously, this skill was enough to kill anything below level 90 and could also cause damage to those above level 90. If he wanted to deal with those above level 93, it would be a bit difficult. Now it is enough to deal with those above level 93, with the power increased by at least 10 times. The improvement is significant, far beyond Lin Moya's expectations. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this and thought about the bone armor on himself. Try attacking me. Antares did not hesitate and sprayed dragon breath on Lin Moyo. The dragon breath, containing the fire element law, caused very limited damage to Lin Moyo. It was perfect for testing. The bone armor appeared, shining brightly. Then a trace of the law's aura appeared, instantly locking onto Antares. Bone Prison appeared on Antares, and Bone Fangs erupted simultaneously. During this period, Lin Moya did nothing. All of this happened passively. Lin Moya was shocked. Antares, not believing it, tried several more times, and the results were the same. As long as it attacked Lin Moya, it would trigger bone armor, and the 3-star spell linkage mechanism would be activated. Bone Prison and Bone Fangs would counterattack simultaneously. As for the power, it depended on the strength of the attack. The stronger Antares' attack, the stronger the counterattack. Wow, you have become a hedgehog. Antares was amazed. Lin Moyo had indeed become untouchable. Any attack on him would immediately trigger a counterattack. Lin Moyo was also very surprised. Can the 3-star spell be used like this? But how strong is the defense of bone armor? Please give it your best shot. Antares snorted, just wait. Antares stopped using elemental attacks and instead used pure physical strength, forming a giant palm to hit Lin Moyo. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking Antares' attack and counterattacking simultaneously. Antares didn't take the counterattack of bone armor seriously and continued to strengthen its attack. Lin Moyo found that when bone armor counterattacked, it would also trigger the 3-star spell linkage mechanism, resetting and refreshing itself. In other words, bone armor could almost always be in its strongest state. It would not break due to continuous attacks. However, this put a lot of pressure on his mental strength. Each counterattack, depending on its strength, would consume a lot of mental strength. Fortunately, with the comprehensive connection talent, Lin Moyo was not worried about running out of mental strength. His talent and spell skills were truly interconnected. Looking at each one individually, they seemed very powerful. But when they were combined, they formed an almost unbeatable mechanism. With a light sound, the bone armor finally broke. Lin Moyo asked, "How was it?" Antares said, "I used pure strength, reaching level 96, to break your armor." The defense limit of bone armor is determined by the soul level, but due to the 3-star spell, this defense limit was increased from level 94 to level 95. In other words, it could completely resist level 95 attacks without taking any damage. After this test, Lin Moyo had a clear understanding. Lin Moyo sincerely said, "Thank you." Antares shook its head, "No need to thank me between us. Saying thank you is too formal." Lin Moyo laughed, "There are still many things to trouble you with." There were still more than 10 skill star cores waiting for him to move, and many skills needed Antares' cooperation for testing, and he still needed Antares to kill him. Without Antares, Lin Moyo knew it would be impossible to create spell stars. The credit was half his and half Antares'. Antares laughed, "I also want to see how strong a monster full of spell stars can become." Lin Moyo nodded, "You will see." Chapter 753. Chapter 753, 753. Chapter 753, Dragon King, it was you who doomed the dragon race. The ancestral dragon blood pool opened, and the remaining 23 dragon kings of the dragon race all entered the blood pool. Dragon howls rang out incessantly, roaring without end. The dragon race was also stirred into a frenzy. The ancestral dragon blood pool has opened. It has been over 200 years since the last time the ancestral dragon blood pool opened, right? After more than 200 years of accumulation, the ancestral dragon blood pool has finally reopened, and my dragon race will surely give birth to many powerful beings. The dragon race people were all extremely excited, their eyes filled with envy. The ancestral dragon blood pool held an extraordinary position in their hearts. In their view, as long as they entered the ancestral dragon blood pool, they could become stronger and undergo a transformation. An ordinary dragon king could at least become an intermediate dragon king, and an intermediate dragon king was highly likely to evolve into a high-level dragon king. The name ancestral dragon blood pool sounded formidable, but in Antares' eyes, it was just a fart. Of course, the dragon king himself also knew that the ancestral dragon blood pool here was not as miraculous as that. What he meant was the ancestral dragon blood pool here, not the one in the dragon race's ancestral land. The Dragon King built this based on his guesses about the ancestral dragon blood pool in the dragon race's ancestral land. The dragon race excels at formations, so he set up a great formation in the Imperial City. He allowed the powerful beings of the dragon race throughout history to enter the great formation before their deaths, condensing all the essence of their flesh and blood, the strength they had accumulated throughout their lives. In the end, it coalesced into a blood pool. This blood pool contained the power of the dragon race's bloodline, which could allow the dragon race's bloodline to evolve. However, he also knew clearly that no matter how mixed blood dragons evolved, they could never evolve into true dragons. Mixed blood dragons evolving to his level was the limit. If they wanted to progress further and become true dragons, they would need to enter the true dragon pool. As for progressing even further and becoming divine dragons, that was something they dared not even dream of. This time, not only did Lin Moyo slap the dragon race in the face, but he also killed several of their dragon kings. Originally, the dragon race should have had more than 40 dragon kings, including 4 high-level dragon kings. Now, there was only 1 high-level dragon king left, and only around 20 intermediate and low-level dragon kings. Nearly half of the dragon kings had died at Lin Moyo's hands. For the dragon race, the loss of high-end combat strength was an extremely dangerous matter. If the Abyss demons were to launch an attack now, the dragon race might relive the tragedy from 1,000 years ago. Thus, the Dragon King ordered the ancestral blood pool to be opened in advance, allowing the dragon kings to increase their strength. Even if their numbers could not increase, at least their individual combat strength would rise. If they could produce a few more high-level dragon kings, the situation would be completely different. At least they would not have to worry about a sudden invasion from the Abyss demons. As for Lin Moyo, the Dragon King had ordered the dragon race to retreat into the Imperial City. Moreover, an unprecedented defensive formation had been set up within the Imperial City. It was enough to block the undead army for a while. Lin Moyo could not possibly break through and defeat them one by one again. The dragon race's world was too isolated, and information was not very accessible. If they knew about Lin Moyo's actions in the Abyss, they would definitely have scattered and not gathered in one place. The ancestral blood pool continued to boil, with blood gushing into the sky. The dragon howls grew stronger and stronger as the dragon kings who entered the pool rapidly increased in strength. 2 dragon kings flew out of the ancestral blood pool, with the aura of laws swirling around them. They had entered as intermediate dragon kings, but in less than a day, they had already become high-level dragon kings, understanding how to wield the laws. After becoming high-level dragon kings, there was no point in staying in the ancestral blood pool any longer, as their strength would no longer increase. The dragon king felt relieved upon seeing 2 new high-level dragon kings. The power in the ancestral blood pool was continuously weakening, as a large amount of bloodline power was absorbed by the dragon kings, who grew stronger and stronger. The accumulation of over 200 years was exhausted in just over a day. The strength of the dragon race had also greatly improved. Although their numbers had decreased by nearly half, their overall strength had not declined much. Standing 100 miles away, Lin Moya watched the imperial city shrouded in blood. The formation had already been activated, completely protecting the imperial city. The formation not only covered the imperial city but also enveloped the area several miles outside the city. It's only been a few days, but the dragon race has moved quite quickly. It seems they are completely unaware of the news from the abyss. Lin Moya looked at the dense crowd of dragon race members in the imperial city and let out a cold laugh. If they knew, they would probably have fled long ago. Antares was right, these mixed blood dragons are indeed not very insightful. Lin Moya lowered his head and looked at the purple military badge on his left shoulder, with its 6 purple stars shining brilliantly, especially those 6 purple stars on the badge, which exuded an air of nobility. A 6-star divine general. It had been many years since the human race had produced a 6-star divine general. If he calculated correctly, it should have been nearly 700 years ago. Back then, Jiang Yi fought fiercely against 50 demons alone and nearly perished, earning the title of 6-star divine general. After that, there had been no more. With Di Wang gone, Lin Moya's status and strength were enough for him to be considered the number 1 person in the human race. Even if Di Wang were still around, he would not dare claim to be stronger than Lin Moya. Lin Moya observed for a while, then flapped his undead wings and flew forward. His soul force flowed, and Lin Moya transitioned from extreme stillness to extreme motion. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared outside the formation of the imperial city. The formation immediately reacted, sounding the alarm. In the next second, the dragon race members saw Lin Moya, and they all looked terrified. Lin Moya, he's back to kill again. How dare this guy come back? Dragon King, quickly take action and kill him. Brave warriors of the dragon race, grab your weapons and kill this bastard. Kill him first, then march into the human race and wipe them all out. Lin Moya's appearance was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, spreading fear throughout the dragon race's world. Some of the dragon race members were cowardly and immediately went soft upon seeing Lin Moya. However, even more dragon race members were filled with rage and murderous intent. In the center of the imperial city, the dragon king's aura surged as he flew towards Lin Moya, roaring furiously, "Lin Moya, you're courting death." The formation bead in his hand flickered with light. Although the dragon king was enraged, he knew that killing Lin Moya would be very difficult. Even with the formation bead, Lin Moya seemed to have a way to break free. However, he could not possibly allow Lin Moya to run rampant in the dragon race's territory. Lin Moya ignored these people and the dragon king alike. Before the formation bead could take effect, he casually pointed towards the sky. Spell, Undead Gaze. Lin Moya's gaze turned extremely cold, devoid of killing intent or vitality. His expression was as if he were looking at a pile of dead dragons. Those of you in the Imperial City, numbering in the millions of dragon race members, will push me to level 86. Antares had said that after reaching level 86, he would have to abandon the method of killing enemies to level up. Currently, Lin Moya had just reached level 83, with 3 levels remaining. Lin Moya planned to level up those remaining 3 levels here in one go. One Imperial City, millions of dragon race members, over 20 dragon kings, it was enough. The sky darkened, and the undead world appeared above. Accompanied by silver-white undead flames, the dragon race's world instantly turned silver, with a hint of grayness within the silver. The sky was pulled open like a giant curtain, revealing an enormous eye tens of thousands of miles wide. What kind of skill is this? So terrifying, how could there be such a horrifying skill? Everyone, don't be afraid, it might just be useless when you look at it. We have the formation to protect us. The moment the Dragon King saw the eye, his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and immediately activated the formation bead. Space became viscous, and everyone found it difficult to move. Lin Moya was also affected and unable to move, but he seemed indifferent. His soul voice rang out, "Dragon King, it was you who doomed the dragon race." Chapter 754. Chapter 754, 754. Chapter 754, no matter how you choose, it's wrong. The soul sound echoed between heaven and earth. Lin, the dragons who could hear the soul sound were at least level 85. At this moment, they realized that something was about to happen. The Dragon King's face changed dramatically, feeling that he might have made a mistake. At this moment, the entire Imperial City was shrouded in the formation. Within the formation, except for himself, everyone found it difficult to move, their speed slowed by hundreds or even thousands of times compared to usual. It could be said that they were almost immobile. It can't be, he's just trying to scare me. As long as I kill him, or even if I can't kill him, as long as I drive him away, nothing will happen. Yes, that's right. Just like the previous times, as long as I drive him away, nothing will happen. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the Dragon King's mind. He was disturbed by Lin Moya's soul sound but quickly regained his determination. After all, he was the Dragon King, a half-step supergod level powerhouse, and his will was not so easily shaken. He raised his giant axe, intending to strike at Lin Moya. At this moment, the undead gaze activated, and its first target was the Dragon King. The Dragon King let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his soul had been pricked by a needle, causing some pain. His movements also slowed down. Soul attack. In that instant, he was terrified. The giant eye in the sky was actually a soul attack. If it was a large-scale soul attack, and if it was of this intensity, an intensity that even made him feel pain, cold sweat poured out, instantly soaking his entire body. The Dragon King looked down and saw that the inside and outside of the Imperial City were eerily quiet. The dragons who had been clamoring earlier were now lying on the ground, their eyes lifeless. Their bodies were unharmed, but their souls had been obliterated. The undead eye had already swept through the space outside the city and was now looking inside the city. The spatial blockade of the formation had no effect on it. Under its gaze, a large number of dragons were silently dying. The Dragon King found it hard to believe how powerful this skill was. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Lin Moya was not using a skill but a spell. It might even be a stellar-level spell. Only a stellar-level spell could have such power. Now, the Dragon King faced two choices. One was to kill Lin Moya. If Lin Moya died, the spell would naturally end. The other was to attack the spell. Lin Moya was now controlled by the formation and should not be able to cast it a second time. Moreover, such a large-scale spell could not be cast at will. Just like a mage's forbidden spell, it always required preparation time. Time did not wait for the Dragon King, and he made a decision in an instant. Since Lin Moya dared to come, he must have some confidence and would not be easy to kill. As long as Lin Moya could delay for a while, this eye could cause massive damage to the dragon race. The Dragon King decided to break the spell first and then kill Lin Moya. He roared angrily and rushed towards the undead eye at the fastest speed, slashing out with his giant axe. The near supergod level power tore through space, and the massive light beam, carrying the Law of Stone, heavily struck the undead eye. The undead eye shook violently, seemingly about to collapse. The Dragon King roared again and slashed out 2 more times with all his might. Under his attacks, the undead eye exploded with a bang. The Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. But when he looked at Lin Moya again, he was once again enveloped in a chill. Lin Moya's finger moved slightly. It looked like a very slight tremor. The sky darkened again, and the undead world descended for the second time. On the other side of the Imperial City, another undead eye appeared. As soon as the undead eye appeared, a large number of dragons died again. The dragons were now trapped in the formation, with nowhere to escape. The Dragon King finally understood why Lin Moya said it was he who doomed the dragon race. If it weren't for this formation, the dragons wouldn't have died so miserably. If they couldn't fight, at least they could escape. Lin Moya couldn't possibly kill them all. But now, with nowhere to escape, they could only wait for death. The Dragon King went mad, rushing over and slashing at the undead eye with all his might, destroying it again. But the sky remained dark, and a third undead eye appeared. This time, it appeared on the other side of the Imperial City, and with its appearance, more dragons fell. If Lin Moya was not killed, the undead eye could not be stopped. The Dragon King was going crazy. He charged at Lin Moya. The Law of Stone fully erupted, and the Dragon King unleashed his strongest attack of his life. Almost reaching the supergod level, the Dragon King believed that even the Demon King would be severely injured or even killed if hit by this attack. Lin Moya should have dodged this attack, just like the previous times. But this time, he was disappointed. Lin Moya did not dodge, nor did he do anything, just taking the attack head-on. The Law of Stone fully erupted, and the power of the law crushed Lin Moya's body back and forth. The terrifying power tore through space, ripping it apart like a rag. But Lin Moya stood there motionless, as if nothing had happened. The Dragon King saw a hint of mockery in Lin Moya's eyes, as well as indifference. His heart sank. In the time it took for this attack, thousands more dragons had died. The Dragon King, unwilling to give up, slashed out 2 more times. Lin Moya remained unmoved. Elemental resistance, fusion degree 100% passive spell, immune to all elemental attacks for oneself and summoned creatures, and reduces damage from all elemental laws by half. With the fully amplified talent, Lin Moya's defense against elemental laws was increased by 90 times. Combined with the damage transfer passive spell, which was also affected by the fully amplified talent, the damage was also reduced by 90 times. The two combined, Lin Moya's damage from elemental laws was reduced by 8100 times. Not to mention the Dragon King's attack, which was only close to the supergod level. Even a true supergod level attack could be easily taken by Lin Moya without a scratch. The Dragon King's 3 attacks cost the lives of over 10,000 dragons. The Dragon King's scales were all trembling. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. Every second, thousands of dragons were dying. The Dragon King did not lose his mind. He immediately removed the formation and shouted, "Run!" With the Dragon King's voice, all the dragons were stunned. They wondered if they had heard wrong. Their king was actually telling them to run. Especially many dragons in the city, who had no idea what was happening. But Lin Moya had no intention of stopping. The undead army moved out collectively, with flame liches, lightning liches, and sharp gold liches all in action. Each member of the undead army had 3 halos under their feet. The halos contained the aura of laws. As soon as the undead army appeared, they rushed to the front of the Imperial City at the fastest speed, directly attacking the formation. Under the influence of the law of gold elements, the combat power of the undead army was further enhanced. The 3 halos, combined with the fierce attack of the undead army, almost instantly broke the formation of the Imperial City. When the formation shattered, the terror of the halos was fully revealed. Flames danced, lightning roared, all carrying the aura of laws, capable of instantly killing all dragons below the god level. Even god-level dragons would be severely injured. The range of the halo's influence was so large that even Lin Moyo himself didn't know. Anyway, the entire Imperial City was within the range of the halo's influence. For a moment, flames roared, and countless dragons were burned to ashes. Lightning appeared out of thin air, and large numbers of dragons fell. In an instant, the number of dragon casualties far exceeded those killed by the undead eye. The Dragon King watched in horror. He had removed the formation, but it was like releasing a group of demons from hell. These monsters were so terrifying. He saw with his own eyes a level 91 Dragon King being killed in the flames and lightning. Despair filled the entire Dragon Imperial City. Chapter 755. Chapter 755, 755. Chapter 755, Not a family of dragons, not entering the same door. Shulin Moya looked at the Dragon King, and at the same time, he looked at the entire dragon race. Lin, no matter how you choose, it's wrong. Lin Moya's words were like the final verdict, sentencing the dragon race to death. Besides anger, the Dragon King's eye showed fear for the first time. It was fear of Lin Moyo, this mere level 83, no, just recently promoted to level 84 human man. He had become the one to destroy the dragon race. 1,000 years ago, even when facing the combined attack of demons and humans, the dragon race only lost the spacetime passage to the original battlefield. At that time, the demon army also invaded the dragon race's world, and the dragon race paid an extremely heavy price. But in the end, they still held on. Moreover, after 1,000 years of recuperation, the dragon race became stronger, and so did he. How could it be that now, they were driven to a dead end by a mere level 84 human? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The Dragon King let out his signature roar. Unlike the demons, the dragon race did not flee early. Now, it was too late to escape. In the war between races, there was no mercy, let alone sympathy. Lin Moyo had no emotions, treating the dragon race merely as monsters, as stepping stones for his level up. Lin Moyo looked at the Dragon King, but he did not attack him. He knew that unless the Dragon King was desperate enough to fight him head-on, if the Dragon King wanted to escape, he absolutely couldn't stop him. You are a devil from the deepest part of hell. The Dragon King roared madly, as if it was his final rage. He raised the giant dragon axe, and a mouthful of blood with the power of law was sprayed onto the giant dragon axe. The giant dragon axe burst out with unprecedented bright light, and the formation on the axe was activated. A lazy voice came, "What's the matter again?" The Dragon King wailed, "Master, the mission failed, the dragon race is finished." The voice seemed to become serious. A projection appeared in the formation, and Lin Moya saw a giant dragon. The giant dragon in the projection had a color like blue and white stone, with scales shining as if they were polished mirrors. Lin Moyo understood that this giant dragon belonged to the stone element dragons, and its mastery of the law had reached a certain level. Antares had told him some information about the internal structure of the dragon race, and although it was just a few words, Lin Moyo had roughly analyzed some useful information and had a certain understanding of the dragon race's internal structure. The dragon race was a general term, and its species could be seen as a web structure. At the core was the Divine Dragon Clan, followed by the Holy Dragons. Holy Dragons were the second tier in the dragon race, with more numbers than the Divine Dragons. Outside the Holy Dragons was the third tier, which was the most numerous Elemental Dragons. Elemental Dragons were divided into many branches based on the elements they controlled. Finally, there were those unrecognized mixed blood dragons, which were not even acknowledged and were just cannon fodder with low status. The mixed blood dragons invading this world belonged to the subordinates of the stone element dragons, and the Dragon King was summoning help from his superior, a stone element dragon. This was a real dragon, completely different from other mixed blood dragons. Even though it was just a projection, Lin Moyo felt threatened. Elemental dragons had extremely strong control over their elements. The weakest elemental dragon, once mature, was at least at the super god level. Even if they did not train, just eating and sleeping every day, they would naturally become stronger. Even though Lin Moyo was immune to elemental attacks and had 8,100 times damage reduction against elemental laws, he still did not dare to be careless. In his vigilance, Lin Moyo did not stop the killing. Every second, a large number of dragons were being killed. The undead army, in cooperation with the undead eye, formed a one-sided massacre. The bone dragon's breath ignited silver-white undead flames, sweeping through the entire imperial city. The Dragon King quickly explained the situation to the giant dragon projection. In just a few seconds, another 10,000 dragons died. The stone element dragon clearly did not care about the life and death of the mixed blood dragons. To it, mixed blood dragons were just cannon fodder, not worth a second glance even if they died in large numbers. It didn't even want to pay attention to the Dragon King. Lin Moyo read a lot of information from its eyes. After listening to the Dragon King's report, it finally looked at Lin Moyo. It was in an unknown distant place, looking at Lin Moyo through the formation. At this moment, its eyes changed. Lin Moyo understood its meaning. Although he was killing mixed blood dragons, they still had a trace of dragon blood. It meant that these mixed blood dragons could be trampled by it, but not by others. Its eyes were sharp. "Stop now, and I will leave your corpse intact." The voice was like thunder, rolling out. The words were full of arrogance, not putting Lin Moyo in its eyes at all. Lin Moyo, who dealt with beings like Antares every day, honestly did not see this elemental dragon as anything remarkable. In the dragon race, elemental dragons were just the third tier, not very high in status. Even if its current strength was stronger than his, so what? If it were polite, the outcome would not change. Lin Moyo did not speak, just looked at it, silent. He really didn't want to talk, feeling that words were unnecessary. To ask him to stop, how could that be possible? A few seconds later, the stone element dragon felt ignored, courting death. With a roar, the giant dragon axe and the Dragon King's hand flew up automatically. It directly controlled the giant dragon axe through the formation. In its hands, the giant dragon axe showed its true power, the power of a super god level weapon. The stone element law erupted, and the space exploded. The fragmented space was not stable enough to withstand the power of a super god level. Die! The stone element dragon said lightly, and the giant dragon axe slashed towards Lin Moyo, the stone element law roaring. Lin Moyo seemed to see countless giant stones falling from the sky, crushing towards him from all directions, as if to grind him into powder. Each giant stone was composed of laws, glowing with a green light, carrying a strong personal will. Super god level. Lin Moyo said softly. He had seen the power of the super god level countless times, and when Antares killed him before, it used super god level power. Recently, Lin Moyo had also seen the power of the true god level, which had a world-destroying aura. The attack in front of him was super god level, far from reaching the true god level. The stone element law also belonged to the category of elemental laws. Elemental laws, combined with just a super god level attack. Lin Moyo was not flustered at all, not even bothering to dodge. The Dragon King's eye shrank sharply, realizing something was wrong. The attack landed on Lin Moyo, the law fully erupted, countless giant stone shadows flashed, shattering the space. The area where Lin Moyo stood, the sky collapsed, and the ground sank. 1,000-meter radius turned into ruins, with Lin Moyo standing like an island in the ruins, enduring the surging impact of the law. The island was small but extremely firm. Lin Moyo stood tall in the impact. White light flashed on his body, ignoring the stone element law. This is impossible. The stone element dragon exclaimed in disbelief. Its tone was very similar to the Dragon King's, almost identical. Indeed, not a family of dragons, not entering the same door. Impossible? But it was the truth. In disbelief, the second wave of attacks came again. The stone element dragon did not believe its attack would be ineffective and quickly launched the second and third waves of attacks. At this moment, white light flashed on Lin Moyo's body, revealing a layer of armor. Chapter 756. Chapter 756, 756. Chapter 756, the ending was predestined from the beginning. The bone armor formed abruptly with Lin Moyo's thought. Lin Moyo tried to lock onto the opponent with his soul, but due to the formation, he failed. However, the opponent could lock onto him, which clearly indicated that his soul was not strong enough. Since that was the case, he would let the spell lock onto the target itself. 3-star spell, Bone Armor. Spell linkage. As long as he was attacked, the other two spells would automatically trigger and lock onto the enemy. The stone element law fell on him again, and the bone armor shattered in response. It did not have 8,100 times damage reduction. The bone armor could only withstand attacks up to level 95. Facing a super god level attack, it naturally could not withstand it. But what Lin Moyo wanted was not its defensive power, but the automatic counterattack ability brought by the 3-star spell. At the moment the bone armor shattered, his mental power was rapidly consumed. At level 84, his 3.7 million mental power was instantly depleted. But in less than 0.1 seconds, it was instantly replenished. The comprehensive connection was activated, and the mental power of all members of the undead army became Lin Moyo's mental power reservoir. He could use it however he wanted. As the mental power was consumed, Lin Moyo knew that the 3-star spell must have launched a counterattack. Moreover, he felt a trace of the law, penetrating the void from his body, following the formation projection, and finding the target. The formation projection suddenly lit up, and the stone element dragon on the other end let out a surprised sound. There was no need to guess, the linkage of the 3-star spell had already fallen on it. Bone Prison and Bone Fangs crossed space and struck it. They might not necessarily injure it, but at least they could shock it. As Bone Prison and Bone Fangs were triggered, another layer of bone armor appeared on Lin Moyo. The white bone armor appeared and then shattered again under the stone element law. Mental power continued to be consumed. In the blink of an eye, the bone armor reappeared and then shattered again. The 3-star spell linkage mechanism was perfectly triggered, forming a cycle. As long as the opponent's attacks did not stop and Lin Moyo's mental power was not exhausted, the 3-star spell would not stop. The entire process did not require Lin Moyo's attention, it was all automatic. Lin Moyo found that he had indeed become a hedgehog. Antares was right. Although his attacks could not hurt the opponent, they could at least disgust it. Sure enough, the stone element dragon in the projection showed an angry expression. Its eyes looked as if it had eaten a pile of dung. Multi-star spell, Teaching. Its vision was far beyond that of the Dragon King, and it immediately recognized it as a multi-star spell. If it were not a multi-star spell, Lin Moyo could not have attacked it. As the voice sounded, its attacks finally stopped. The bone armor was no longer attacked and thus did not counterattack. The Dragon King had never heard of a multi-star spell and did not understand what was happening. In its eyes, its superior, the stone element dragon, had actually stopped attacking. Master! The Dragon King was anxious as more and more dragons were being slaughtered. Shut up! The stone element dragon roared, scaring the Dragon King into silence. At this moment, the formation projection expanded several times, and the stone element dragon seemed to be about to come out of the formation. Lin Moyo's eyes tightened slightly. Was this guy planning to come over? Then he saw a giant claw reaching out from the formation. As soon as the claw left the formation, the surrounding space collapsed, revealing the dark void. In the void, energy turbulence was flying around. Its power was too strong, and the fragmented space could not withstand it. Just one claw coming over had already caused the space to collapse. If its true body entered here, the entire fragmented space would collapse. Fortunately, it knew this too, and its true body did not come over, only one claw did. Lin Moya felt himself being locked onto, and a sense of danger arose. This claw could kill him. Lin Moya trusted his feelings very much, they would not be wrong. The undead wings on his back vibrated, ready to cut off the soul lock at any time. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Get back. Antares' voice carried a majestic aura, descending from the sky. The giant claw that had just reached out suddenly retracted at an astonishing speed. It retracted as quickly as a thief caught in the act. Master! The Dragon King was stunned. What had just happened? It recognized the voice. It came from the most mysterious existence in the ancient battlefield. It just did not expect that this mysterious existence would be so powerful. Weren't they all dragons? In its understanding, Antares was also a dragon. No matter how strong it was, how strong could it be in this world? It was probably just a supergod level, definitely not as strong as its superior dragon. But it seemed that was not the case. The stone element dragon reappeared in the formation projection, its eyes filled with fear. Master, is this your world? It seemed unsure and wanted to confirm. Antares' voice sounded, you are not qualified to know. At this moment, Antares' aura became even more intense, like rolling thunder, surrounding the formation. The stone element dragon became even more terrified, trembling all over. This was the suppression from the bloodline, the suppression formed by the superior dragon race, which was hard to resist. The difference in levels was too great, and the difference in strength was too great. The stone element dragon trembled and responded, yes. The formation disappeared, and the giant dragon axe completely dimmed. The Dragon King stood there in shock, not knowing what to do. It held the giant dragon axe, trembling all over. Even if it was stupid, it understood one thing at this moment. This invasion was doomed to fail from the beginning. With Antares here, no matter how weak the human race was, the final result would not change. It did not know why Antares was here. Why did it come to die? Antares seemed to have been here for a long time. When it first became the Dragon King, it had received a warning from Antares. At that time, it knew that there was an existence in this world that it could not contend with. But at that time, Antares also told it that as long as it did not go to the human world, it would not interfere. In fact, it should have understood at that time that Antares was protecting the human race, waiting for the human race to rise and destroy it. It had always been a stepping stone for the human race, not just itself, but all the dragon race, and this fragmented world as well. How could it be so stupid? Why didn't it understand from the beginning? The Dragon King's regret was now useless. It looked up at the sky. Master, do I have any other way to go? This sentence was addressed to Antares, knowing that Antares could hear it. It wanted to live, not to die. The destruction of the dragon race was already predestined, and this fragmented world could not escape the fate of being swallowed. The dragon race had become Lin Moya's stepping stone, so it abandoned the dragon race at the last moment, just wanting to find a chance for itself. A few seconds later, Antares' voice finally sounded, I will give you a chance. Help me find something in the deep space. If you can bring it back, I will spare your life and send you to the great world. A light fell from the sky and entered the Dragon King's forehead. The Dragon King immediately knew what it needed to find. It had been to the deep space many times, and although it was dangerous, there was always a way to survive. If it stayed here, death was inevitable. To survive, the Dragon King finally decided to take a gamble in the deep space. Master, I will go to the deep space. After saying this, it turned and left. The background was somewhat desolate. Chapter 757. Chapter 757, 757. Chapter 757, I also fear it will bite back. Lin Moyo did not stop the Dragon Emperor. When the Dragon Emperor spoke earlier, Antares responded after a few seconds. During those seconds, Antares was consulting with Lin Moyo. This decision was not made by Antares alone. For the human race, the Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly the greatest enemy. However, as the Dragon Emperor, he rarely had the opportunity to act personally. When the dragons first descended, they posed a significant threat to the human race. Their strength not only far surpassed that of humans but also exceeded that of the abyssal demons. The dragons attacked the human world several times, massacring humans and causing rivers of blood. Millions of humans died under the dragon's blades. Later, under the leadership of Demon Emperor Lilian, the abyssal demons and humans formed a silent cooperation. Humans did their best to stop the dragons in the Yuan battlefield, while the abyssal demons invaded the dragon world. Although the dragons were powerful, they could not withstand the combined forces of the two races. The dragons were stunned and lost all their time-space channels to the Yuan battlefield. In the following millennium, the hatred between the dragons and humans was not as deep, with only small-scale skirmishes in the eternal battlefield. The Dragon Emperor, during this period, rarely took action. Although he was not like Lilian, who had never killed a human, he did not kill many either. Lin Moyo understood this, so when Antares consulted him, he respected Antares' decision. Antares' voice slowly sounded, making use of waste might bring some surprises. In deep space, many areas are extremely dangerous. Even a half-step supergod like the Dragon Emperor would face a high risk of death. Especially the place where Antares wanted him to go, it was even more so. Antares knew that there was a high chance the Dragon Emperor would not return. Lin Moya said, if he really wants to escape, I can't kill him either. And I also fear he will bite back, so this result is very good. Lin Moyo indeed had such concerns. If the Dragon Emperor wanted to escape, with his current ability, he really couldn't stop him. If the Dragon Emperor hid, things would become troublesome. Without the burden of the Dragon race, the Dragon Emperor could easily enter the Yuan battlefield and kill human professionals. If that happened, the human race's situation in the Yuan battlefield would become extremely dangerous. Currently, no one in the entire human race, except himself, could contend with the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, Antares could not stop the Dragon Emperor's actions in the Yuan battlefield. Antares had his own principles and some unknown restrictions. His principle was to protect the human world, and the Yuan battlefield was not within his protection. At that time, Lin Moya would also have a headache. So the current result was actually the best result. Lin Moya chuckled, "This guy is too stupid, every choice he makes is wrong." Antares sneered, "A mixed blood dragon, how smart can he be?" In the Imperial City, the remaining dragons saw their emperor leave and completely abandoned them. The entire Dragon Emperor fell into despair and lost all hope. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years of silence and recuperation, this would be the result? All because a human named Lin Moya appeared. In the eyes of the dragons, Lin Moya was a devil, a terrifying devil from the depths of hell. A person who slaughtered millions of dragons without blinking an eye. What else could he be but a devil? You are a devil. The dragon race will not let you go. 3 high-level dragon kings roared and charged out of the Imperial City, heading straight for Lin Moya. They were making their last stand. Lin Moya ignored them, lightly pointing his finger, and the god-slaying thunder struck. To kill high-level dragon kings, the god-slaying thunder was still the best choice. The 3 high-level dragon kings, the strongest forces in the dragon race besides the Dragon Emperor, were all elemental law users. After shattering their bone armor, they couldn't harm Lin Moya. The 3-star spell's linkage mechanism was triggered again, and bone prisons appeared on the 3 dragon kings, followed by bone fangs. The 3-star spell could be automatically triggered without Lin Moya's active use, making it very convenient. The 3 high-level dragon kings were momentarily immobilized by the bone prisons, unable to move. Their bodies were covered in white bones, forming restraints and causing paralysis. They struggled, but the bone prisons were not strong, only able to hold them for 1 or 2 seconds. Bone fangs exploded on their bodies, breaking their scales and causing blood to flow, making them look very miserable. The bone fangs couldn't severely injure them, only causing some superficial wounds. The spell's power was still limited by Lin Moya's own level and soul strength. Amidst the thunderous roar, the god-slaying thunder struck again. 3 consecutive god-slaying thunders exploded in the air, turning into a sea of thunder and engulfing the 3 high-level dragon kings. There was no suspense under the powerful attack of the purple god-slaying thunder. The 3 high-level dragon kings were turned into charred corpses and fell from the sky. The dragons in the Imperial City fell into complete despair. Some dragons used teleportation tools to escape, while more dragons fled in all directions. Millions of dragons were utterly defeated at this moment. The number of dragons was too large. With 300,000 undead troops and 1,300 bone dragons, Lin Moya couldn't kill them all. The 3 major auras of the elemental lich played a huge role. Many dragons died under the law auras. After this battle, the dragon race was completely defeated and no longer a threat. The collapse of the dragon race, coupled with Lillian's cooperation, solidified the human race's position. The remaining matters could be handled step by step, with no unexpected events likely to occur. The slaughter continued, and the eye of the undead swept across the entire Imperial City. The city was filled with mountains of corpses, a sight beyond imagination. Lin Moya released countless flames, which exploded like fireworks in the air and fell on the corpses. The corpses were reborn in the flames, becoming resurrected beings. Their combat power was even stronger than when they were alive. The resurrected dragon beings followed Lin Moya's orders and turned their blades against their own kind. This scene made the remaining dragons even more desperate. Lin Moya continuously cast spells, increasing the number of resurrected beings. The more the dragons fought, the fewer they became, while Lin Moya's side grew stronger. White light rose from his body again, and Lin Moya leveled up again, reaching level 85. In just one day, he leveled up twice, his soul power increasing crazily and overflowing. At level 85, the leveling speed suddenly slowed down. The required experience and soul power increased significantly, slowing down the leveling speed by several times. Every 5 levels, the leveling speed would decrease significantly, but level 85 seemed unusual, slowing down by at least 4 times. Lin Moya felt that his soul suddenly became twice as strong when he reached level 85. A stronger soul naturally required more soul power, slowing down the leveling speed. They say it's hard to level up from 85 to 86, requiring a lot of time. Now I understand. After careful consideration, Lin Moya finally understood why level 85 was a threshold, causing many people to be stuck at this level for a long time. The increased requirements made it natural for the leveling speed to slow down if the acquisition speed remained the same. However, the gap at this level was quite large, making it hard to accept for a while. It could even make people lose hope and motivation to move forward. It was a test, big or small. Chapter 758. Chapter 758, 758. Chapter 758, The Artist and the Nouveau Riche. Level 85 is a small test, a test of will, patience, and faith. Lin Moya suddenly faced an upgrade requirement that increased 4 to 5 times, which might take 6 to 7 times, or even 10 times longer to achieve. What originally might have taken half a year to level up now might take several years. Such a sudden change would catch many people off guard and be hard to accept. But once you persist through it, the benefits are significant. In all aspects, including the soul and will, there will be an invisible improvement, laying a solid foundation for the road ahead. Lin Moya understood this principle. The soul becoming more than twice as strong and the substantial increase in soul power were all preparations for the road ahead. Antares advised that after reaching level 86, he should no longer use the current method to level up, which must have its reasons. Lin Moyo had seen many preparations and indeed had not seen those top professionals close to God level still clearing dungeons all over the world. They were not no longer fighting monsters, but the frequency and number of times had decreased. Based on this analysis, after level 86, there should be another method of leveling up, more suitable for them. No matter what, first cross the threshold from level 85 to 86. What is difficult for others is not difficult for Lin Moyo, it just takes a bit more effort. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. The silver-white undead flames continued to explode like fireworks. A large number of dead dragons were resurrected, becoming resurrected beings. They rushed in all directions, chasing those dragons who had already escaped. Lin Moya's gaze was calm, and whether those dragons who had already escaped could survive in the end depended on their own luck. The battle in the Imperial City was nearing its end. There were still tens of thousands of dragons who had not escaped. They huddled together, using the castles in the Imperial City for their final resistance. The eye of the undead swept through the Imperial City again and again, like plowing the land, scanning every inch of the Imperial City inside and out. Until half a day later, there was no more movement in the Imperial City. The battle in the Dragon World, in the Imperial City, finally came to an end. In this battle, more than 2 million dragons were slaughtered. Lin Moyo leveled up from 83 to 85, and there was still some distance to level 86. The battle in the Imperial City was over, but the battle in the Dragon World did not end because of it. Lin Moyo continued to use his skills, resurrecting more resurrected beings to chase the escaping dragons. The undead army did the same, spreading out to join the hunt. Lin Moyo watched as the resurrected beings flew away from the Imperial City in all directions, fireworks blooming wherever they went. A continuous stream of information popped up, increasing his experience. Lin Moyo could feel a continuous stream of soul power flowing into his soul world through the ethereal space. This soul power continuously stabilized the soul world and increased soul power. After another half day, there were no more corpses inside or outside the Imperial City. All the strong dragons on the battlefield had become resurrected beings. They raised their butcher knives and turned them against their former comrades. Sometimes, I do feel like a demon, Lin Moyo muttered to himself. When he finally stopped, he felt that he was indeed a bit too ruthless and cold. But this is how wars between races are. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. As long as you can kill the other side, you will never show mercy. Antares once said that in the great world, in wars between races, even an insect in the other world must be crushed. Scorched earth is very normal. World destruction is not a metaphor, but a description. Just like in the skill demonstration, the necromancer pointed a finger and extinguished a giant star. If the star were replaced by a world, it would also be destroyed in that finger. The battles between the strong are so cruel. Some worlds and races are even destroyed just because of the aftermath of a battle between the strong or because a strong person is experimenting with their spells and laws. In the great world, such things happen all the time. To avoid being destroyed, you must become strong enough. Holding your fate in your own hands is the safest way. Lin Moyo thought the same way. On the road to becoming stronger, he could be ruthless and cold. Experience continued to increase, with more than 2 million resurrected beings and 300,000 undead troops forming a hunting army to chase the escaping dragons. Among them, millions of dragons would be hunted down and killed. Whether they could really escape depended on their luck. Lin Moyo walked through the Imperial City, which had now turned into ruins. The undead flames burned fiercely, and these seemingly temperatureless flames not only burned life but also the bricks and stones. Buildings burned by the undead flames collapsed, decaying and turning into powder. The wind blew, and the powder flew into the sky. Decay seems to be a characteristic of the undead law. The undead flames contained the undead law, causing this result. This is the dragon's Imperial City, with the dragon's palace inside. It was not the palace where the Dragon Emperor lived, but the Imperial Palace could be seen as the Dragon Emperor's temporary palace. There was also a huge warehouse in the city. The warehouse contained a large number of materials and some dragon items. The material levels were not high, mainly platinum and quasi-legendary levels. There were not many legendary materials. In addition, there were some weapons, equipment, and magic crystals. Dragons are good at formations and making magic crystals. They can extract energy from materials and items using formations to form large and small magic crystals, then use the magic crystals to power the formations. Similar to human alchemists. These things were basically useless to Lin Moyo, but for humans, they were good. Finding the warehouse, Lin Moyo entered and used the demon extinguishing tower to take everything inside, leaving nothing behind. Then Lin Moyo left the Imperial City and flew towards the Dragon Emperor's palace. There was also a treasure house in the Dragon Emperor's palace, containing the Dragon Emperor's collection. The Dragon Emperor could not take everything away, and some would always be left behind. Dragons have a habit of collecting treasures, and Antares is like this, and so are the divine dragons, holy dragons, and giant dragons. Even mixed-blood dragons are no exception. The Dragon Emperor's palace was already empty. The teleportation array had stopped operating not long ago, and the Dragon Emperor had already left, heading to deep space through the teleportation array. Most of the things in the warehouse were taken away, leaving only some relatively inferior ones. Lin Moyo also took them all without hesitation. The fragmented world was still a bit poor, and most of these things came from the ancient battlefield. After all, the dragons had been closed off for 1,000 years and could not get many good things. Lin Moyo admired the Dragon Emperor's palace, which was rough but also somewhat exquisite. What surprised him the most was that the Dragon Emperor's throne was made of pure gold, looking shiny and somewhat tacky. Compared to the exquisite furnishings in the Demon Emperor's palace, the difference was huge. The furnishings in the Demon Emperor's palace were like art, while here, it was more like the home of a nouveau riche. Lin Moyo asked through the dragon scale, "What was your palace like in the Dragon Clan?" Antares said, "It's been too long, I don't remember." How could he not remember? He probably didn't want to say. Lin Moyo did not press further. "You didn't also use gold to make a dragon throne, did you?" "Get lost, I wouldn't be so tasteless. I used star gold. Do you know what star gold is? It's a god king level material." Antares suddenly shouted, then abruptly shut up. He realized that he had let something slip again. Chapter 759. Chapter 759, 759. Chapter 759. It's because the fist isn't big enough or hard enough. Lin Moya's casual remark inadvertently revealed some information from Antares. Lin Moya speculated that the God King level might be a level stronger than the True God level. After the Super God level comes the True God level, so could there be a special level between the True God and God King levels? Antares had already closed his mouth and refused to say another word. Lin Moya didn't ask further. Antares was always so mysterious. In Lin Moya's view, there was nothing that couldn't be said, knowing it wouldn't affect him anyway. His heart had been tempered 1,000 times over and couldn't be easily shaken. "I just don't know what level those invincible powerhouses are at." "And what level is Antares at?" The term invincible powerhouse was a title, not a specific level. Lin Moya didn't know what it took to be called an invincible powerhouse. "In the future, I'll find out." Lin Moya left the Dragon Emperor's palace and flew slowly through the Dragon World. It was his first time carefully appreciating the Dragon World. The Dragon Emperor's palace and the Imperial City were at the center of the Dragon World, the area with the best environment. The surrounding elements were divided into different regions, with a large number of elements converging towards the center, eventually forming a balance. This area had all kinds of elements, similar to the human world. The outer regions, where various elements occupied independently, were much harsher. The fragmented world was like this, with a relatively harsh environment, incomplete laws, and all sorts of possible situations. When his world swallowed the dragon and abyssal fragmented worlds, he wondered how the environment would change. It could be imagined that after swallowing 2 fragmented worlds, his world would become stronger and more complete. Now that everything that needed to be done was done, Lin Moyo began to replenish the undead army. From level 83 to 85, the total number of the undead army increased from 310,000 to 350,000. The gap of 50,000 needed to be filled by Lin Moya's summoning. When Lin Moya's body glowed white, after more than a day of waiting, he finally completed the upgrade. Roughly calculating, nearly 1,000,000 dragons had been hunted down and killed. Lin Moya finally stopped. "The rest will be left to others. The blood debt shouldn't be repaid by me alone. This is a debt of the entire human race, and it should be repaid by the entire human race." Lin Moyo had his own plans and thoughts, and his will was firm, not swayed by external things. Now that the dragon race had been thoroughly crippled, with no dragon kings left, all dead. Although there were still millions of dragons left, the number of human professionals was even greater. And there were god-level powerhouses among the humans. Under the leadership of god-level powerhouses, it wouldn't take much effort to completely eliminate the dragon race. Lin Moya didn't return to Antares but went back to the human world, to the White God Courtyard. Recently, he had either been killing or moving skill star cores. Lin Moya also felt a bit tired. This fatigue came from deep within his soul. He was human and needed to relax. During the great battle, he could fight day and night without retreating. But when resting, Lin Moyo also hoped to rest well. The White God Courtyard still smelled the same. The scent of tea filled the air, and Lin Moyo felt the fatigue in his soul dissipate significantly as he smelled the familiar aroma. "Teacher, I'm back." As usual, Lin Moyo walked into the White God Courtyard. As usual, Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan were drinking tea. Yan Quansheng was not there. "Xiao is back," Bai Yaiwan said loudly, clearly very happy. Meng Yanwen nodded slightly at Lin Moyo. As long as Lin Moyo returned safely, nothing else needed to be asked. Lin Moyo went over to pour tea for the two of them and then asked, "Where is Teacher Yin?" Bai Yaiwan said, "The madman went to the bloodthirsty land, saying he wanted to deal with the bloodthirsty python." Meng Yanwen laughed, "Don't listen to old Bai's nonsense. Old Yin had some new insights and went to verify them." Yan Quansheng lived in the bloodthirsty land every day, his soul undergoing a bloody baptism, feeling the killing intent there. Yan Quansheng was also the first among the three to comprehend the laws and advance to level 96 without relying on the soul fusion array. It wasn't that Yan Quansheng had better talent. In fact, Meng Yanwen's talent was better. It was all because Yan Quansheng was more determined and hard-working. Meng Yanwen said to Lin Moyo, "We know what you did in the dragon and abyssal worlds." Lin Moyo smiled, "It's what I should do." "You bear too much alone." Meng Yanwen seemed a bit distressed. For some reason, Lin Moyo's young face had a touch of weariness. This weariness shouldn't appear on someone his age. Lin Moyo was still very young, just in his early 20s. But his experiences far surpassed those of ordinary people. Many people wouldn't have as rich experiences as Lin Moyo even in several lifetimes. Not to mention what Lin Moyo did for the entire human race. Lin Moyo's eyes showed fatigue, which Meng Yanwen understood and could empathize with. Meng Yanwen sighed lightly, rest. We'll handle the rest." Bai Yaiwan also said, "Yes, why work so hard? Lin Moya smiled and didn't say anything. He released the demon extinguishing tower, and a large amount of supplies flew out, landing on the open ground. The supplies piled up like a mountain, occupying a large area of the forest. There were equipment, materials, and all sorts of things. Meng Yanwen's eyebrows twitched, and Bai Yaiwan exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Did you rob the dragon's treasury?" They could tell that many of the materials belonged to the dragon race, still carrying the dragon's aura. Lin Moya said, "These materials come from the warehouse in the dragon's imperial city, and some from the dragon emperor's palace." Meng Yanwen's eyebrows twitched even more. "You went to the dragon emperor's palace?" Lin Moya nodded and recounted the whole process. The two were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Moya to have slaughtered the imperial city. Even the dragon emperor was forced to flee into deep space. Lin Moya said, "Now there are no dragon kings left in the dragon race. I think our human race can advance into the dragon world and occupy their world." Bai Yaiwan didn't hesitate, slapping the table. "Good, I'll go mobilize the army." Meng Yanwen didn't object either. It was indeed time to strike hard, take advantage of the situation to eliminate the enemy. Everyone understood this principle. As for the abyssal demons, because of Lillian, they wouldn't stop the humans, so there was no need to worry. Lin Moya said, "I'll leave the rest to you, teachers." Meng Yanwen said softly, "Rest well, we'll take care of the rest." He then sighed, "I didn't expect the once powerful dragon race to end like this." Bai Yaiwan said, "It's normal. It shows that strength is the hard truth. As long as the fist is big enough, the dragon race is nothing. We've been suppressed for so many years because our fists weren't big or hard enough. Now that Xiao's fist is big enough, the dragon race can only accept their fate." Meng Yanwen asked, "Xiao, do you think we should leave any captives?" Lin Moya said firmly, "No." Chapter 760. Chapter 760, 760. Chapter 760, everything is ready, and you show me this. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan were somewhat surprised by Lin Moya's decisiveness. They found themselves increasingly unable to understand Lin Moya. Lin Moya did not offer much explanation for this. He had already learned too much about the cruelty of the great world from Antares. In wars between races, there are rarely any prisoners. The result is either you die, or I perish. Exterminating entire families and clans is just child's play. Annihilating every last one, not even sparing an insect, is the norm. Lin Moya did not explain, and they did not ask further. Meng Yanwen expressed that he would follow Lin Moya's wishes. After all, the bridge was built by Lin Moya, and once they crossed it, they couldn't turn back and destroy it. Lin Moya said softly, "Teacher, it's not that I enjoy killing. But please believe me, we cannot leave any survivors." Lin Moya solemnly reiterated this point. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan took it seriously. The three of them chatted for a while longer, and Lin Moya inquired about recent events in the human world during his absence. The human world had been more peaceful than before. Since the last attack by the Dragon Demon Alliance, the structure of the human world had changed. There used to be over 100 different forces of varying sizes in the human world, but most of these were wiped out or scattered during that war. The country closest to the Shangxia Empire, the Sakura Kingdom, was also destroyed. They even tried to drag the Shangxia Empire down with them in a final act of desperation, but Lin Moya and Meng Yanwen thwarted their plans. Many small forces like the Sakura Kingdom were destroyed, and even the few that survived disbanded. They realized that only by banding together could they survive. Facing the pressure of survival, they began to align themselves with larger forces. They wanted to join the Shangxia Empire, but the Shangxia Empire did not accept them. "Those who are not of our race must have different hearts." This phrase applied not only to other races but also to other human forces. Those who looked different from the Shangxia people, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and even different ways of thinking, found it hard to be accepted as Huaxia people. The issue of bloodline inheritance was something the Shangxia people could never avoid. This mindset was deeply ingrained, and even among humans, most Shangxia people saw other humans as different. They believed there were two kinds of humans in the world, those with black hair and black eyes, the Shangxia people, and everyone else. Moreover, the Shangxia Empire had a rich and continuous historical heritage, passed down for thousands of years, unlike other forces with fragmented histories. Some of these other forces even fabricated information to prove their historical significance, but these were eventually exposed as false, much to their embarrassment. Lin Moya did not care about this. He was a Shangxia person, and while he did things for the human race, it was primarily for the Shangxia people. As for those outside the Shangxia, he had no concern. Bloodline inheritance also influenced Lin Moya. The Shangxia Empire rejected all outsiders, recognizing only those with Shangxia blood. Even if a Shangxia person married an outsider and had children, those children would not be recognized. Although such cases were rare, they did occur over the millennia, and those individuals had to leave the Shangxia. This is the power of bloodline. It may seem narrow-minded, but it also exudes confidence and nobility. Now, Lin Moya had become a deity worshipped by the entire world. Despite some complaints about the Shangxia Empire's exclusivity, no one dared to challenge it. Lin Moya was too powerful, single-handedly suppressing the dragons and abyssal demons. He could confront the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor head-on. Which country would dare to oppose him? Aside from changes in the world's power dynamics, there was also news about Ning Yi. Ning Yi had been diligently leveling up, and Ning Taran recently reported that she was close to reaching level 60. She was currently with Mo Yun, Xu Han, and Mu Xianxian, forming a team with a few others. With Mu Xiangxian's presence, their dungeon runs were quite fruitful, and they had gained some fame. Lin Moya felt relieved upon hearing this. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. With Ning Taran around, how could Ning Yi be in any danger? Another piece of news was that Ning Taran had successfully reached level 96, along with Feng Xiu and Mo Xingai. It was said that Jihao was also close to reaching level 96, likely within the next few days. The human race was growing stronger, and Lin Moyo could feel this transformation. The entire race becoming stronger was the best outcome. Before the apocalyptic war, the human race was not weak. There were supergod level individuals and half-step supergods among them. If the abyssal demons and dragons had invaded back then, they would have been annihilated in no time. Now, the human race was on the path to resurgence. Especially after the Soul Fusion Array, the Shangxia Empire's accumulated strength had fully erupted, with high-level gods emerging one after another. It was conceivable that in the future, half-step supergods might also appear, perhaps even several at once. Lin Moya slept soundly in the White God courtyard, his soul power still overflowing and resonating with the world around him. In his sleep, he felt a sense of merging with the heavens and earth. He slept for a full 24 hours, something he hadn't done in a long time. When he woke up, Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen had already left. Lin Moya knew they were busy mobilizing the army and opening the passage to the Dragon World, tasks that couldn't be accomplished with just a few words. Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen were both occupied. Meng Anwen was setting up a grand array, using the Shangxia Tower's powerful array capabilities to open a spacetime passage. In the White God courtyard, Lin Moya drank 2 more cups of tea before activating Antares' dragon scale. Antares, with his head lowered, glanced at Lin Moya through a slit. "Have you rested enough?" Lin Moya smiled. "Yes, I'm ready to start again. This time, let's have a good fight. Come on, let's have a good fight this time." Antares slowly regained his spirit, letting out a series of strange laughs. From level 83 to 86, Lin Moyo hadn't moved any skill star cores for 3 levels. Now, his soul power was incredibly abundant, with plenty to spare after maintaining his soul world. Lin Moyo felt he could move many skill star cores, not just 6. With his will carrying immense soul power, he charged into the skill space and, without hesitation, grabbed the nearest skill star core and started dragging it out. The skill space's binding force instinctively resisted, but Lin Moyo, being overly prepared, made it seem effortless. The weak binding force of the skill space was helpless against him, unable to resist and had to let him do as he pleased. So easy, so effortless. Lin Moyo had never experienced moving a skill star core so easily. It was almost effortless. It felt like just a flick of his finger, and the star core came to him. In just an hour, he had forcibly dragged the skill star core out of its birthplace and into an unfamiliar world. When his soul power truly surged, the immense power flowed into the skill star core, filling it up in just 2 minutes. There was no need for multiple rounds of activation to fully awaken the talent. It was done in one go. Antares blinked. "What are you doing?" He felt like he was out of a job. "Everything is ready, and you show me this." Lin Moyo felt a bit embarrassed. "It seems my soul power is too strong, I couldn't control it, and it filled up all at once." Chapter 761. Chapter 761, 761. Chapter 761, Does the undead world really exist? Antares entered Lin Moya's soul without saying a word. Lin Moya's consciousness was firmly focused on the skill star core that was about to transform into a star. At the same time, he said, "You brat, you must have done this on purpose." Lin Moya shook his head. "Absolutely not. I think you did. I swear on my honor, I didn't." "You have honor? Just tell me, how many times have you tricked me?" "That's a different matter." The two bickered until the skill star core exploded, and a small black dot appeared. Antares immediately shut his mouth and focused intently on the small black dot. The small black dot had an infinite attraction to him. Antares was extremely serious while observing the small black dot, not distracted at all. Lin Moyo also looked at the small black dot but still couldn't see anything. The small black dot was incredibly mysterious, exuding a strong attraction that drew him in. However, his level was not high enough. According to Antares, at his current stage, just remembering the aura of the small black dot was enough. It wasn't time to truly appreciate it yet. Antares used the word appreciate, which made Lin Moyo very curious about what was inside the small black dot. Lin Moyo watched it repeatedly, and his memory of the aura became increasingly profound. He had many opportunities to see the small black dot, far more than others, and his memory was much deeper. Half a second was just a blink of an eye, and Lin Moyo remembered the aura, then turned his gaze to the newly formed magic star. After the magic star formed, it flew towards another magic star. The two magic stars sensed each other and established a connection. Thin lines extended, connecting the two magic stars. Double star magic. Lin Moyo was delighted. The connected magic star was the one he had just converted, Summon Elemental Lich. This meant that the skill he had just moved and converted was a summoning skill. Only summoning skills, after being converted into magic, could form a connection and interaction with Summon Elemental Lich. Summoning, skeletal, and curse skills. Lin Moyo had categorized his skills in his mind. Summoning skills were the largest category and the foundation of his profession. He had long anticipated that summoning magic could form a multi-star system. Finally, it happened. With anticipation, Lin Moya checked the newly converted magic star. Summon Skeleton God Warrior. Fusion rate 100%. Summon a Skeleton God Warrior, usually dormant within the magic star, connected to the undead world, and can descend into the present world when needed. The combat power of the Skeleton God Warrior will depend on the master's soul level. At the moment the magic star formed, Lin Moya felt a large space suddenly open up in his summoning space. All the skeleton berserkers entered the magic star. A group of small black dots appeared on the magic star. These small black dots seemed insignificant, occupying only a tiny area of the magic star, not even worth mentioning. But these small black dots were actually over 100,000 skeleton god warriors. As the master, Lin Moyo could clearly sense these skeleton god warriors, dormant within the magic star, ready to be summoned at any time. With their addition, a mass of gray matter appeared at the center of the magic star. This matter exuded a strong undead aura, as if it came from another world. From the undead world, the undead aura quickly spread, enveloping the magic star. The light of the magic star immediately changed, becoming interwoven with silver and white, with a hint of gray. This transformation lasted for more than 5 minutes, completed under Lin Moya's witness. The magic star became the habitat of the skeleton god warriors. Could the undead world really exist? Lin Moya wondered. He had always thought the undead world was a fictional world, just a term. Later, with the appearance of the undead law, he thought the undead world was just a projection created by the law, still illusory. Now his thoughts changed again. The undead world seemed to truly exist, located in another unimaginable dimensional space. These skeletons and undead legions were real species from the undead world. They were neither fully dead nor fully alive, existing between death and life. This also confirmed that the undead law contained vitality. Seemingly dead, but actually alive. Seemingly alive, but actually dead. Lin Moya suddenly understood what undead meant, gaining a deeper understanding of the term. Your magic star is quite peculiar. The appearance of a magic star changes according to the nature of the magic. But your magic star seems to be connected to another world, possessing an aura completely different from the real world. Antares saw through the essence at a glance. At his level, such things couldn't be hidden from him. Lin Moya didn't intend to hide it and explained the details of the magic to him. Antares marveled, not bad, not bad. Why don't you test the strength of the skeleton god warriors and the effect of the double star magic? Lin Moya shook his head with a smile. No rush. There might be more changes later. I'll test them all together then. His soul power was still incredibly abundant, and he could move many more skills. If there were more summoning skills, he could form a 3-star, even 4-star or 5-star magic system. The strength of the magic would change accordingly, making testing now meaningless. Antares urged Lin Moyo, then hurry up and move more. I'm very curious. Alright, I'll be careful this time and not make any mistakes. I'm eager to kill too. Lin Moyo, in a good mood, agreed to Antares, don't worry. He entered the skill space again. Looking at the 14 remaining skill star cores, Lin Moya's soul power surged, locking onto 2 skill star cores at once. Moving 2 at a time would satisfy Antares' demands. The key was that his soul power was too abundant. At level 94, with the refinement of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, Lin Moya's soul power was extremely pure. His soul power was equivalent to 5 or 6, even 10 times that of other professionals of the same level. On this basis, his total soul power far exceeded others. Even Lin Moya couldn't calculate the gap between himself and others. For other professionals, level 80 was just the beginning of accessing the skill space. At levels 86 and 87, they would start trying to move skill star cores, and most would fail. Moving 2 skill star cores was enough to become a god. But for Lin Moyo, moving skill star cores was incredibly easy, effortless. This created an essential difference that other professionals could never bridge. A few hours later, under Antares' witness, Lin Moyo moved 2 skill star cores into his soul world. Antares widened his eyes. You moved 2 at once. Lin Moyo replied, what else? If I moved 1, you wouldn't have a chance to kill me. Freak, you're a real freak. Antares couldn't help but curse. In the last era, a conceited fool walked this path, and I made him do it. He struggled and suffered, almost losing his life moving a skill star core. You, moving 2 at once. If that fool knew, he'd probably die of anger. Lin Moya laughed. If there's a chance, I'll definitely tell him and make him angry. I just don't know if he's still alive. The last era was too long ago. With the lifespan of humans, he might not still be alive. Antares said, that fool is still alive and seems to be doing quite well. Chapter 762. Chapter 762, 762. Chapter 762, left eye looks at one, right eye looks at another. Living from the last era to the present, it has been at least a few thousand years. For a human to live for thousands of years, their strength must be extremely powerful. Lin Moyo had long known that the last era was very strong. In that era, there were several supergods, and they existed simultaneously. There were even more than 100 half-step supergods. As for high-level gods, they were countless. Compared to their current era, it was much more prosperous. In that era, with so many strong individuals, there must have been people who took different paths to ascend. Antares would also choose suitable people to walk the path of the strongest. However, from what Antares said, the people of the last era were not as good as himself. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Perhaps we will meet in the future. Antares nodded. As long as that guy is still alive, you should meet. After all, you come from the same world. But that arrogant fool likes to court death, so he might die someday. It was clear that Antares did not think highly of that guy. Lin Moya didn't know what had happened between them, but it seemed they didn't end up as friends. When Antares mentioned the other person, he wasn't joking, he genuinely seemed disdainful. 2 skill star cores were moved into the soul world, and then soul power was injected into them. Lin Moya's ability to multitask was already very advanced, and he used it with ease. With Lin Moya's current surplus of soul power, filling 1 skill star core was not a problem, but filling two at the same time was quite challenging. Moreover, his soul power had just been completely depleted not long ago and had not yet fully recovered. Before long, his soul power was completely exhausted. "I'm here!" Antares shouted excitedly and immediately took action. He was not polite at all, having killed Lin Moya so many times, he had become quite experienced. The super god level power struck without any laws, purely physical strength. There was no damage, just pure physical attack. Antares had said that when physical strength reaches a certain level, it can exert terrifying destructive power without relying on laws. Moreover, there are related laws among the myriad laws. The most famous is the law of strength in the second tier. Antares used pure physical attacks to strike Lin Moya. However, with one strike, white light flashed on Lin Moya's body, and the damage transfer took effect, leaving him standing there. Didn't kill him? Antares was stunned for a moment, puzzled. It shouldn't be. Although Lin Moya had leveled up from 83 to 86, crossing 3 levels, his essence hadn't changed much. The increase in defense was insignificant in Antares' eyes. This strike should have been enough to deal a fatal blow to Lin Moya. Lin Moya was also a bit puzzled but quickly understood the issue. The problem lay in the new magic star, the Summon Skeleton God Warrior spell. The Skeleton God Warrior was clearly stronger than the previous Skeleton Berserker. Lin Moya hadn't yet checked how much stronger, but according to the spell's description, it was equivalent to his soul level, which was at level 94. The Skeleton Warrior had suddenly jumped from level 86 to level 94, especially since there is a qualitative change after level 90. The Berserker had become a God Warrior. This kind of enhancement was terrifying and comprehensive. Their strength also meant that Lin Moya's defense had significantly increased. They had withstood Antares' attack. Antares said nonchalantly, no problem, I'll just increase the power. I'll raise the attack power to Super God level 3. With that, he slapped Lin Moya again. Previously, he had used Super God level 1, now he raised it to level 3. This time, the attack succeeded, activating the Undead passive skill, and the entire Undead Legion was resurrected. Lin Moya felt the attack power of Super God level 3, which was several times greater than before. From this, it could be inferred that the gap between Super God level 1 and level 3 was significant. It also indicated that after reaching the Super God level, each level increase would result in a substantial increase in combat power. The higher the level, the greater the gap, which was understandable and normal. Just like the gap between level 20 and level 25 could be bridged, but the gap between level 90 and level 95 was almost insurmountable. Antares' second attack landed again, still at Super God level 3. Despite his seemingly casual demeanor, Antares' judgment was very accurate. Super God level 3 was just enough to deal a fatal blow to Lin Moya. It was also a way of indirectly telling Lin Moya where his defense limit was. After 4 consecutive waves of attacks, accompanied by flashes of purple light, Lin Moya was fully revived. His soul power was completely restored, and he once again injected soul power into the 2 skill star cores. Antares, with a hint of envy, said, "Your talent is really too good, I'm so envious." Lin Moya joked, "Do you want me to share half with you? Cut it out, you know that's impossible." Antares turned his head away, ignoring Lin Moya, looking a bit proud. Lin Moya laughed, "Didn't you say that in the great world, some strong individuals can seize others' talents? Why don't you learn that? After all, I can't beat you." Antares scoffed, "Do you think I would stoop to such a lowly act? Seizing others' talents is something only despicable races like the Soul Clan would do. What's yours is the best. Seized things always come with various problems." Antares suddenly thought of something, tilting his head, "But now that you mention it, I do remember something." "What is it?" Lin Moya asked. Antares shook his head, "I won't tell you for now, maybe later. That thing is in my dragon nest, I don't know if it has been taken. But it doesn't matter, even if it has been taken, I'll make them return it." Lin Moya knew that whatever Antares was talking about, it must be extraordinary. His soul power was once again exhausted, and the 2 skill star cores were almost full, just a bit more to go. Without Lin Moya needing to say anything, Antares had already taken action. Sometimes a dragon tail appeared in the air, sometimes a dragon claw, and even his chin was used. It seemed that every part of Antares' body was a weapon, capable of unleashing terrifying attacks. In the waves of Antares' attacks, Lin Moya recovered to his peak state. The 2 skill star cores burned brightly, about to explode and transform into stars. Antares suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." Lin Moya looked at him curiously, "What's wrong? Why the sudden outburst?" Antares said, 2 magic stars forming at the same time will produce 2 small black dots. Which one should I look at?" Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh, "Just use your left eye for one and your right eye for the other. Get lost, do you think this is a joke? This requires full concentration. Just try it, how will you know if you don't? Don't tell me you can't multitask." Antares looked distressed, but it seemed he had no other choice. If he only looked at one, he would miss the other, which he couldn't bear. "I guess I'm the first dragon in the entire dragon clan to look at 2 small black dots simultaneously. In the great world, anything is possible." Lin Moya couldn't say he was the first to form 2 magic stars simultaneously, but he was. Lin Moya laughed, "Next time, why don't I try forming 3 at once?" "Shut up, don't waste resources like that." Amid Antares' complaints, the fireballs exploded, and 2 magic stars were born. Chapter 763. Chapter 763, 763. Chapter 763, just ordinary, nothing to be proud of. Antares really did look with one eye to the left and one eye to the right. Lin Moya found this appearance very strange, somewhat like a cross-eyed chicken. Lin Moyo almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, but then thought it was inappropriate and held back. The two small black dots had an even stronger aura than before, and Lin Moyo firmly remembered it. Antares was completely absorbed, deeply contemplating and unable to extricate himself. Lin Moyo didn't bother him, instead feeling the comfort from his soul. By expending soul power and receiving feedback, he gained an eternal improvement in his soul level. Using something that can regenerate and recover to gain an eternal improvement is indeed a great deal. His soul level advanced a small step on the path to level 94. Although the improvement was not large, any progress was good. Lin Moyo felt that by the time he moved all the skill star cores, his soul level should reach level 95. The newly converted magic stars intertwined and connected, directly forming a double star magic system. Then they flew towards the double star magic system of Summon Skeleton God Warrior and Summon Elemental Lich, seemingly wanting to join them. Lin Moyo was stunned. Could it really be like this? There were still a dozen skill star cores left, 5 of which belonged to summoning skills. Unexpectedly, the two he moved this time were both summoning skills. This was indeed the case. The 4 magic stars connected with each other, rotating on their own while also orbiting other magic stars. They operated very stably and in a highly regular manner. It looked like they were performing a beautiful dance. 4-star magic. When it was double-star magic, the spells could interact with each other, making them more convenient to use and adding many uses, but not enhancing the power of the spells. Starting from 3 stars, the power of the spells began to increase significantly, and with each additional star, the power would greatly increase. Now it's 4-star magic, so the spells must be stronger, but I don't know if they can break the limit. Lin Moyo's idea of the limit was his own soul limit. The power of the spells was capped by his soul level. Even if they could break the limit, it would only enhance them slightly. At level 94, the most he could do was attack level 95, without a qualitative change. If he could break this limit, it would be a real breakthrough. After all, others at level 96 and above could comprehend laws, allowing their spells to carry laws. The power of their spells would greatly increase. The gap might not be too large now, but as they mastered the laws more deeply in the future, the gap would widen. Lin Moyo hoped his spells could break the limit to compensate for the lack of laws. Summon Skeleton God Mage, fusion rate 100%. Summon a Skeleton God Mage, usually dormant within the magic star, connected to the undead world, and can descend into the present world when needed. The combat power of the Skeleton God Mage will depend on the master's soul level. Summon Skeleton Soul Archer, fusion rate 100%. Summon a Skeleton Soul Archer, usually dormant within the magic star, connected to the undead world, and can descend into the present world when needed. The combat power of the Skeleton Soul Archer will depend on the master's soul level. All 3 of his major skeleton summoning skills were now complete. Moreover, they formed a 4-star magic system with the Summon Elemental Lich. Lin Moyo was so excited that he almost couldn't resist checking the attributes, but he held back in the end. He planned to reveal the final result later, hoping there might be more summoning skills to form a 5-star or even 6-star magic system. He wanted the surprise to be even greater. 4-star magic. Antares finally came back to his senses. Lin Moyo asked, "In the great world, are there many people with 4-star magic?" Antares glanced at Lin Moyo. "It's alright. Think about it, the great world is infinitely large, with countless races and endless geniuses. 4-star magic is not common, but it's definitely not rare." "Really?" Lin Moyo expressed doubt. Antares snorted, "You dare to doubt me?" Lin Moyo openly questioned Antares. "This is different from what you said before. You said multi-star magic is very rare." Antares immediately explained, "When I said multi-star magic is rare, I meant 6-star and 7-star magic. 4-star magic is just ordinary. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and continue, my hands are still itching." Antares kept urging, looking very anxious. Lin Moyo chuckled and sent his soul will back to the skill space. Antares left Lin Moyo's soul world and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "I can't let this brat get too proud." But I didn't lie. 4-star magic is not common, but it's definitely not rare. If this brat can really create 6-star or 7-star magic, then... Antares looked at Lin Moyo with sparkling eyes, already thinking that Lin Moyo's talent was beyond monstrous, like a freak. If Lin Moyo could create 6-star or 7-star magic, he wouldn't know how to describe it. As more and more magic stars appeared in the soul world, more soul power was needed to maintain them. Only the surplus could be used by Lin Moyo to move skill star cores. After feeling his surplus soul power, Lin Moyo estimated that he could move 5 or 6 more skill star cores. He never overestimated or underestimated himself. As the number of skill star cores in the skill space decreased, the binding force of the skill space increased. But it still couldn't stop Lin Moyo, who was like a bandit. Lin Moyo's soul power was too strong and pure. The skill space could only complain like a little grudge, but couldn't do anything to Lin Moyo. Soon, the skill star cores were moved to the soul world, and Lin Moyo immediately began injecting soul power. At this point, his soul power was not as abundant as before. Even with just one skill star core, he couldn't convert it into a magic star in one go. Antares, with a mischievous smile, attacked Lin Moyo. Seeing the magic star rising into the sky, it joined the already formed 4-star magic system, turning it into a 5-star magic system. What a coincidence! Lin Moyo didn't know how to describe his luck. It was another summoning skill star core. His vision was too accurate. 5-star magic. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed in his soul. Antares looked at the 5-star magic with shock. Lin Moyo asked curiously, "Isn't 4-star magic very common? 5-star magic shouldn't be that rare, right?" Lin Moya seriously doubted the truth of Antares' words based on his reaction. If it were really common, he wouldn't have such a big reaction. It seemed Antares hadn't told the truth. Antares said, 4-star magic is common, but 5-star magic is much rarer, at least 100 times less common than 4-star magic. But the Great World has a large population, so there are still many people with 5-star magic. You must not be proud. Lin Moya looked at Antares, trying to see something from his eyes. Antares felt guilty. Why are you looking at me? Look at the magic. What is it this time? Summon Death Knight, fusion rate 100%. Summon a Death Knight, usually dormant within the magic star, connected to the undead world, and can descend into the present world when needed. The combat power of the Death Knight will depend on the master's soul level. As the 5-star magic system formed, the soul world suddenly roared and began to shake violently. Chapter 764. Chapter 764, 764. Chapter 764, Super God Level 7, Soul Tracking. Another attribute disappeared. Since the job change, starting from summoning the first skeleton, the attribute that always existed, summoning space. At this moment, it disappeared. Summoning space has always been an important attribute that determines the number of the undead army. Every time its space expands, the undead army can increase by dozens. Its importance goes without saying, but now, it has disappeared. With its disappearance, the soul world began to shake violently, undergoing an unimaginable intense change. Summon Skeleton God Warrior. Summon Skeleton God Mage. Summon Soul Archer. Summon Death Knight. The stars representing these 4 summoning spells were also undergoing intense changes. They combined with the spell star of Summon Elemental Lich to form a 5-star spell, with the 5 stars attracting and rotating around each other. In the stars, a large number of black dots appeared, which were the undead army Lin Moya once had. They disappeared from the summoning space and transferred into the spell stars. This included those under the Lich General. The disappearance of the summoning space also affected the Lich General. The Lich General's summoning space also disappeared simultaneously. From this moment on, the Lich General seemed to become a lone entity. Lin Moya could understand this change, but he found it somewhat amusing. The spell was high above, and the Lich General had not yet transformed into a spell, still just an ordinary skill, not qualified to command the spell, let alone a star-level spell. The difference between the two was too great, completely not on the same level. The shaking of the soul world was caused by these summoning spell stars. Their colors were changing, the originally silver-white light began to fade, gradually covered by gray gas. The gray gas was filled with the breath of death, the most familiar undead aura to Lin Moya, a substance belonging to the undead world. These spell stars connected to the undead world, drawing out the aura of the undead world. This change continued for several minutes before finally stopping. At this moment, the spell stars became half silver-white and half gray. Silver-white was the undead flame, gray was the undead aura. The two looked distinct and did not interfere with each other. But Lin Moya could feel that their relationship was very harmonious, with you and me and you. Antares stared unblinkingly at the half-silver, half-gray spell stars. Your spell stars are a bit strange, I feel they are still missing something. Lin Moya nodded, indeed, they are still missing something. They were not yet complete. In the skill space, there were still the skill star cores of Summon Bone Dragon and Summon Lich General. Only by moving them all over and integrating them could they be complete. By then, it would be a 7-star spell. Antares said, I remember, you still have summoning skills, right? Lin Moya nodded, there are 2 more. 2 more, if you move them all over, that would be a 7-star spell. Antares couldn't help but sigh. Lin Moya then looked at a spell planet in the distance. That spell planet represented Summon Skeleton King, with a fusion rate of only 30%. The spell planet was dim and rotated around the star. If it could also be integrated, there would be a chance to become an 8-star spell. Lin Moya did not have too high expectations, 7 stars as a baseline, 8 stars as the best. Some things cannot be forced. Although not forced, Lin Moya was confident that one day he would transform all the spell planets in his soul world into spell stars. He wanted to perfectly walk this path of the strongest, turning all spells into star level. Ambition, or rather ambition, Lin Moya never lacked. Under Antares' urging, Lin Moya once again entered the skill space. His soul power was still abundant, able to move several more. There were 11 skill star cores left in the skill space. Lin Moya still chose the nearest one according to his lazy method. The skill space seemed to give up resistance, and Lin Moya did not encounter much resistance. It could also be because his soul power was too strong, making the skill space's resistance ineffective. In just half a day, a new skill star core appeared in the soul world. Following the usual procedure, he injected soul power, and the skill star core began to shine. When Lin Moya's soul power was exhausted, Antares excitedly slapped him. The power of Super God Level 3 was enough to shatter space. If it weren't for this special area, which could be considered a special space created by Antares himself, extremely stable. In another place, the space would have collapsed long ago. If it hit the Demon Emperor or Dragon Emperor, it would be certain death. Such a terrifying slap hit Lin Moya, but he was unharmed. Antares was stunned. What the hell? Lin Moya had already anticipated this. My undead army has become stronger. The implication was, my skin has become thicker, Super God Level 3 is not enough to kill me. Antares shouted, you freak. A guy who was only level 86 couldn't be killed by the power of Super God Level 3. And this was pure physical strength, without using any laws. If it were another Super God Level 3, especially one who comprehended elemental laws, if they fought Lin Moya, they would probably cry. Lin Moya could stand there and let them hit him, without getting hurt at all. Antares mourned for the guys in the great world for 3 seconds, fearing they would have a mental breakdown. When the power was increased to Super God level 6, Lin Moya was once again fatally attacked. Lin Moya said, "The attack at the level of Super God level 5 can cause considerable damage to me. If there are 2 consecutive hits, it can destroy the undead army. Of course, this is under the condition that the undead army is not released and maintains the current quantity. Super God level 6 can kill me in the current state, but if the number of the undead army increases further in the future, it might not be enough." Lin Moya felt the attack and analyzed it truthfully. Antares shouted in his heart, "Lin Moya, you monster," but said, "Starting from Super God level 7, there is a qualitative change in the Super God level, and an additional characteristic. Try it." Antares unhesitatingly increased the power to Super God level 7. A rumbling sound echoed in the air, and the attack power increased several times compared to before. It was like the difference between level 96 and level 95, a qualitative change in power, also a preparation for the next stage. The immense power fell on Lin Moya, and the undead instantly collapsed collectively. The undead skill activated. In the next second, the undead revived, but immediately collapsed again. Then, the undead revived for the 3rd time, but after 2 seconds, they collapsed again. After 2 consecutive revivals and 2 deaths, the talent was directly triggered. Accompanied by purple light, Lin Moya was fully reborn. The undead revived again, this time without collapsing. Lin Moya was astonished. What's going on? This is a characteristic that only appears after reaching Super God level 7, we call it soul tracking. In the great world, many races have the talent of substitution, and some races can even be reborn from a drop of blood. But these talent characteristics are greatly reduced in effectiveness in the face of soul tracking. Antares explained, making Lin Moya understand its function. Chapter 765. Chapter 765, 765. Chapter 765, Antares repeated warnings. The attack with soul tracking will continue as long as the enemy's soul is not destroyed. It will either exhaust its power or kill the target, otherwise, the attack will be relentless. Antares looked at the shocked Lin Moya and laughed. Now you know fear, right? So, don't think you can be reckless just because you have thick skin and can revive. If you encounter a true god-level being who uses soul tracking on you, even if you can revive 100 times, it won't help. Lin Moya was indeed startled, but then he realized something. Wait, I can sever the soul tracking. Antares didn't expect Lin Moya to react so quickly and find a loophole. His attempt to scare Lin Moya failed. This little brat is really sharp, no wonder he's a monster, Antares thought to himself, but he said aloud, maybe you can, but in the great world, there are countless strong beings, and there might be other secret techniques. One misstep, and it's the end. Lin Moya said, I understand. Alright, kill me again. His soul power was once again exhausted, and the skill star core was not yet fully fed. Alright. Antares responded cheerfully and immediately took action. Antares didn't use soul tracking but kept killing Lin Moya repeatedly. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? Using soul tracking might be quick, but it lacked a sense of accomplishment. In the soul world, Antares once again became cross-eyed, staring unblinkingly at the burning skill star core. Lin Moya did the same, and the two of them, one human and one dragon, had similar expressions. The star core exploded, and the magic star rose from the flames. This time, it wasn't a summoning skill, the magic star stood alone, rotating by itself. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed, there would be another chance next time. After all, they all needed to be converted eventually, whether sooner or later. The magic star emitted an unusual light, and a peculiar feeling spread from the magic star throughout his body. Even his soul was enveloped by this feeling. Lin Moya felt as if he was wearing an invisible armor, capable of resisting various attacks. A passive spell. Lin Moya was slightly surprised this was the feeling of a passive spell. Physical resistance, fusion rate 100% passive spell, grants immunity to all physical attacks for oneself and summoned creatures, and reduces damage from all physical laws by half. Seeing this magic star, Lin Moya's mouth twitched, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that Antares would have to put in more effort to kill him now. Super God level 7 might not be enough. He wondered if Super God level 8 would work. After Super God level 7, there is a qualitative change in power, with each level increase significantly boosting attack power. It's completely different from before level 7. Lin Moya glanced at Antares, who was still contemplating the small black dot. With a quick thought, he ignored Antares and re-entered the skill space to move more skills. Moments later, Antares came back to his senses. Seeing the newly formed magic star and sensing that Lin Moya's will was no longer there, he muttered, did I contemplate for that long? I wonder what skill that brat got this time. I'll ask him later. Antares thought he had been contemplating for too long, but time didn't mean much to him. In the past, it was normal for him to sleep for decades or even centuries. Lin Moya quickly moved another skill star core and began injecting soul power. Kill me. Alright. Antares heard his favorite words and immediately slapped Lin Moya. The power of Super God level 6 was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, shatter mountains and rivers. It could even break a fragment world. But when it hit Lin Moya, there was no reaction. Lin Moya had anticipated this result and frowned. Is that all you've got, weak dragon? Antares was stunned. It shouldn't be. He tried again, but the result was the same. The attack landed on Lin Moyo, but there was no reaction. Antares clearly sensed that his attack disappeared when it hit Lin Moyo. It was as if Lin Moyo had become a black hole, swallowing all his attacks. Unconvinced, he increased the attack power to Super God level 7 and even used soul tracking, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no effect. Antares realized something was wrong and shouted, "Brat, what spell did you awaken?" Lin Moyo explained with a smile. Antares was dumbfounded. "You mean, you're immune to physical attacks? And physical elemental damage is reduced by 8100 times. Exactly. Lin Moyo was also excited. Antares said, "What's there to be excited about? I can't kill you now, so how will you convert the skill star cores into magic stars?" Oh, Lin Moyo had forgotten about this issue. Antares chuckled, then suddenly widened his eyes and let out a dragon roar. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, transforming into a massive dragon head that crashed down on Lin Moyo. The ground shook, and the earth trembled. Everyone in the upper layer of the ancient battlefield felt an immense pressure. Some even fell to the ground in fear, not knowing what had happened. If Antares hadn't stabilized the space, the entire ancient battlefield might have collapsed. Lin Moyo was fatally attacked on the spot, and the undead army instantly collapsed. Moreover, it collapsed 4 times, directly activating the full rebirth talent. Lin Moyo was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The whole process happened so quickly that he couldn't react. Lin Moyo deeply felt the overwhelming power, an attack he couldn't resist. In the face of this power, any law-based damage reduction was meaningless. He didn't even know what law Antares had used, only that it must have been a law. Lin Moyo recalled that Antares had used similar power before, making the entire ancient battlefield feel like the end of the world. But back then, Lin Moyo didn't feel it as clearly as he did now. Antares laughed, "Now you know the power. Don't think you're invincible just because you have strong damage reduction. When facing a true god, you're still doomed. This is just the power of a true god at the first level. Don't get arrogant. The gap between levels is indeed terrifying. The difference between Super God level 7 and 6 is already significant. The gap between a true god and a super god is even greater." Lin Moyo put away his pride. "I understand, thank you." Antares waved his hand. "No need for thanks, just let me kill you a few more times." "No problem." Such a small request, Lin Moyo naturally agreed. Another magic star was formed, and both of them got what they wanted. Bone Spear, fusion rate 100% releases a bone spear to attack the enemy, causing physical damage. The spear has strong penetration, and its power depends on the amount of mental energy consumed. This time, the converted skill was Bone Spear, once one of Lin Moyo's main attack skills. After converting into a magic star, it quickly approached the other bone-related magic stars. The soul world began to shake violently again. Chapter 766. Chapter 766, 766. Chapter 766, What realm am I in, would I envy you? With the addition of the Bone Spear spell star, it combined with Bone Prison, Bone Fangs, and Bone Armor to form a 4-star spell system. Lin Moyo watched as the 4 stars burned brightly, attracting and rotating around each other. At their center, a magical substance beyond words was forming. This substance carried a strong aura of laws, specifically the manifestation of the undead law. The manifestation of the law made it thousands of times easier to comprehend. Lin Moyo could quickly grasp and master the undead law through it. The formation of the 4-star spell system caused a violent tremor in the soul world. The light on the 4 stars also brightened significantly. Lin Moyo knew that the power of his spells had increased once again. Now, they could pose a fatal threat to high-level gods at level 96, no longer just causing superficial wounds. Lin Moyo felt his soul power and found that he still had some surplus. He immediately headed back to the skill space without stopping. Antares woke up and saw the newly formed 4-star spell system. 2 multi-star spell systems, and both are above 3 stars. This world is crazy. How can such an existence appear? No wonder the Great World Rune wants to suppress this brat. Without its suppression, who knows how strong he would become? A monster is a monster, beyond common sense. Antares muttered to himself, having nothing more to say about Lin Moyo. Watching Lin Moyo move one skill star core after another effortlessly, Antares couldn't help but feel envious. Others would struggle and suffer to move just 1 or 2, but for Lin Moyo, it was as simple as eating and drinking. Comparing oneself to others could indeed be infuriating. But this was also good, as it allowed Antares to repeatedly observe the small black dots. At his level, every bit of progress was extremely difficult, often requiring great sacrifices or a lot of time, or encountering great opportunities. For Antares, watching the formation of stars and the appearance of the small black dots was a great opportunity. And it wasn't just once he had seen it more than a dozen times. Antares suddenly felt that being trapped here for so many years was worth it. Who else could watch so many small black dots? Even if there were other dragons who transformed stars, who would dare to open their soul world and let others in without reservation? No one, not a single one. Back then, Lin Moyo had simply said, "You are my friend." And now, they had reached this point. This could be considered a kind of fate. Antares thought about his life among the dragons and realized he had no friends. Among his kind, he had no friends, but he had made a human friend, one who could open his soul world without reservation. Fate is indeed mysterious. Soon, another skill star core was dragged over. "Are you ready?" Lin Moyo asked with a smile. Antares sharpened his claws. "What preparation? I'm always ready." The scene that had played out many times before was reenacted once again. As the spell star formed, a strange feeling swept over Lin Moyo. Another passive spell. Which one will it be? There were 2 passive skills left, Status Immunity, and Undying Undead. Both were very useful. In fact, all of Lin Moya's skills were useful, unlike many other professions that had 1 or 2 insignificant skills. The passive spell star stood alone, seemingly carrying a noble aura, distinct from other spell stars. Its demeanor clearly showed it was different. Elemental resistance and physical resistance were like this. When the star stabilized, the spell information appeared. Undying Undead, fusion rate 100%. Members of the Undead Legion will not die from fatal attacks but will be reborn to their peak state and continue fighting. Each undead has 5 chances to be reborn within 5 minutes. Spell cooldown, 3 minutes. The skill had changed, and so had Lin Moya's expression. From skill to spell, the change was significant. Rebirth no longer returned them to the summoning space but revived them on the spot, and to their peak state. They could be reborn 5 times within 5 minutes, more than doubling the previous 2 times. Moreover, the cooldown was reduced to 3 minutes, compared to 5 minutes in skill form. Although Lin Moya always used this skill in conjunction with his talent, making the cooldown reduction less significant, the transformation into a spell greatly increased its practicality. Lin Moya felt he had become even harder to kill. As long as he didn't face a true god, his safety was almost guaranteed. Even a super god at level 9 would find it difficult to kill him. Not that they couldn't kill him, but it would be very troublesome. Lin Moya shared the new spell with Antares, who remained calm and unmoved. He just gave Lin Moya a long look and said, "You must have turtle blood in you." Lin Moya didn't mind and laughed, "You're just jealous." Antares scoffed, "What realm am I in? Would I envy you? You're dreaming." Lin Moya didn't argue with him and went back into the skill space. From Antares' eyes, it was clear that he was indeed envious. He had been envious before, and even more so now. Entering the skill space again, Lin Moya's soul power was no longer as abundant. He had already moved 7 skill star cores, and each new spell star required a portion of his soul power to maintain. Only the surplus soul power could be used to move skill star cores. The feeling of abundant soul power was gone, and moving skill star cores was no longer as easy as before. The skill space seemed to sense Lin Moya's change and mocked him. As the number of skill star cores in the skill space decreased, the binding force of the skill space increased rapidly, making Lin Moya's bandit-like task more difficult. The skill space resisted effectively, but it couldn't stop Lin Moya, the great bandit. After half a day, the 8th skill star core was moved out. This should be the last one, Lin Moya thought, feeling his remaining soul power. He knew he couldn't continue. There was still some surplus soul power, but it wasn't enough to move another skill star core. He would have to wait until he leveled up again. There were 7 skill star cores left in the skill space. He estimated that he could move them all by level 88 or 89. At level 86 now, with good luck, he could empty the skill space by level 88. If not, then by level 89. Of course, it would be best to empty the skill space by level 88, leaving the rest for his talent world. The talent world was the most difficult. Lin Moya had no clue how to extract 3 talents, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had goals but couldn't be impatient. The skill star core entered the soul world, wrapped in soul power, and began to transform into a spell. There were no surprises, and there wouldn't be any. With Antares as his helper, Lin Moya died a worthy death. Antares watched the small black dot, while Lin Moya watched the star. The new spell star joined the soul world and then rushed towards its kind without hesitation. Chapter 767. Chapter 767, 767. Chapter 767, I can only say you are an idiot. The 6 spell stars connected to each other, attracting and intertwining. Lin Moya watched as they each operated, creating a very mysterious scene. At their center, a gray gas mass was forming. Like the 4-star spell system of the skeleton type, the multi-star spell system began to generate a gray gas mass containing the aura of laws once it reached 3 stars. The gray gas mass is the manifestation of the law, and the trajectory of the spell star's operation, if carefully observed, actually revolves around the gray gas mass. Antares murmured, 6-star spell. His tone was clearly shocked, but he immediately changed it. It's okay, 6-star spells are relatively rare. But in the great world, with so many strong individuals, 6-star spells are not uncommon. Lin Moya waved his hand, don't worry, I won't become arrogant. If he still didn't understand Antares' intention by now, he really wouldn't need to continue. The newly added spell star formed a 6-star spell system. After the trajectory changed, it quickly stabilized. Overall, the 6 stars revolved around the central gray gas mass. At the same time, they attracted each other and had their own trajectories. It was precisely because of the existence of the central gray gas mass that their operation, even in a balanced state, was not chaotic at all. Summon Lich General, fusion rate 100%. Summon a Lich General, usually dormant within the star, connected to the undead world, and can descend into the present world when needed. The Lich General has the ability to command and lead the undead army and can also participate in combat. The number and combat power of the undead the Lich General can command will depend on the master's soul level. The Lich General also underwent a significant change, no longer just commanding and assisting, but also possessing combat power. As for the strength of the combat power, it would need to be tested to know. The soul world shook again, caused by the 6 stars in the 6-star spell system. They emitted more undead aura, making the manifestation of the law more apparent. Antares' eyes became serious at this moment. Lin Moya noticed something was wrong. Is there a problem? Antares said solemnly, I feel like your soul world is trying to connect to another world. And the connection channels are right there and there. Antares pointed to the 6-star spell system of summoning and the 4-star spell system of skeletons. Strictly speaking, he was pointing to their centers, the gas masses manifesting the laws. Lin Moyo could only sense the aura of the laws from them, he couldn't see the deeper things like Antares could. However, the spells did mention that the spell stars were connected to the undead world. At that time, he had wondered if the undead world was a real world. Antares continued, your profession is too special, and I can't say if this is good or bad. Lin Moyo was very open-minded, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. I'll take it as it comes. Alright, I've done everything I need to do. Now you should tell me how to level up next. Antares said, at level 86, you can continue to kill monsters to gain soul power for leveling up, but that's the lowest method. You've read so much information, you should know that many human professionals above level 86 no longer enter dungeons or kill monsters but choose to go into seclusion. Lin Moyo nodded, that's right, but most professionals choose to go into seclusion after level 88. Antares said, level 88 is a bit late actually, level 86 is the best. And what you need to do is different from them. They are just comprehending their own souls, optimizing their souls, and understanding the power of the soul to prepare for becoming a god. At the same time, they also need to sense the skill space, move skill star cores, and convert them into spells. But you don't need to do that. Antares explained in detail what Lin Moyo needed to do next. Others needed to move skill star cores, but Lin Moyo didn't need to. He had almost plundered the entire skill space. He was walking a completely different path from others. Next, he needed to start comprehending the laws. Others would only start comprehending the laws after becoming gods, as their souls grew stronger. But Lin Moyo needed to start comprehending the laws at level 86. Whether it was the requirement for soul level or his own level, Lin Moyo was far ahead. Can I do it? The backlash from the laws, my soul level is only 94. Without reaching level 96, he couldn't withstand the backlash from the laws. This was a clear principle, a constant rule. Antares said, you can do it, but the process will be a bit difficult. When I say difficult, I mean the laws are hard to comprehend. But your laws are manifested, making it thousands of times easier than for others. If you still can't comprehend them, I can only say you are an idiot. During the process of comprehending the laws, your soul will be sorted out and become stable. Because this is something you comprehend from scratch, your soul will adapt to the laws. Although there will be some backlash, it won't be severe and will be completely within the tolerable range. It's not like directly using laws that don't belong to you, which would cause severe backlash. In the great world, there is a magical race that can use laws before reaching level 70. With the ability to use laws, they can have combat power surpassing level 90 at level 70. Lin Moyo understood Antares' words. Without the Thunder Elemental Law, he couldn't use the Thunder Elemental Law. In the end, he was relying on external objects. If he could avoid relying on external objects, it was best not to. Relying on oneself was the true path. Lin Moyo deeply understood this principle. Antares continued, and during the process of comprehending the laws, your soul power will also increase. Combined with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, your soul power will become even purer. When you reach level 90, your soul power will be purer than any other race at the same level, at least 10 times purer. At this point, Antares couldn't help but clench his dragon claw. You should have already felt that the 9-colored dragon soul crystal doesn't increase the speed of soul level growth very much. Because its fundamental role is not to enhance the soul level but to refine the soul, making the soul power extremely pure. Others need 10 units of soul power to accomplish something, but you only need 1 unit. Lin Moyo said, thank you, I understand. Antares waved his dragon claw, don't rush, I'm not done yet. Lin Moyo's mouth twitched, please continue. Antares said, you still need to extract your talents. I can tell you that without extremely pure soul power, trying to extract your talents is absolutely a fool's dream. At that time, not only will you fail to extract them, but your soul might also be severely damaged. Of course, you don't care, I can just kill you a few times. But if you want to become the strongest, you must extract your talents. Otherwise, when you reach level 90, the door to the talent world will gradually close, and it will be difficult to extract them. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, I have a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. Why does the door to the talent world gradually close after level 90, and the influence of talents become weaker? Antares snorted, it's okay to tell you. This is the deepest rule of the Great World, said to be determined by the Great World Rune. The fundamental reason is 2 words, balance. Balance. Lin Moyo didn't understand this. What does it have to do with balance? Antares chuckled, it's normal not to understand. Think about it. Chapter 768. Chapter 768, 768. Chapter 768, The Balance of the Great World, Stay Steady and Don't Be Reckless. Antares told a story. Lin Moyo listened attentively. In the Great World, there is a very powerful race. Their strength lies in their talents, and this race calls themselves the Chosen Race. From birth, members of the Chosen Race can awaken a talent. By adulthood, they can awaken at least 5 talents, and the strongest can awaken 7 or even 8 talents. These powerful and numerous talents allow them to easily challenge opponents of higher levels. Being invincible at the same level is as simple as eating and drinking for this race. If things continued this way, when everyone reached the super god, true god, or even higher levels, the Chosen Race, with their various talents, would still be invincible at the same level, even able to instantly kill enemies of the same level. In this way, it would not be surprising for them to become the strongest race in the Great World. But this situation changed after level 90. Different races have different names for levels before the super god level, and Antares explained it in terms Lin Moya could understand. After level 90, the effect of talents begins to weaken. As strength increases, the effect of talents also weakens. Until finally, the door to the talent world completely closes, and talents no longer have any impact on strength. Everyone returns to the same starting line. At the same level, who is strong and who is weak still depends on individual understanding and control of power. This is the so-called balance. With Antares' explanation, Lin Moya immediately understood. In the great world, there seems to be an invisible force maintaining the balance of the entire great world. No one can dominate alone, and there is no absolutely powerful race. Antares said, "Do you know who came up with the method to extract talents?" Lin Moya said, "It must be them." Antares chuckled, "That's right, but unfortunately, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined, and the result was unexpected for everyone." Lin Moya thought for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, the chosen race was almost exterminated, right?" "Smart." Antares couldn't help but praise, "How did you guess?" Lin Moya said, "The strong individuals of various races in the great world would not allow an absolutely powerful race to appear. You also mentioned the need for balance." Antares nodded. "Indeed, the chosen race was almost exterminated, and their strongest ancestor was besieged and fell. In the end, the chosen race revealed the method to retain talents, which allowed them to survive." Lin Moya pondered for a few seconds and slowly said, "It shouldn't be that simple. The strong individuals of various races must have imposed restrictions on the chosen race. If another invincible talent emerges from their race." Antares' eyes lit up. "You really are a freak to think of this." Indeed, although the various races superficially let the chosen race go, they actually confined them. Lin Moya sighed, "The great world is as cruel as imagined. Possessing a treasure can be a crime, and a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The chosen race might have been too high profile if they had hidden their strength and acted in secret. When a large number of invincible strong individuals emerged from their race, relying on their talents, they might have truly been able to dominate all races." Antares said so much to tell Lin Moya two principles. First is the word balance. Currently, the great world, whether its own will or various races, follows this principle. The chosen race is the best example. No matter how strong or good the talents are, they will eventually disappear. Although they found a special method to solve this problem, they almost faced extermination. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined, and fate is indeed mysterious. Secondly, it is to be low-key. Whether as an individual or a race, do not be too ostentatious before having absolute strength. Stay steady and don't be reckless, or the waves of the great world will surely swallow you. Antares told Lin Moya the method to retain talents. "Alright, you can start comprehending the laws now. The process of comprehending the laws is also the process of refining your soul. Remember, the soul is the foundation of everything, for all races. I'll take a nap first, call me if you need anything." After giving a final warning, Antares slowly closed his eyes. Comprehending the laws is not a matter of a day or two, it takes years. In the soul world, the bone and summoning spells each formed two multi-star spell systems. At their centers, laws were also condensing. Lin Moya began to observe and comprehend. The eye of the soul opened, and soul power flowed out, slowly enveloping the laws. He comprehended every bit of it. The benefits of law manifestation were obvious, and a large amount of profound knowledge about the laws came one after another. Lin Moya's soul was immediately immersed in it. The feeling was wonderful, completely different from when he had previously sensed the laws. Every bit of comprehension was countless times deeper. Time passed day by day, and Lin Moya was unaware of it. In the human world, the army was gathering. This time, not only the army was mobilized, but also a large number of professionals. Those guilds, dungeon teams, and civilian organizations, etc. Anyone who wanted to go could go. This time, going to the dragon race was not about conquering cities and territories, but a war of extermination. It was a war between races. No prisoners were needed, and there was no sympathy. Kill on sight, it's either them or us. Naturally, the Shangxia Empire could not bear this burden alone. After all, it concerned the entire human race, so other countries also participated. Meng Yanwen, as the only god-level array master among the human race, and a high-level god-level array master at that, set up a large number of teleportation arrays. At this moment, the Shangxia Empire truly displayed its power to the world. Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, Ning Taran, Mo Xingai, Fengxiu, Yi Hao. One high-level god after another appeared before the world. They were surrounded by laws, high and mighty, truly gods among men. The strength of the Shangxia Empire silenced all other forces and countries. While other countries were still counting how many god-level individuals they had, the Shangxia Empire already had a batch of high-level gods. One high-level god was enough to suppress all other countries and forces, let alone more than one. The Shangxia Empire had truly become the #1 country among the human race, the true king. Meng Yanwen stood in the air, with the Shangxia Tower slowly rotating above his head. On the ground, 12 giant cross-realm teleportation arrays occupied a large area. These giant cross-realm teleportation arrays were super large, each occupying a range of 1,000 meters. The 12 arrays formed a circle, emitting a faint glow. Outside the teleportation arrays, countless people and horses gathered. A dense mass of people, impossible to see the end. Closest to the teleportation arrays were the Shangxia Empire's army, followed by various professionals and forces. Meng Yanwen's eyes were like lightning. Activate the teleportation. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the 12 teleportation arrays operated simultaneously. Huge beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. The 12 beams of light shot out like sharp swords, landing on the Shangxia Tower. The Shangxia Tower gathered the energy of the 12 giant teleportation arrays and suddenly expanded. It emitted a strong aura of laws, and the array laws manifested. An incredibly terrifying power swept out, making everyone within 1,000 miles feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Meng Yanwen's fingertips released runes, each carrying the aura of laws. Finally, a seemingly insignificant beam of law light shot out from the top of the Shangxia Tower. A black hole appeared in the sky, revealing the world of the dragon race. Advance. Chapter 769. Chapter 769, 769. Chapter 769, The Last Trash of This World. In the world of the Book Clan, spacetime channels appeared simultaneously in various regions. Lin Moyo and a group of human professionals rushed out from the spacetime channels. Meng Yanwen could locate the dragon world using spacetime markers, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Meng Yanwen was skilled in formations, but his strength was limited. Unlike Antares, he couldn't penetrate the fragmented world. In fact, before Meng Yanwen reached the high-level god stage, even if he had the spacetime markers of the dragon world, he couldn't set up such a large-scale teleportation array. Humans are the masters of this world, with a total population exceeding 1 billion. Among them, there are more than 200 million combat professionals, far surpassing the number of dragons. Out of the 200 million combat professionals, at least half entered the dragon world, with some remaining in the human world. They formed teams and treated the dragon world like a dungeon, considering the dragons as monsters. Since they aimed to exterminate the dragon race, a racial war, they naturally wouldn't spare the ancient battlefield either. A large number of human professionals also poured into this area, searching for traces of dragons. Once found, they would not be spared. In a racial war, there is no middle ground, only life and death. Meng Yanwen watched the human teams charging into the dragon world like wolves and tigers, his eyes flickering. Not only him, but high-level gods like Fengxiu, Mo Xingai, and Bai Yaiwan were also watching. These people represented the highest authority among humans, their words were law. However, none of them took action this time. Not only did they not take action, but none of the god-level powerhouses among humans did either. Fengxiu asked, "Old Meng, why don't we take action?" Meng Yanwen replied, "Xiao has already killed all the dragon kings in the dragon world, forced the dragon emperor to flee, and even killed most of the level 88 and 89 dragon warriors." Fengxiu understood, "You mean to use the remaining dragons to train our human warriors?" Meng Yanwen nodded, "That's also Xiao's intention. Xiao once said that the sharpness of the human race cannot be lost. Moreover, it's not just this war, we will also have to fight the abyssal demons next. We can't rely on Xiao for everything, can we?" Fengxiu and the others pondered Meng Yanwen's words and found them very reasonable. If Lin Moya did everything, the human race might avoid many casualties, but they would also lose their fighting spirit. Without the will to strive and improve, the human race might never become stronger. Looking back at human history, every period of growth was marked by bloodshed. Every sacrifice made by the human race laid a strong foundation for future strength. This time, as long as no Dragon King level enemies appeared among the dragons, they would not take action. This battle would last a long time. Although it was just a fragmented world, it spanned thousands of kilometers. The dragons had scattered and hidden, making them difficult to find. According to Meng Yanwen's plan, it would take about 6 months to a year to thoroughly search the dragon world, like plowing a field, to completely wipe out the dragons. The news of humans entering the dragon world quickly spread to the abyss. No demon could imagine that the once invincible dragon race would end up like this. Ultimately, it was because Lin Moya was too strong. Perhaps in the near future, they would attack the abyss. For a time, the demons were panicked, and a tense atmosphere spread in the abyss. In the Demon Emperor's palace, Demon Emperor Lilian lay lazily on her throne, sipping Dragon King blood wine. Below the palace, the last remaining Dragon King was imprisoned. The Succubus King sat below, still in disbelief. She had just received news that the human army had invaded the dragon world, aiming to exterminate the dragon race. The Dragon Kings were almost all slaughtered, the Dragon Emperor had disappeared, and all of this was accomplished by Lin Moya alone. The Succubus King murmured, "How can he be so strong?" Lilian laughed, "After all, this is the world of humans." The Succubus King was stunned, not quite understanding. Lilian softly said, "The will of the world favors certain individuals who defy common sense. It's normal that you don't understand now, but you will when you reach a higher level." The Succubus King didn't dare to ask more. After receiving the news, Lilian's mood became complicated. For her, it was naturally good for Lin Moya to be strong, but not too strong. She feared that if Lin Moya turned against her, she wouldn't even have the power to resist. "It seems I need to keep my backup plan ready," Lilian thought to herself, a trace of blood trickling from her mouth. In a mysterious space, a cold voice echoed, "After 1,000 years, we finally sensed the presence of the pawn. Issue the order, we can take action." With this voice, a strange aura quickly spread. In the deep space of the ancient battlefield, in a place resembling a graveyard, thousands of coffins lay there, filled with a cold, deathly aura. The coffins, which had been silent for 1,000 years, suddenly began to shake collectively. The shaking frequency increased until it reached a limit, and the coffin lids exploded. One by one, tall, humanoid creatures stood up from the coffins. They had cold expressions, green faces, and sharp fangs, especially with a pair of thin wings on their backs. They looked somewhat similar to humans but were not human. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with bloodlust, and let out cold laughter. "The Master's order has come, we can begin. After sleeping for 1,000 years, finally, there's movement." Hee, the pawn from 1,000 years ago is finally being used. I wonder how many blood slaves we have now. I can sense it, a lot. That's great, let's turn this world into our world. As they spoke, they revealed sharp fangs that gleamed in the dim light. Their fangs were extremely sharp, as were their claws and wings. After sleeping for 1,000 years, I'm hungry. Let's find something to eat. Yes, let's fill our stomachs first and announce our arrival to the deep space. Our blood race has awakened, and this world will be ours. 1,000 blood race members simultaneously spread their wings and shot into the sky. Their speed was like a stream of light. Antares, who was sleeping, suddenly twitched his nose and opened his eyes slightly, looking in a certain direction. He mumbled as if in a dream, "Those guys are finally making a move." After 1,000 years of silence, the pawn is finally moving. Well, it's time to clean up the last trash of this world. This time, the butcher's knife. Antares glanced at Lin Moyo, who was still comprehending the laws. I wonder if this kid can still lift the butcher's knife. Different things were happening in different areas. No matter the storms outside, they couldn't affect Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was now immersed in the world of laws. Laws are profound and incredibly attractive. Lin Moyo felt not bored at all while comprehending the laws. Instead, he was very happy. The manifestation of the laws made his comprehension process much simpler, with daily progress. As Lin Moyo's understanding of the laws deepened, his soul body continuously released soul power. It seemed that his soul body was undergoing some adaptive evolution to fit the laws. This evolution was instinctive. As a result, his soul power gradually increased. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal absorbed the soul power and then fed it back to Lin Moyo, keeping his soul power pure. Chapter 770. Chapter 770, 770. Chapter 770, The Mysterious Law, Life and Death, Death and Life. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal can enhance the soul level, but this is just one of its functions, and not even its main function. Lin Moyo's greatest use of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal is to refine soul power, making it incredibly pure. At the same level, one unit of soul power can exert several times the effect of others. For those with excellent talent, this function is more useful than enhancing the soul level. While Lin Moyo was comprehending the laws, his soul body was also adapting to the laws, undergoing changes. These changes were mysterious, and his soul power was increasing, similar to gaining experience from leveling up by fighting monsters. Lin Moyo's level was also gradually rising. Although it couldn't compare to sweeping through the dragon race, it was still good and stable. As long as Lin Moyo's comprehension continued, the increase in soul power would not stop. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lin Moyo's mind completely calmed down. His entire aura became incredibly peaceful. Despite his efforts to remain calm during the recent mass killings, the killing intent that had arisen was absorbed by the Domain Divine Stone, but it still caused some impact. These impacts caused ripples in his state of mind, preventing him from achieving complete tranquility. Some killing intent had entered his soul, which even the Domain Divine Stone could not absorb. This made him feel tired, something even divine power couldn't erase. Lin Moyo knew his situation. After the killing ended, he went to the White God Courtyard. He rested well for a day in the peaceful White God Courtyard, temporarily escaping the slaughter. But just one night's rest couldn't completely erase the side effects of the killing. Until now, the last trace of killing intent flew out from the depths of his soul and was then taken away by the Domain Divine Stone. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal absorbed Lin Moyo's soul power and then returned the refined soul power. With the combined effects of the Domain Divine Stone and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, working from inside and outside, his state of mind and soul finally completely calmed down. Antares sensed the change in Lin Moyo's aura and woke up from his light sleep. Not bad, you calmed down so quickly. I wonder how your comprehension of the laws is going. Let's take a look. Antares cautiously entered Lin Moyo's soul world. He saw Lin Moyo's soul body sitting in the center of the soul world, like a deity. In the center of the multi-star spell systems of the bone and summoning types, where the laws were manifested, there were 2 avatars. These 2 avatars had split from the soul body, carrying Lin Moyo's will. They were observing the manifested laws, comprehending their mysteries. You brat, you're actually multitasking, using the soul-splitting method to comprehend simultaneously. Antares was both amused and exasperated, not knowing whether to praise Lin Moyo for his cleverness or scold him for his audacity. Others comprehended the laws with full concentration, but Lin Moyo was multitasking. This not only wouldn't improve efficiency, but it might also decrease it, possibly resulting in no comprehension at all. The soul world suddenly hummed softly and trembled slightly. Lin Moyo's soul body opened its eyes and looked at Antares. You're awake. Antares grumbled, yes, you brat, how did you come up with the idea of using the soul-splitting method to multitask in comprehending the laws? Lin Moyo asked curiously, is it not allowed? Antares snorted, it's inefficient. It's been a month, tell me if you've comprehended anything. Lin Moyo shook his head, I can't put it into words. Antares was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the comprehension of laws cannot be expressed in words. If it could be expressed in words and written down, future generations wouldn't need to comprehend anything, they could just copy from their predecessors. Comprehension of the laws is personal and cannot be conveyed to others. Antares thought for a moment, have you gained anything? Lin Moyo pondered for a moment, a bit, but not enough to use. Then tell me, how did you come up with the idea of multitasking? Lin Moyo explained, at first, I didn't multitask. I started by comprehending the summoning laws but gained nothing. Then I switched to the bone laws, but still gained nothing. No matter which I comprehended, I felt something was missing. Antares was slightly taken aback, something missing. He recalled his own fruitless attempts to comprehend the undying law. Thinking back now, there was indeed something missing. Lin Moya continued, moreover, the two types of laws, though seemingly similar, felt different to me. So I tried multitasking, comprehending both simultaneously, and it worked well. Antares stared at the manifested laws and the multi-star spells, muttering, impossible, these two laws look identical. In his perception, the two laws were indistinguishable, exactly the same. From the beginning, Lin Moyo had named them the undying laws, meaning they belong to the undying world. Lin Moya said, they look the same, but internally they are different. Both are undying laws. The bone-type undying law contains more death energy, with only a trace of vitality. The summoning-type undying law contains more vitality, with only a trace of death energy. As he spoke, the soul body raised a finger and drew a diagram, a yin-yang symbol. Antares said, this is the yin-yang symbol, a pattern of your human race. Lin Moya said, the undying laws give me this feeling, one death and one life representing yin and yang. Then life contains death, and death contains life, like the two dots in the yin-yang symbol. The two intertwine, yet are distinct, mutually dependent and indispensable, yet each independent. The more Antares listened, the more astonished he became. He hadn't expected the laws to be so mysterious. A single law with two completely different aspects, how peculiar. Let me try. As he spoke, Antares also multitasked, splitting his soul. For him, splitting his soul was as easy as drinking water. When he focused the will of his two soul splits on the two different manifested laws, he suddenly let out a strange cry. The two laws simultaneously attacked Antares' soul splits. Antares' soul splits were weak, just insignificant fragments, and were directly annihilated by the laws. The annihilation of the soul splits was a minor issue for Antares, at most causing a slight pain, but what puzzled him was that the two laws attacked him simultaneously. Unconvinced, he tried several more times. He finally discovered that the laws had already been imprinted with Lin Moya's mark. These two manifested laws had become Lin Moya's private property, untouchable by others. Imprinted so quickly. Impossible, the brat hasn't even mastered the laws yet. He found it very strange. Various things beyond common sense frequently happened to Lin Moyo, and he couldn't figure out why. Lin Moyo asked, are you okay? Antares shook his big head, I'm fine. Did you comprehend anything? Lin Moyo asked. Antares, being a proud dragon, couldn't admit that he comprehended nothing and was even attacked. These laws are useless to me, but they should be very useful to you. Keep comprehending, don't give up. By the way, I should tell you, a few days ago, your human race organized a large army to attack the dragon world. And this time, even the god-level powerhouses didn't take action. This was the effect Lin Moyo wanted, let them sharpen their blades well. The next battle will be the real tough one. Hopefully, this blade will become sharper, not break. Chapter 771. Chapter 771, 771. Chapter 771, blame it on the last era's lack of standards. After Antares left, Lin Moyo once again immersed himself in the comprehension of the laws. The undying law is very mysterious. In the multi-star spell system of the bone type, the manifested law is filled with the aura of death, but within the aura of death, there is a faint trace of life. In the multi-star spell system of the summoning type, the manifested law is filled with the aura of life, and similarly, within the aura of life, there is a trace of death. The two laws look the same on the outside but are different internally. Moreover, both laws are incomplete, one representing death and the other representing life. Only when they are combined do they form the complete undying law. Mastering life and controlling death, achieving immortality. The process of comprehending the laws is very wonderful, and Lin Moyo enjoys this feeling, never finding it boring. Antares looked at the calm aura of Lin Moyo and muttered, what is this kid's background? Why does he have such a law, something I've never heard of? Could it be that the Great World Rune is wary of him, which is why it wants to curse him? However, even if he can't make his spells carry the laws, as long as he can comprehend the undying law, he can still greatly enhance the power of his spells, almost no different from carrying the laws. In that case, it seems the Great World Rune is at a disadvantage again, trying to suppress him but failing. How amusing. Antares guessed that the Great World Rune had failed again and seemed very happy. This thing is indeed the pursuit of many, and Antares also wants to pursue it. But if one day, he could trample the Great World Rune underfoot, that would be the most thrilling thing. Antares' eyes carried a hint of excitement from his delusions as he looked towards the dragon world. The human professional teams were already engaged in fierce battles with the dragon professionals there. The dragon professionals would not sit idly by even without the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Kings, they would still resist. Moreover, the dragons had quickly organized themselves into a sizable resistance force. The humans also did not deploy their god-level powerhouses, resulting in a prolonged tug-of-war. There were continuous casualties among the humans, so they began to establish strongholds, gradually eroding and eliminating the dragons. Meng Anwen and other high-level gods remained hidden and did not take action. For many human professionals, this was a brutal training. Failure in training meant death. Success meant becoming a warrior, the sharp blade of the human race. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the humans began their assault on the dragon world. Many outstanding individuals emerged among the human teams. For example, the famous Goddess Squad, the Earth Squad, and the teams from the Jialan Guild. The Goddess Squad was composed of Shu Han, Mo Yun, Mu Xianxian, and Ning Yi. Shu Han could both kill enemies and make potions. Mo Yun was a summoner, responsible for the main attack. Mu Xianxian attracted and controlled enemies. Ning Yi handled intelligence, reconnaissance, and assassination. The four of them cooperated very well and quickly made a name for themselves. The Earth Squad was led by Shi Xing'an. The core members of the team were him and Liang Yu. The strength of the Earth Knight was quickly demonstrated in such large-scale battles, attracting more and more people to gather around him. The Earth Knight lived up to its reputation, truly the pinnacle of the knight profession. With his presence, the team's combat power could increase several times. They often achieved victories with fewer numbers and weaker forces. Antares watched the battles as if watching a movie. 3 months later, Meng Yanwen activated the teleportation array again. This time, it was for a rotation. Most of the people fighting on the front lines in the Dragon World returned to the human world for rest. Meanwhile, those professionals who had not yet been to the battlefield would now enter the Dragon World to face the bloodshed. The 12 teleportation arrays operated, connecting heaven and earth with beams of light. At this moment, tiny cracks appeared in the sky, so small they were almost negligible. The cracks appeared for just a moment and then disappeared. A few thread-like things passed through the cracks and landed on some people. These people were all from forces outside the Shangxia Empire. None of the Shangxia Empire's members were touched by the threads. No one among the humans noticed this, not even Meng Yanwen, who controlled the array. Only Antares saw it, a strange smile in his eyes. The timing is quite good. But such small tricks are useless. However, this era is indeed unfortunate. Blame it on the lack of standards in the last era. Antares said nothing and did not inform Lin Moyo. Although he and Lin Moyo were life and death friends and could trust each other completely, there were some things he had his own principles about. What shouldn't be said, he wouldn't say, and couldn't say. His gaze turned to the deep space. In the deep space, 1,000 blood race members had just finished devouring a large beast. They ate the flesh raw, their hands and faces covered in blood, the smell of blood filling the air. Beside them, an array was operating. 2 blood race members, with sinister smiles, had just finished controlling the array. The seeds of chaos have been sown, just wait for them to sprout. The native creatures of this world are humans, but unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time. They will fall into despair, committing suicide and killing each other. Once our blood race's bloodline awakens, we will gain immense power from the blood ancestor, far beyond what these natives can resist. Fortunately, they attacked the fragmented world this time, otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wait. The blood race members were unaware that their actions were all seen by Antares. Antares despised such sneaky behavior. If you have the ability, come openly. Compared to the blood race's actions, Antares felt that even the mixed blood dragons in his clan were more straightforward. The conquest of the dragon world continued, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Meng Yanwen activated the cross-realm teleportation array again for another rotation. The human teams had become completely sharp, whether military or civilian organizations. Their blades were now very sharp. Everyone's faces were filled with fighting spirit, their energy and spirit completely different. Professionals who had been to the battlefield were entirely different from those who hadn't. Meng Yanwen was very pleased with the success of the humans. Lin Moya's plan had succeeded, very successfully. Time passed day by day, and a year had gone by since the initial entry into the dragon world. The rotations had occurred 4 times. The initial plan was for 6 months to a year, but the resistance of the dragons exceeded expectations, so the time needed to be extended a bit. At this rate, another year at most would be enough. The resistance of the dragons was gradually weakening, and the humans had completely established their victory. Old Meng, don't you feel that something is off recently? Feng Xiu approached Meng Yanwen and whispered. Meng Yanwen squinted his eyes. Are you referring to the people from the Eagle Nation? Exactly. Meng Yanwen looked at Bai Yaiwan not far away. Old Bai, what do you think? Bai Yaiwan had an intelligence team under him, gathering all kinds of information from the battlefield. Bai Yaiwan said, some professionals from the Eagle Nation started to see a rapid increase in strength about half a year ago. Initially, it was just a few individuals, no more than 10. At first, we thought they had some fortuitous encounters, so we didn't pay much attention. In the past 3 months, the number of people with abnormal strength growth has increased, and the speed of increase is very fast. It's not just the people from the Eagle Nation. Similar situations have appeared in the Holy Church and the Western European teams. Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, are they all foreigners? Have you found the reason? Bai Yaiwan shook his head, we haven't found it yet, but we are monitoring it. Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, although they are also humans, they are not of our race, and their hearts are different. Be careful. Bai Yaiwan nodded, don't worry, they can't stir up much trouble. Chapter 772. Chapter 772, 772. Chapter 772, Sudden Change. The whole world besieges Shangxia. Everyone knows the strength of the Shangxia Empire. Lin Moyo and his companions are so powerful that no matter how other forces struggle or increase their strength, just one of Bai Yaiwan and his peers is enough to suppress them. However, Bai Yaiwan did not relax because of this. He has been investigating the matter but has found no results. 5 more months passed, and it was almost time for the next rotation. At this time, the battle in the dragon world was nearing its end. The remaining dragons were making their last stand. Their territory had shrunk significantly, and they were cornered. The humans had plowed through the dragon world repeatedly, finding even the most hidden dragons. In the icy and snowy land, surrounded by 3 ice mountains, there was a simple hut. Inside the hut, steam rose as Meng Yanwen and others chatted over tea. A group of elderly people reminisced about their youth, with endless stories to tell. Meng Yanwen said softly, it's finally almost over. Ning Taran had a teacup floating in front of him, with a stream of water automatically entering his mouth. The 1,000-year struggle is finally coming to an end. Feng Xiu clenched his fist. After the dragons, it's the abyss. It's time for us to take action. Meng Yanwen said, the human race's blade is already very sharp. Let's strike while the iron is hot and take down the abyss, solving our heart's worry. Mo Zingai showed some concern. What about the Demon Emperor? Currently, there are no half-step supergods among the humans, and the Demon Emperor cannot be considered an ordinary half-step supergod. Even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be her match. Meng Yanwen said, leave the Demon Emperor to Xiao. He did not reveal the cooperation between Lin Moyo and Lillian. Some things don't need to be said. Meng Yanwen knew that whether Lin Moya took action or not, the Demon Emperor would not stop them. However, the Demon Emperor would not help them against the Abyssal Demons either. Dealing with the Abyssal Demons is much harder than dealing with the dragons. There are many Demon Kings among the demons, and 4 high-level Demon Kings. It is foreseeable that the humans will pay a bloody price, but if they succeed, it will be worth it. The door of the hut was suddenly slammed open, and Bai Yaiwan walked in with the wind and snow. Something happened. Bai Yaiwan's face was grim, and his words made everyone's heart sink. Bai Yaiwan's expression was not good, indicating that the problem was serious. Feng Xiu, being impatient, immediately asked, did something happen to our people? Bai Yaiwan nodded. Recently, our casualties have been high. At first, we thought it was the dragon's last desperate struggle, but their casualty rate is very low. I had someone investigate, and it took half a month to get results. Our people were not killed by the dragons. In the dragon world, there are only dragons and humans. Among the humans, there are either Shangxia people or members of other forces. If they weren't killed by the dragons, who else could have killed them? For a moment, killing intent filled the hut, and it shattered into pieces. Cold light flashed, and a long sword was unsheathed. Feng Xiu, holding the sword, said, they dare to attack our people. Where are they? I'll kill them. Bai Yaiwan shook his head. It's not just one, it's all of them. Ha, all of them. Ning Taran asked, you mean, all of them attacked our people? Bai Yaiwan nodded, yes, and they acted very suddenly. Meng Yanwen asked in a deep voice, what are the casualties? Significant. Based on recent investigations, this isn't the first time they've acted. They started secretly a month ago, and this time it erupted fully. They had been acting secretly for a month. Feng Xiu said, no wonder our casualty rate started to rise sharply half a month ago. It turns out it was those bastards. Indeed, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. These people are a scourge. Mo Zingai, more composed than Feng Xiu, asked, what's the current situation? It's stabilized. We reacted quickly and blocked them after the first attack. But for some reason, their strength has increased significantly, and many top professionals have appeared, making it difficult for us. Feng Xiu gritted his teeth. The dragons aren't completely wiped out yet, and the abyssal demons haven't been touched. Now there's internal strife. This is too much. Meng Yanwen shook his head. It shouldn't be like this. There must be something we don't know. Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, no matter what, we should eliminate them. I had no reason before, but now I do. Feng Xiu's killing intent surged, stirring up a snowstorm. Meng Yanwen said, I suspect that it's not just the dragon world, there are problems in the human world too. Leave this place to you. Ning Lao, Yi Lao, come with me back to the human world. All right. Ning Taran and Yi Hao responded simultaneously. Meng Yanwen summoned the Shangxia Tower, sending countless runes into it. The Shangxia Tower spun rapidly, forming a teleportation array. Meng Yanwen, Ning Taran, and Yi Hao entered the array and returned to the human world. Bai Yaiwan, Feng Xiu, and Mo Zingai stayed in the dragon world. Feng Xiu said, where are they? Lead the way, old Bai. Let's go. Bai Yaiwan, also filled with killing intent, led the way, and the 3 of them flew off. Back in the human world, Meng Yanwen immediately connected with the formations in the Yuan battlefield. Through the formations, Meng Yanwen saw what was happening in several fortresses in the Yuan battlefield. His expression changed slightly. Those guys are attacking our fortresses. He continued to sense the formations in the Shangxia Empire. The defensive formations of the Shangxia Empire had been activated, and every city was under attack. The battlefield spanned the entire border of the Shangxia Empire. There were countless attackers, too many to count. Without exception, they were all non-Shangxia people. It seems the battle has just begun. Yi Lao, please go to the Yuan battlefield. I'll leave it to you. Yi Hao agreed without hesitation. All right. Meng Yanwen activated the teleportation array, sending Yi Hao to the Yuan battlefield. The next moment, Meng Yanwen decisively activated the Eternal Great Wall. In the Yuan battlefield, the 9 fortresses of the Shangxia Empire connected, forming an impenetrable barrier. With the activation of the Eternal Great Wall, the situation stabilized immediately. The Eternal Great Wall not only protected the fortresses in the Yuan battlefield but also the borders of the Shangxia Empire. The Shangxia Empire stabilized immediately. Let's go. Meng Yanwen and Ning Taran teleported to a border city. At this time, the city was protected by a formation shield, blocking the enemy's attacks. Looking out, there were countless enemies outside the formation. Not just here, but the entire border was the same. At this moment, it seemed like the whole world was attacking the Shangxia Empire. Or rather, all non-Shangxia people in the world were attacking the Shangxia Empire. Ning Taran's face turned very grim. What on earth is happening? Why is this happening? The situation was abnormal. If it were just a part of the world, it would be understandable, but if the whole world was like this, something was wrong. Moreover, those forces knew the strength of the Shangxia Empire. No matter how many people they had, they couldn't defeat the Shangxia Empire. Meng Yanwen looked at the crazed crowd. These people are not right. Mouths. Ning Taran looked carefully but didn't see anything unusual at first. At this moment, Meng Yanwen took action. He reached out and grabbed, manifesting a giant hand that captured one of them. Look! Meng Yanwen controlled him and forced his mouth open. Inside his mouth were a pair of sharp fangs, small but very sharp. Humans shouldn't have such fangs. Ning Taran said, these are not human teeth, they look like those of a beast. Meng Yanwen nodded, and their eyes are filled with madness, different from humans. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. One of the attackers was wearing a Shangxia military uniform. Chapter 773. Chapter 773, 773. Chapter 773, the blood race will ultimately become the ruler of the world. Meng Yanwen reached out and grabbed the person wearing the Shangxia military uniform. He was a Shangxia soldier, or rather, he used to be a Shangxia soldier. Now, for some unknown reason, he had lost his sanity, his eyes filled with madness, attacking his own country. His mouth had also grown a pair of sharp fangs. Although controlled by Meng Yanwen, the ferocity in his eyes remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth as if to bite Meng Yanwen. Ning Taran's face turned extremely grim. What happened to him? Meng Yanwen examined him carefully and finally found a pair of wounds on his neck. The wounds were not large but very peculiar. Judging by their size and distance, they matched the sharp fangs in his mouth. This wound should be from a bite. He must have turned into this after being bitten. Hearing Meng Yanwen's words, Ning Taran scanned the area and saw several other people wearing Shangxia uniforms. He grabbed them and found similar wounds on each of them. Meng Yanwen then captured a few people from other forces and found no such wounds on them. After some assessment, Meng Yanwen was almost certain that the Shangxia people had turned into such beasts due to being bitten. As for why people from other forces had turned into beasts, the reason was still unknown. As long as the Shangxia people were not bitten, they would not turn into such mad beasts. Meng Yanwen immediately issued an order. No one was to leave the formation or engage in combat. In the face of an unknown situation, the first priority was to reduce casualties. With the Eternal Great Wall, there would be no problem in the short term. Meng Yanwen said, Ning Lao, take these people to find Yao Lao and see if he can find a way to restore them. With that, Meng Yanwen activated the teleportation array and sent them away. Meng Yanwen quickly teleported between several cities to assess the situation. The situation was similar in each city. The foreign forces had gone mad. Some small countries, even without powerful professionals, had joined the attack on the Shangxia Empire. These people seemed mad, lacking reason, but their goal was clear, to attack Shangxia. Or rather, they saw themselves as the same kind and viewed the Shangxia people as outsiders. Meng Yanwen's face darkened as the Shangxia tower wove a massive formation, opening a passage to the Dragon World. Meng Yanwen returned to the Dragon World, quickly locating Bai Yaiwan and teleporting to him. With the Shangxia tower, Meng Yanwen could move quickly, arriving instantly as long as he could pinpoint the location. The Dragon World did not have the Eternal Great Wall, making the situation much worse. Enemies were coming from all directions, and those from various forces had gone mad, crazily besieging the Shangxia people. The Shangxia people gathered together, forming legions for defense. In the Dragon World, there were many battlefields. The Shangxia people were being besieged and harmed. Bai Yaiwan, Fengxiu, Mo Xingai, and several other god-level powerhouses were scattered, constantly moving back and forth. Bai Yaiwan punched out, the laws roared, and a giant phantom fist descended from the sky, smashing into the ground like a meteor. 100-meter radius was leveled, killing hundreds of people with one punch. Bai Yaiwan's killing intent surged in just a short time. Thousands had died by his hand. Behind him was a 1,000-strong Shangxia team. The team had suffered significant casualties, and without Bai Yaiwan's intervention, they would have been besieged and killed. Old Bai, how's the situation? Meng Yanwen asked urgently. Bai Yaiwan shook his head. Not good. Our teams are too scattered and are being besieged everywhere. As he spoke, the Shangxia tower emitted a myriad of rays, enveloping all the humans present and bringing them into the Shangxia tower. Although the Shangxia tower did not have the vast space of the trial tower, it could still accommodate tens of thousands of people. Meng Yanwen quickly devised a plan. Let's split up to find people. Once you find them, inform me of their location. Alright, how's the situation in the Empire? Bai Yaiwan asked urgently. The Eternal Great Wall is up. The Empire is fine for now, Meng Yanwen replied quickly, not stopping his actions. The Shangxia tower wove a teleportation array, taking Meng Yanwen away. Time was of the essence. Before understanding the situation, they needed to save people first. Every moment of delay would result in more casualties. The two split up, with Bai Yaiwan searching for people. Meng Yanwen took people and teleported outside the Dragon Emperor's city. The Dragon Emperor's city was now in ruins, with 12 cross-realm teleportation arrays set up outside, identical to those in the human world. During each rotation, these teleportation arrays would be activated. Usually, the Shangxia Empire stationed troops here to guard the teleportation arrays. Now, this place had also become a battlefield. Corpses littered the ground. Most of the corpses were from other forces, with few Shangxia soldiers. These corpses had mostly been decapitated, their heads separated from their bodies. Meng Yanwen immediately recognized Fengxiu's handiwork. Fengxiu might seem impulsive, but he was not foolish. He had first secured the teleportation arrays, killing all the enemies attacking them. Securing the teleportation arrays and leaving a retreat route was the right move. Meng Yanwen released the people he had brought, gave a few instructions, and left again. In the following time, Meng Yanwen moved quickly across the Dragon World, bringing wave after wave of people back to the teleportation array. Baiyuan, Fengxiu, Mo Xingai, and other god-level powerhouses of the Shangxia Empire fully cooperated with Meng Anwen. 2 days later, almost 99% of the Shangxia people in the Dragon World had been found and brought back to the teleportation array area. As they returned, the battlefield's center also shifted towards the teleportation array. These people seemed able to sense the Shangxia people's location, quickly tracking them down. But with Fengxiu and others guarding the area, they formed the strongest defense line. Have you counted? Baiyuan asked loudly, having just killed over 1,000 people and returned with killing intent. Meng Anwen was preparing to activate the teleportation array while simultaneously counting the numbers. Last rotation, we had 10 million people from the Shangxia Empire enter. This time, only 8 million are returning. Baiyuan clenched his fist. The losses are too great. What happened to those guys? They've all turned into beasts. Meng Anwen shook his head lightly. He still hadn't fully figured out the problem. He had a vague suspicion but wasn't certain. Baiyuan said, I know you have some ideas. Tell me. Meng Anwen continued his work, looking up at the sky. I suspect it's related to the outside. Baiyuan was slightly stunned. Are you sure? Almost. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened so suddenly. Baiyuan felt a chill but then anger. He clenched his fists. No matter who it is, if they dare target Shangxia, I'll smash their heads. In the human world, the former capital of the Eagle Nation, a grand banquet was being held, attended by a group of powerful individuals. They came from different forces, including the Eagle Nation, the Holy Church, and Western Europe. More than 20 god-level powerhouses gathered, exuding immense power. All of them had sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths and a cold, bloodthirsty look in their eyes. However, they had not lost their sanity. Their attire was uniform, wearing black robes with black capes. They looked like an evil cult, intimidating to behold. One of them, a god-level powerhouse who had reached level 94, was the leader. The master's order is to start the second phase. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Yes, start the second phase, start the blood feast. Start the blood feast. Let's revel, the blood race will ultimately become the ruler of this world. To the master. To the master. They raised their glasses high, filled not with wine but with blood, the blood of Shangxia people. Chapter 774. Chapter 774, 774. Chapter 774, The Second Mutation. The second phase is also known as the Blood Feast. Lin, the invisible power of the law spread from the human world, from this banquet. It was as if a switch had been turned on, and mutations occurred all over the world. In the deep space, 1,000 blood race members activated a formation. This formation was like a pool of blood, glowing red. The Blood Feast began from here. Antares watched this scene unfold without any intention of intervening, not even informing Lin Moyo. In its eyes, this was a trivial matter. Even without Lin Moyo, Meng Anwen and others were enough to handle it. As long as the bottom line was not crossed, Antares was too lazy to move. What a pitiful era. Antares muttered and continued to watch the show. In the Dragon World, the teleportation array was activated. 12 beams of light shot into the sky, connecting with the Shangxia Tower, opening the passage back to the human world. Everyone, into the teleportation array. Meng Anwen's booming voice reached everyone's ears. However, the response was a piercing scream. This scream was like a switch, triggering a moment of madness. The scream was extremely sharp, not like a sound a human could make. After the first scream, continuous screams followed, accompanied by cries of pain. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Nearly 10 million people were gathered here, covering the mountains and plains, an unimaginable large team. At this moment, blood columns shot into the sky within the team, and the smell of blood spread instantly. The team became chaotic almost instantly. Meng Anwen saw people in the team suddenly mutate. Their originally normal expressions turned ferocious, and the rationality in their eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by bloodthirsty madness. These people looked exactly like those from other forces who had mutated before. After mutating, they immediately began attacking those around them, causing massive casualties in an instant. Something's wrong. How did this happen suddenly? Don't worry about it, save the people first. The god-level powerhouses reacted quickly, and some top professionals also responded, taking action. The mutated Shangxia people began to rapidly increase in power, their strength greatly enhanced. It was as if a strange power had entered their bodies, making them grow rapidly. Then their bodies also began to change, growing wings on their backs, completely departing from the human category. Their strength quickly reached level 80, enough to rival many top professionals. Meng Anwen's face turned extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth. It's really the outsiders. At this moment, he was certain that it was the work of the outsiders. The chaos erupted too suddenly, and even with the intervention of god-level powerhouses, it couldn't be completely stopped. In a short time, the casualties were heavy, with at least tens of thousands of professionals injured. Fortunately, there were many healers among the professionals, who immediately began treatment. Finally, the situation was brought under control and gradually calmed down. But suddenly, screams rang out again. Mutations occurred once more. Meng Anwen's face changed drastically. This time, the people who mutated were those who had been injured earlier. Meng Anwen instantly understood and shouted, "No one is allowed to treat the injured. Everyone, stay away from the injured. God-level powerhouses, kill the mutated ones immediately." Meng Anwen pointed at the Shangxia Tower, which immediately shot out countless beams of light, accurately killing the mutated ones. Because Meng Anwen discovered it in time, the second mutation did not cause too many casualties. In the 2 mutations, the original team of 8 million was reduced by tens of thousands. In just half a day, tens of thousands of people died. And these people were all their compatriots. Everyone's faces were grim, and the feeling of killing each other was very unpleasant. Meng Yanwen issued one order after another, and everyone began to check themselves and those around them. No one could be injured. Once injured, there was a possibility of mutation. Soon, all the injured, regardless of when they were injured, were found and isolated. This was the only way to prevent another disaster if they mutated. The teleportation array had been stopped earlier, and without ensuring safety, these people could only stay in the dragon world for now. With the team staying here, Bai Yaiwan and others couldn't leave either. Even now, professionals from other forces were still coming from all directions. Bai Yaiwan and others wouldn't let these people get close to the team, killing them from a distance. Feng Xiu asked, "What do we do now?" Meng Yanwen thought for a moment. Pile all the corpses together and burn them. Separate all the injured from the team and keep them at a distance from each other, guarded by the army. I feel that this matter is not that simple. Feng Xiu asked, "What about you?" Meng Yanwen had already realized something. I need to return to the empire and hope nothing happens there. The Shangxia Empire is the foundation, and if something happens there, it will be a big problem. Meng Yanwen handed over the matters here and immediately activated the teleportation array, returning to the empire alone. As soon as he emerged from the spacetime channel, Meng Yanwen's face changed drastically. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Looking down from above, the city was filled with corpses. Many professionals were cleaning up the corpses, as if a great battle had just taken place. Fires were burning everywhere, and the corpses were being burned to ashes after their names were recorded. Meng Yanwen moved through several cities, finding similar scenes everywhere. Something had indeed happened, and it had happened throughout the entire empire. "Ning Lao, where are you?" Meng Yanwen contacted Ning Taran. "The palace." Ning Taran quickly responded. In the palace, a group of high-ranking officials of the Shangxia Empire had gathered. Everyone's expressions were solemn, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The huge pillars in the palace occasionally creaked, as if they couldn't bear the pressure. After Meng Yanwen arrived, he quickly exchanged the information he had gathered. Based on the current information, they reached a conclusion. The source of this mutation was everyone except the Shangxia people. Initially, the Shangxia people were not affected. This included Shangxia people living abroad, who were also not affected. But those with mixed Shangxia blood were affected and mutated in the first round. In that mutation, many Shangxia people died, but even more were injured. Those injured Shangxia people had recovered after treatment. Most of them were combat professionals, mainly on the front lines. Only a few had returned to their hometowns, scattered across the country. Then came the second round of mutations. This time, the Shangxia people were also affected and mutated. These mutants were all people who had been injured by the mutants in the first round. This also indicated that the mutation was infectious. The Empire had also taken corresponding measures, similar to those used by Meng Yanwen in the Dragon World. Isolate the injured and burn the corpses to prevent further incidents. Meng Yanwen looked at Shu Yaishin. "Yao Lao, what do you think?" Shu Yaishin said in a low voice, "I have studied it but found nothing. The source of this mutation should be in the non-Shangxia blood." Even Shu Yaishin couldn't find the root cause, making the situation extremely tricky. "Bloodline," Dongfang Li suddenly said, "I seem to have read some information." Dongfang Li was in charge of the Royal Secret Library, and he had read all the records of ancient history in the Royal Secret Library. Some of the information that had been lost was still preserved in the royal family. Chapter 775. Chapter 775, 775. Chapter 775 Once there were only Shangxia people, are they mixed blood? Chapter 775 Once there were only Shangxia people, are they mixed blood? Book Dongfang Li quickly found the information in the secret library and brought it back. Lin, this is a very, very old ancient book, at least 1,000 years old. The ancient book has obviously been restored, now each page is spread out and preserved in a box. Meng Yanwen took just one look and knew that this ancient book was even older than the history of the Shangxia Empire. The history before the Shangxia Empire is incomplete. Only the royal family retains a small amount of information. Dongfang Li said, "The characters on it are very old, but somewhat similar to our Shangxia Empire's characters. According to the records in the ancient book, our place experienced a world-shattering war in ancient times. Therefore, there is a break in historical records. Everyone present had heard the legend about that war. Some believed that the supers were cut off and the gods fell, all seemingly related to that war. Some also believed that the war was completely fictional and never happened. Unexpectedly, the royal family actually has records of that war. Even if it's just fragments, it can prove that the war existed." Dongfang Li said, "According to the records, one side in that war was an allied army of our human race and gods." What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Dongfang Li in disbelief. Ning Taran's mouth twitched. What about the other side? Abyssal demons or dragons? Dongfang Li shook his head. Not clear, the ancient book is severely damaged, this part of the information is lost. Ning Taran sighed softly, it was unavoidable given the time elapsed. Meng Yanwen already guessed who the other side was, invaders from beyond the heavens. Including this time, it's very likely that those guys from beyond are causing trouble. Ning Taran asked, "Does the matter of that time have any connection to our current situation?" Dongfang Li said, "I used to be obsessed with ancient history research, read countless records about ancient history, and combined with my own judgment, I came to a conclusion. At that time, the human race referred to us Shangxia people, and there were no blonde and blue-eyed folks. These words shocked everyone again. Yi Hao said in a low voice, I also heard similar things before, and the saying those not of our race are sure to be different and hard was passed down from our ancestors. Our ancestors left these words with a deep meaning. Ning Taran whispered, according to you, if the human race only includes us Shangxia people, where did those foreigners come from? Dongfang Li shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He couldn't make an accurate judgment on this question. After some thought, Meng Yanwen slowly spoke, these people should be from deep space. You all should have been to deep space. There are many monsters we've never seen, completely different from those in our world. There are also many humanoid monsters among them. Meng Yanwen originally wanted to directly say they might be creations of extraterrestrial beings, but thinking it over, he finally changed it to deep space, which is easier for people to accept. Ning Taran's expression became extremely complex. Are you saying, those guys are mixed blood? Xueoshan slapped his thigh. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Dongfang Li also nodded. This can also explain why only our ancestors can enter the ancient city of Shangxia. Neither people from other forces, abyssal demons, nor dragon people can enter. Perhaps the ancient city of Shangxia believes that we Shangxia people are the true orthodox human race, and others are not human. Xueoshin continued, when I was experimenting with medicines, I compared the blood of our Shangxia people with that of other nations, and there were indeed significant differences. Their blood contains some other elements, very mixed, unlike our Shangxia people's blood, which is pure and clean. With the same skills, our Shangxia people can bring out better effects than they can. The same medicines have better healing effects on us than on them. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Except for the Shangxia people, people from other countries are not considered orthodox human race. Their bloodlines are polluted, containing impurities. They have become a different race. Antares let out a sly laugh. Pretty clever, figuring it out so quickly. Figured out what? Lin Moya's voice suddenly came in. Antares saw that Lin Moyo had already woken up. This time comprehending the laws had taken more than a year, and Lin Moyo was now wrapped in a faint aura of law, clearly having made significant progress. Antares said, some things happened among your people. Lin Moya's eyebrows raised slightly. What things? Antares said, a race called the Blood Tribe planted seeds in your human race over 1,000 years ago, and now they're starting to move. Blood Tribe? Doesn't sound like good news. 1,000 years ago? Was it right after the war ended, when the dragons and abyssal demons came? Antares nodded, about right, they actually came earlier than the dragons and abyssal demons, but they used different methods. Concerning the human race, Lin Moya didn't have the patience to ask word by word, so he directly said, tell me the details. At Lin Moya's request, Antares recounted the events. Lin Moya then learned that of the many countries and races in the world, except for the Shangxia people, all others were pawns placed by the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe obtained the bloodline of Shangxia's strong people, then combined it with other bloodlines using their unique methods to create new races. Essentially, they are similar to the mixed blood dragons of the dragon race. These people evolved and changed over generations, producing various races. But no matter how they change, they carry the Blood Tribe's mark in their bloodline, destined to be slaves and pawns of the Blood Tribe. Originally, they were in the human world, while the Blood Tribe was in deep space. Protected by the world's power, the Blood Tribe couldn't control their pawns. But this time, with the human race launching a massive attack on the dragon world, and since the dragon world is just a fragmented world, spatially close to deep space, the Blood Tribe sensed their presence, and the pawns dormant for 1,000 years began to act. Lin Moya said solemnly, in the end, the Blood Tribe wants to seize this world. Antares shook his head, exactly, their goal is the same as that of the Abyss and the dragons. To seize a world, one must destroy its world will. The world will's existence is very special, and the simplest way is to kill all the native beings. The strongest among the native beings are the humans. As long as the humans are exterminated, seizing this world won't be difficult. The dragons used a hard approach, a frontal attack, and ultimately failed. The Blood Tribe used an insidious method, undermining from within. Antares laughed, are you planning to act? Lin Moya was already stronger than all the other human experts. With his army of the dead, he could quickly settle this matter if he acted. Lin Moya thought for a moment, no, this is a blessing, not a curse, for the human race. Oh. Antares was a bit puzzled. Lin Moya said, they are just pawns of the Blood Tribe. I believe my teacher can handle it. There may be casualties, but I still believe the human race needs to be sharp and needs to hone their skills. The sharpened blade is not only for fighting dragons and demons but also for various other enemies. If one day we reach the larger world, the training now will be a lifesaver in the future. Antares smiled. Lin Moyo had his own ideas. He valued the human race but wouldn't be a babysitter. To truly become strong, one ultimately has to rely on oneself. In that case, let's watch the show. Lin Moya said, yeah, I'll go update my skills first. Chapter 776. Chapter 776, 776. Chapter 776, another multi-star spell system, are you crazy? While comprehending the laws, Lin Moya's soul power steadily increased. The essence of gaining experience is to enhance soul power. Due to the manifestation of the laws, Lin Moya's difficulty in comprehending the laws was greatly reduced, and his comprehension speed was many times faster than others. In just a year and a half, Lin Moyo himself had risen from level 86 to level 87. Lin Moyo had already felt the benefits of this cultivation method. Compared to gaining soul power by killing monsters and people, the self-cultivation method produced purer soul power. Coupled with the refinement of the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, each unit of soul power was several times stronger than that of others at the same level. As the comprehension of the laws deepened, the soul also adapted to the laws and underwent subtle changes. At this time, the soul body already had a faint aura of the laws. Although it was not yet at the level of mastering the laws, Lin Moya could feel that his control over spells had become more adept. The laws contained within the spells seemed to be slightly driven. With the curse of the Great World Rune, spells could not carry external laws, but this did not prevent the spells from carrying their own laws. Lin Moya only needed to reach a certain level of understanding of the laws to drive the laws inherent in the spells, thereby avoiding the curse of the Great World Rune. After more than a year, he re-entered the skill space. Looking at the 7 remaining skill star cores, Lin Moya softly said, "You must be lonely here." With that, his soul power transformed into a giant hand, grabbing the nearest skill star core. With a pull, the skill star core was effortlessly moved. So easy. Surprisingly easy, with little resistance. Although he had leveled up and his soul power had greatly increased, it shouldn't have been this easy. It was as if he had leveled up several times, not just once. Lin Moya knew this was because his soul power had become purer, exerting several times the effect of before. This self-cultivation method was indeed excellent. Lin Moya effortlessly dragged the skill star core into his soul world, without any difficulty. If it weren't for the thought of Antares becoming cross-eyed again, Lin Moya would have wanted to move two at once. After more than a year, Antares became excited again. With a slap, the power of a true god erupted, carrying soul tracking. The power of a true god was too strong for Lin Moya to resist. The undead army of the spell star collapsed, and it took 3 consecutive attacks from Antares to exhaust his power. Antares blinked his big eyes. "You got tougher again." Lin Moya nodded. "It seems so." The last converted spell was Summon Lich General, which formed a 6-star spell system. Skeletons, Doom Knights, and Elemental Liches were all enhanced, further boosting Lin Moya's defense. Antares attacked again with the same power. Under soul tracking, the undead army collapsed again, and after 2 consecutive collapses, it finally reached Lin Moya. Accompanied by a strong purple light, Lin Moya was reborn. Antares used the power of a first-level true god, meaning that an ordinary first-level true god would need at least 2 attacks to kill Lin Moya. As for a super god, who knows how many times it would take, or if it could even kill him. Soon, the skill star core was converted into a spell star with their cooperation. "What spell do you hope for this time?" Antares asked. Lin Moya looked indifferent. "It doesn't matter, I'll move them all anyway." Antares' mouth twitched. If anyone else said they wanted to convert all their skills into spells, especially star-level spells, Antares would have called them crazy. In the great world, there are those who convert all their skills into spells, but like Lin Moya, who converts almost all skills into star-level spells, there is no one else. The fireball exploded like the creation of the world, and a small black dot appeared as expected. Antares was deeply immersed, while Lin Moya continued to remember the aura of the small black dot, feeling the changes in his soul. During the process of comprehending the laws, the soul was always progressing. Not only was the soul power increasing, but the soul level was also gradually rising. Although the soul had not yet reached level 95, it had made significant progress on the path to level 94. The spell star fed back soul power, strengthening and stabilizing the soul world while slightly enhancing the soul level. The soul level was getting closer and closer to level 95. Soul Curse, fusion rate 100% curse the designated target, comprehensively reducing all of the target's abilities and increasing all damage received by the target. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. The Aging Curse skill was converted into a star-level spell, undergoing significant changes. Not only did the effect change, but even the name changed. Soul Curse, it sounds like a curse targeting the soul. It reduces all of the target's abilities and increases all damage received by the target. It is no longer just about slowing down and increasing damage. The target's attack power, defense, vitality, and even soul power will be comprehensively reduced. Coupled with increased damage, it is enough to lower the enemy's strength by several levels. The range, effect, and duration are all determined by the soul level. Lin Moya had long discovered that the strength of spells is basically determined by the soul. The nature of the soul determines the effect of the spell. The level of the soul determines the power of the spell. Therefore, Antares repeatedly emphasized that the soul is the foundation of everything. Antares asked, "How is it?" "Let's try it." Lin Moya cast the soul curse on Antares. Antares didn't feel much, his soul just felt slightly heavier for a moment, but then it returned to normal. The difference in soul levels between the two was too great to test anything. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He knew his spells wouldn't be bad. At least so far, none of his spells had been bad. There was still plenty of surplus soul power, enough for him to continue moving skill star cores. Soon, Lin Moya moved 2 more skill star cores. No matter how angry the skill space was, it couldn't stop Lin Moya. Antares was once again delighted to watch the small black dots, and who knows what he comprehended, but he was in a very good mood. Lin Moya gained 2 more star-level spells. Soul Venom, fusion rate 100% inflicts soul venom on the target, causing continuous damage. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. The Poison Star Explosion was converted into Soul Venom. The key point is that after the conversion, Soul Venom formed a connection with Soul Curse, creating a double-star spell system. Antares' mouth dropped open in shock. "A third multi-star spell, are you crazy?" Lin Moya also felt a bit crazy. He didn't expect that after converting the skill star core into a spell star, even the names would change. He thought that this multi-star spell system was not just 2 stars, he still had the skill Soul Flame. If nothing unexpected happened, Soul Flame would also join, becoming part of the 3rd multi-star spell system. But on second thought, it was logical. Under the influence of the infinite fusion skill, the 3 skills could merge, even giving birth to a trace of the time law. This was enough to prove that these 3 skills were originally of the same type. Now, converting them into spells and forming a multi-star spell system was perfectly normal. The last skill star core was also moved over and quickly converted into a star-level spell. Chapter 777. Chapter 777, 777. Chapter 777, Antares is crazy. Soul burn, fusion rate 100% burns the target's soul. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. The original single target skill has now become a group spell. Of course, it can also be cast on a single target. Moreover, the duration and damage can be freely controlled. Like other soul-type skills, it forms a 3-star spell system with Soul Curse and Soul Venom. Like Soul Venom, it deals damage to the soul, but compared to Soul Venom, Soul Burn is more intense and direct. It can even unleash massive damage instantly according to Lin Moya's will. However, compared to Undead Gaze, it can control the amount of damage, making it more flexible. After forming the 3-star spell system, the power of the spells increased significantly. Looking at the stars in his soul, the operation of the star system truly gave the illusion of becoming a part of the universe. Compared to the empty skill space, the soul world was much more lively. Now, only 4 skill star cores remained in the skill space. They were the passive skill, status immunity, the summoning skills, Summon Bone Dragon, Undead Resurrection, and Infinite Fusion. Summon Bone Dragon would undoubtedly join the summoning multi-star spell system, forming a 7-star spell system, greatly enhancing the power of the spells once again. The most uncertain one was the Undead Resurrection skill. It seemed like a summoning skill, but it also seemed not to be. It was hard to judge. Lin Moya admired his soul world. Antares was also admiring Lin Moya's soul world. It was counting the number of stars, 18 spell stars, 3 multi-star spell systems. Lin Moya heard a hint of shock in its tone. How many spell stars do other races' strong individuals have? Antares instinctively replied, it's hard to say, some have more, some have less. The least have 4 or 5, the most have a dozen or so. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something. Of course, that's just ordinary strong individuals. Those genius strong individuals are still very powerful, with more than 20 spell stars not being uncommon. Lin Moya said, I still have 4 skill star cores in my skill space. Once I move them over, I can exceed 20 stars, and among them is a summoning skill that can form a 7-star spell system. 7 stars. Antares murmured, it would be great if there were 9 stars. Lin Moya asked, what's the highest number of stars possible? Antares replied solemnly, there are legends in the great world that the highest can reach 10 stars, but it has never been achieved. What about 9 stars? Lin Moya asked. Antares shook its head, I don't know, maybe there are, but I don't know. Sometimes it depends on fate. If you don't have enough similar skills, it's hard to make up for it later. Lin Moya asked, can't you learn them? For example, the soul calming spell. You can't learn them. Things learned later can only be planetary level spells, with a maximum fusion rate of 99%. Antares pointed to the spell planet representing the soul calming spell, which Lin Moya had already mastered and converted into a spell planet, but its fusion rate was only 20%. Lin Moya had also injected soul power into it at the time, but it didn't help. Lin Moya suddenly understood, no wonder the power gathering skill converted from the original rune had a fusion rate of only 99% after becoming a spell planet. There was such a limitation. Lin Moya thought for a moment, even if he converted the Summon Skeleton King into a spell star and added it to the summoning multi-star spell system, it would only be an 8-star spell. It seemed that talent really determined it. To become a 9-star, it depended on talent. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Antares comforted him, actually, an 8-star spell is already very strong, extremely rare. 9-star spells depend on fate and can't be forced. Lin Moya smiled, I know, I'm very content. Hey! Antares suddenly exclaimed, and Lin Moya followed its gaze to see the newly formed Soul-type 3-star spell system. Soul Burn, Soul Curse, Soul Venom. The 3 blazing stars formed a triangle, rotating around each other. However, their rotation was somewhat strange, not as stable as the bone and summoning types. They rotated at varying speeds, with trajectories that were sometimes large and sometimes small, appearing somewhat chaotic. Lin Moya observed for a while, and no matter how chaotic they were, they always revolved around a central point. This central point was emitting the aura of laws. Antares' eyes widened. Time law. It's manifested. Its voice was filled with astonishment, even a bit of fear, but mostly disbelief. The time law is one of the top-tier laws in the great world, at least in the top 3. Ethereal, elusive, and difficult to comprehend are the hallmarks of the top-tier laws. Countless talented geniuses have failed before these laws, opting for second-tier laws instead. Antares finally came to its senses and let out a strange cry, impossible, how can the time law manifest? There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. What's wrong with this world? Is the great world going crazy? When Lin Moya fused skills and triggered the time law last time, Antares didn't react this strongly. This time, it was just the manifestation of the law, so why such a big reaction? As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Lin Moya didn't have a clear definition of the laws, so he didn't feel much. Seeing Antares in a frenzied state, Lin Moya asked, are you okay? Antares shouted, I've decided. Decided? Decided what? Lin Moya was confused by Antares' state, not understanding what it was saying. Antares said, I've decided to stay in your soul world permanently. I want to comprehend the time law. When I comprehend the time law, I'll go back and dominate. No one will be able to stop me. A large amount of soul power from Antares' main body poured in, making its soul avatar stronger. The soul world rumbled, struggling to contain it. Antares' soul was too strong, and Lin Moya's soul world wasn't strong enough to accommodate it. Antares wasn't reckless, it controlled the strength of its avatar to Lin Moya's limit, then began to comprehend without a word. Lin Moya found it amusing. This guy seemed more at home in his soul world than he was. This was his soul world, but Antares treated it like its own home. But thinking about it, he let it be. It didn't affect him anyway. You can comprehend, but also pay attention to the human situation, Lin Moya said. Antares' voice echoed, you're not the only one who can multitask. At my level, multitasking tenfold is no problem. I'll keep an eye on your little girlfriends. They won't be in danger. The blood race's tricks are insignificant. Don't worry. Lin Moya believed that Meng Anwen and others could handle it and resumed comprehending the laws. He continued to comprehend the undying law, not choosing the time law. He knew his limits and understood that his current level was too low. The time law, being a top-tier law, was not easy to comprehend. Moreover, he had already made significant progress with the undying law and couldn't give up halfway. In the human world, the capital of the Eagle Nation, a powerful aura surged into the sky. Thunder roared, and the laws of the entire Eagle Nation permeated the air. Someone had broken through to level 96. Countless red threads, like strands of blood, flew towards the capital of the Eagle Nation. A figure with wings, resembling the blood race, appeared in the sky, absorbing the blood. The true blood feast had begun. Chapter 778. Chapter 778, 778. Chapter 778, Slaughter all of Shangxia, offer blood sacrifice to welcome the master. As the leader of the Eagle Nation, Ziluafa was also the strongest person in the Eagle Nation. A year ago, he was only level 94, not worth mentioning compared to the powerful figures in the Shangxia Empire. He was from the same generation as Meng Anwen and others, and had dealings with them before. But Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan had always suppressed him. He had no choice, as the Shangxia Empire was too powerful with too many experts. No matter how resentful he felt, he could only swallow his anger. But now, enveloped by the laws of the world, he had reached level 96 and become a high-level divine being. Countless bloodlines flew in from all directions, interweaving into a huge bloody net in the air. He absorbed these bloodlines, rapidly increasing his strength. His body was suffused with a bloody glow, and his eyes had also turned blood red. His fangs were growing longer and sharper. Bloodlines appeared on the wings on his back, and his whole body became emaciated. He had shed his human appearance and was evolving towards a blood race. The blood feast was not as simple as just causing the injured to mutate. Whether it was the first or second mutation, it was all for the sake of killing. The two mutations caused massive casualties. The Shangxia Empire's counterattack began 2 days ago. Without deploying troops, only the divine-level experts of Shangxia took action. Facing the fierce attacks from the divine experts, the mutated beings had no ability to resist. After research and discussion, the Shangxia higher-ups realized these mutated beings were no longer human, so they didn't need to hold back. This time, Shangxia employed bloody methods, using the power of their nation to cleanse the entire world. Those who offend Shangxia will be punished, no matter how far away. Shangxia used their own methods to tell the world that they were the true masters. Soon, blood stained the entire world. The blood feast had truly begun. The dead were ingredients, the living were diners. A few ate the meat, while most could only drink the soup. Ziluafa's level rose again to 97. He had eaten his fill. Besides him, many others were gulping down fresh blood, evolving towards the blood race. Their huge auras soared into the sky. Those who were previously at the divine level had their levels increase. A few who were near the divine level also reached it. In that moment, the strength of these leaders increased dramatically. In the human world, the elemental battlefield, even the dragon world, the abyss, the upper and lower realms of the ancient battlefield, the blood that had accumulated underground for who knows how many years was now reviving. This was a method of the blood race. They fed on blood and had created all sorts of bizarre techniques, including reviving past blood. They used blood to increase their own strength, which only the blood race could do. Thousands of years ago, the blood race used their own bloodline, the Shangxia human bloodline, mixed with flesh and blood from somewhere else, to create another human race completely different from the Shangxia Empire. After 1,000 years, this move was finally made. The blood race bloodline was activated, turning these non-Shangxia people into blood race slaves, tools for their slaughter. The blood race didn't want to occupy this world's territory. Their methods were even more cruel: kill all the Shangxia people, and this world would belong to them. Even in the greater world, the blood race was a particularly cruel race. Using the blood from this slaughter as a lure, they activated the blood buried in the earth for who knows how many years. Countless people evolved towards the blood race, their strength increasing dramatically. Gradually, the entire Eagle Nation was enveloped in a red light. An invisible force transcending space and time descended, and a blood race face appeared in the sky, filled with killing intent, constantly roaring kill, kill, kill. The killing intent rapidly spread to cover the whole world. Those who had become blood race slaves became even more frenzied. Antares looked at the changes in the human world with disdain. They only know how to use such lowly methods. The blood race is only fit to be an inferior race. They don't even know who their real enemy is before intervening. If they fail, it's fine, but if they succeed, then wait to be exterminated. Antares knew far more information about this world than one might imagine. The blood race clearly did not understand. The bloody light spread faster and faster, covering half the world in just half a day. Meng Yanwen and the others also saw the bloody light, feeling a bad premonition. The enemy is becoming more frenzied. Their strength is increasing rapidly. The bloody light will affect their minds. The Eternal Great Wall seems able to block the invasion of the bloody light. Pieces of information quickly gathered. The bloody light would drive people insane, but the Eternal Great Wall could block it. As long as one's mind was firm enough, under the protection of the Eternal Great Wall, they would not be affected. Only a few with fragile minds would lose their rationality. There was chaos breaking out all over the Shangxia Empire, but fortunately not many people were affected. Meng Yanwen sensed the bloody light. Its influence on him was negligible, just a slight restlessness in his heart that was instantly wiped away. Under the bloody light, he felt extremely uncomfortable. This discomfort was gradually accumulating. Meng Yanwen knew this matter could not be dragged out any longer and needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Eternal Great Wall, the common people of Shangxia would not be able to endure for long. At that point, true chaos would break out. Meng Yanwen's soul power surged as he sensed the source of the bloody light. The Shangxia Tower appeared, instantly forming a teleportation array. Ning Taran, Yi Hao, Dongfang Yi and others came through the teleportation array. Meng Yanwen said, "The source is in the Eagle Nation's capital. Let's go there. I knew it was those bastards causing trouble. Kill them all." In the Eagle Nation's capital, the bloody light was most concentrated, the source of the world's bloody light. A teleportation array appeared in the sky, a spacetime channel opened, and Meng Yanwen and the others teleported in. As soon as they arrived, they heard Ziluofa's manic laughter. "You finally come, much later than I expected. Meng Yanwen, how do you like the light of our blood race?" "The blood race?" So it was the blood race behind this. Meng Yanwen knew a lot of information and immediately realized the root cause. His gaze turned cold. "You've become slaves of the blood race." Ziluofo laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of divine-level experts also burst into laughter. "We're not slaves, we're just the most loyal servants of the Blood Ancestor. The great Blood Ancestor is about to descend. This world will become the Blood Ancestor's possession, and you will become the Blood Ancestor's food." Ziluofa seemed lucid, but he had already been influenced. His eyes were filled with madness, just a step away from becoming a beast. Meng Yanwen knew it was useless to say more to this kind of person. The best solution was to kill him. As long as he killed Ziluofu and all the others who had mutated, this world could return to normal. At this moment, he chose the most straightforward method, the one Bai Yaiwan preferred. Meng Yanwen said softly, "Kill them." With a wave of his finger, the Shangxia Tower instantly wove a huge killing array, the array symbols forming blades and weapons imbued with laws to charge forward in a killing frenzy. Ning Taran also raised his staff high, gathering the flame laws into a rain of fire that burned the heavens and earth. Yi Hao let out a cold shout, a huge long spear appearing in his hand as he instantly killed his way in front of Ziluofu. Facing the powerful attacks from the three of them, a blood barrier appeared before Ziluofu, imbued with laws-like armor to protect him. Ziluofu laughed loudly, his voice no longer human. "Useless. You're only level 96, but I'm already 97. In your Shangxia terms, a one-level difference is the difference between heaven and earth. You have no chance. I know your Emperor D is no longer here. Lin Moyu isn't here either." Under the blood barrier, teleportation from the human world has been cut off. Even if Lin Moyu wants to come back, it's impossible. "Once we kill you, we'll slaughter all of Shangxia and offer a blood sacrifice to welcome our master." Chapter 779. Chapter 779, 779. Chapter 779, Old man, who are you to question my strength? Ziluofa began his counterattack, the blood-colored laws thundering in the air. Meng Yanwen's expression changed slightly. Ziluofa had indeed reached level 97, surpassing Meng Yanwen's strength. However, actual combat power is not solely determined by level, there are many other factors involved. Meng Yanwen controlled the Shangxia Tower, weaving numerous formations to engage Ziluofu in battle. Ning Taran, Yi Hao, and the other divine-level experts of the Shangxia Empire also joined the fray, immediately fighting against the remaining enemies. The heavens and earth were nearly shattered, the entire Eagle Nation's capital was torn apart in an instant. Countless civilians perished in the shockwaves of the great battle. Their flesh and blood stained the earth red. Yet not one showed terror, their faces instead filled with madness. They had no fear of death. These people had already become part of the blood race, controlled by them. They had lost the attributes that humans should possess. Ning Taran said coldly, "Those not of our kind must have different minds, our ancestors did not deceive us. These people are no longer human, kill them, put them out of their misery. Not just these people, everyone in the world besides us Shangxia has become a blood race slave. Leave not a single one, restore clarity to the world." Their killing intent soared as the Eagle Nation was devastated, mountains crumbling and rivers overturning. The divine-level experts fought without restraint, capable of shattering the world itself. In this period, the number of lives lost had exceeded billions. Today's great battle alone claimed hundreds of millions more. This flesh and blood was absorbed by the blood mist in the sky, nourishing Ziluofu and the others. Ziluofu's strength rose again, as he wielded the laws, laughing madly. "Meng Yanwen, you are no match for me. I can finally trample you underfoot." Having been suppressed by Meng Anwen and others his whole life, Ziluafa's resentment finally erupted. Meng Anwen said nothing, searching for Ziluafa's weakness. Although Ziluafa seemed powerful, commanding the blood-colored laws, Meng Anwen sensed that his understanding of the laws was not deep, only able to unleash a limited force. Despite reaching level 97, his true combat power was not much higher than Meng Anwen's. Meng Anwen felt assured, his hands forming countless runes as the Shangxia Tower's rumbling grew louder, its power more formidable than before. Meng Anwen switched from defense to offense, beginning to pressure Ziluafu. In the ancient battlefield, Antares watched with relish. This guy's understanding of the Tao is not bad. I may have underestimated him before, he seems quite intelligent. Perhaps he has a chance to leave this world in the future. But compared to that brat, the gap is too large. At this moment, Lin Moya was comprehending the laws, not paying attention to the events in the human world. If something happened, Antares would call him. If Antares did not call, it meant nothing was amiss. With Antares present, he had no need to worry. The great battle lasted half a day before Meng Anwen fully grasped Ziluafa's strength and began to gain the upper hand. On the other battlefields, with Ning Taran and Yi Hao, both level 96 divine experts present, Ziluafa's side fell back step by step. Several divine experts had already been slain by them. The battlefield grew ever larger, the entire Eagle Nation already utterly destroyed. City after city lay in ruins, the earth cracked, mountains and rivers overturned. Ziluafa grew more and more incredulous, roaring in fury. Impossible, impossible. I'm already level 97, you're only 96. I can't possibly lose to you. Meng Anwen said nothing, attacking with full force, giving Ziluafa no opportunity. Although he had gained the upper hand, suppressing Ziluafu, killing him was no easy task. Moreover, if Ziluafa tried to flee, Meng Anwen knew he could not stop him. I must find a way, I cannot let him escape. Meng Anwen thought of Lin Moyo. If Xiaoyu were here, it would be no problem. Unnoticed, Lin Moyo had grown to a point even Meng Anwen had to look up to him. He could face the Dragon Emperor directly and easily kill high-ranked Dragon Kings. Dealing with someone like Ziluafa would be effortless for him. Ziluafa grew increasingly frenzied, the blood-colored laws nearly exploding. But no matter how crazed he became, it was useless. This was the inevitable result of forcing his cultivation. Gradually, Ziluafa began to have thoughts of retreat. Meng Anwen, wait until I reach level 98, then I'll come kill you. Meng Anwen's heart jolted. Damn it, he's going to flee. He had yet to think of a way to deal with Ziluafu. Suddenly, a piercing black light flashed from afar, instantly arriving. The black light was like lightning, crashing into Ziluafu's body. Ziluafa let out a wretched scream as he was blasted back over 1,000 meters, his blood-colored laws shattering. A massive wound opened from his chest down to his waist, nearly cleaving Ziluafu in two. Blood rained down, mixed with a hint of black, giving off a thick, foul stench. Yan Quanshan flew in from afar, wielding a great blade as he slashed another black light towards Ziluafu. Another attack locked onto its target, there was no escaping. The black light collided with the blood-colored laws, shattering them once more. The remaining blade force pierced through Ziluafa's body again. One arm was directly severed, disintegrating into a shower of flesh in the air. Ziluafa cried out loudly, impossible, how can you be so strong? Yan Quanshan laughed uproariously. Old man, who are you to question my strength? Yan Quanshan slashed again and again, Ziluafa's appearance rapidly becoming ragged. One slash severed his body, another his arm. Were it not for Ziluafa being a high-ranked divine expert with tremendous vitality, he would have died long ago. Once Yan Quanshan took action, he would not stop until his enemy was dead, fighting in a frenzied manner unlike Meng Anwen's steady approach. The Mad God, Yan Quanshan's nickname was well-earned. Meng Anwen watched silently, mourning Ziluafu for 3 seconds. He had not expected Yan Quanshan to suddenly attack, his combat power clearly far greater than over 720 years ago. Butcher the 10 directions. Yan Quanshan suddenly roared, his killing intent exploding, enveloping everything within 1,000 meters. Ziluafa was devoured by the killing intent, screaming incessantly before falling silent mere seconds later. Yan Quanshan reached into the killing intent and pulled out a head Ziluafa's. I'm late. Yan Quanshan said. His recent seclusion seemed to have caused him to miss much. Meng Anwen smiled. It's good you came. The battle here is nearly over. With Ziluafa dead and his forces leaderless, the battle progressed even faster. Just as Meng Anwen was about to relax, a giant face appeared in the blood mist. It was not human, with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Upon its appearance, Meng Anwen grew wary. I didn't expect you to even kill my level 97 slave. You are quite impressive, worthy of becoming my slaves. It spoke, looking towards Meng Anwen and Yan Quanshan. Go screw yourself. Yan Quanshan roared, unleashing a burst of black killing intent that dispersed the blood-colored giant face. The face reappeared elsewhere a second later. Useless. You have 5 seconds to consider. After 5 seconds, I will descend, and you will have no more chances. Consider your sister. Yan Quanshan responded with more killing intent. Becoming a blood race slave was not something he would ever consider. As for Meng Anwen, the idea was even more unthinkable. Since that is the case, then wait for death. The blood-colored giant face let out a chilling laugh as the blood mist began to churn violently. Chapter 780. Chapter 780, 780. Chapter 780, Slaughter all of Shangxia, offer blood sacrifice to welcome the master. As the blood mist churned like a sea, a human figure with wings flew out from the blood mass. Yan Quanshan and Meng Anwen merely glanced at him and felt an immense threat. The blood race resembled humans by about 60 to 70%, but they were more emaciated, over 2 meters tall, yet their build was half that of ordinary humans, like a long thin pole. A pair of huge wings flapped slowly behind him, making a padding sound. Worthless trash. You have disgraced our great blood ancestor, you are unworthy of existence. He sneered disdainfully. The Zillowafu that Yin Quangshan held exploded with a thunderous boom. Not just Zillowafu, but all the remaining blood race slaves exploded as well. Once turned into a blood race slave, life and death were no longer under their control. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Adam of the blood race. You killed my blood slaves, yet refused to become my new blood slaves. So I hereby sentence you to death. Adam's voice was bone-chillingly cold. As he spoke, the blood mist in the sky surged like an ocean wave. Go to hell. Yin Quangshan roared, slashing out a black light imbued with the laws of slaughter that swept across heaven and earth. Adam merely laughed lightly. You know nothing of true power. He stretched out a finger, striking the black light with lightning speed, instantly shattering it. Adam's body merely trembled slightly as he blocked Yin Quangshan's attack. Meng Yanwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Yin, continue. Yin Quangshan roared and attacked again. His entire body lunged forward, a torrential black killing intent enveloping Adam. Adam sneered repeatedly. Useless, you are not even half-step supreme, mere ants in my eyes. Puny ants daring to rebel, you have no chance. Yin Quangshan shouted loudly, we are not ants, and you are no elephant. Even if we are ants, enough ants can still kill an elephant. That's right. Flames ignited as Adam was suddenly engulfed in raging fire. Ning Taran had returned and joined the battle, controlling the fire element. Adam's blood-colored laws flared up, instantly extinguishing the great fire. At the same time, he punched out towards Yin Quangshan. A giant blood-colored fist appeared in the air, booming as it sent Yin Quangshan flying back thousands of meters. Yin Quangshan shouted and charged back in. Yihao arrived, his long spear shaking as he too joined the battle. The 3 level 96 divine experts fought Adam together. Meng Yanwen narrowed his eyes, observing the battle situation. Gradually, he realized that Adam was not as powerful as imagined. Perhaps his main body was strong, but the one appearing here was merely an avatar, a clone formed from fresh blood. Meng Yanwen could sense that power was constantly flowing from the blood mist into Adam's avatar, sustaining his consumption of energy. And in the previous great battle, countless lives were lost in the Eagle Nation, their flesh and blood all absorbed into the blood mist, becoming part of it. I've had enough playing. Adam laughed coldly. Time for you to die. Blood cleanse. Adam sneered, unleashing a torrent of bloodlight that blasted the 3 experts back. The bloodlight carried immense power, injuring all 3 of them. Meng Yanwen could not discern Adam's level, but it seemed to be below half-step supreme, likely between level 98 and half-step supreme. His true combat power was not much higher than Meng Yanwen's own. Feeling assured, Meng Yanwen formed countless runes with his hands as the Shangxia Tower's rumbling grew louder, its power more formidable than before. Stall. Meng Yanwen's voice rang in Yin Quangshan's ears. The 3 surrounded and attacked Adam again. Meng Yanwen flew into the Shangxia Tower, which shot like lightning into the blood mist. In the next moment, the Shangxia Tower began absorbing the blood mist. The tower contained a vast space within, though not as enormous as the Trial Tower, it could still hold a great amount. The absorbed blood mist formed a churning bloody sea inside. The blood mist that had originally covered half the world began rapidly shrinking. Sensing the weakening blood mist, Adam screeched, courting death. He punched towards the Shangxia Tower, but its brilliant golden light formed an array to block his attack. The Shangxia Tower was a legendary artifact, extremely sturdy by itself. Further enhanced by Meng Yanwen's constant infusion of laws and protected by arrays, even Adam could do nothing to it in a short time. Moreover, with Yin Quangshan's trio harassing him, Adam could not focus fully on the tower. More and more of the blood mist was absorbed, Adam's power gradually weakening. He became utterly enraged. You have angered me. Lowly ants, you shall all die. A red light shot from his body into the blood mist. Blood sacrifice, welcome our ancestor. All the remaining blood slaves across the world exploded simultaneously, not a single one left alive. A vast amount of fresh blood merged into the blood mist, which had shrunk but now expanded larger than ever, instantly covering the entire world in an instant. The blood mist blotted out the sky, turning the human world blood red. A heartbeat sounded from within the blood mist, as if a giant was awakening. With each thunderous beat, the blood mist's influence multiplied. Thousands in the Shangxia Empire lost their minds, suddenly engaging in frenzied acts. They collectively chose to commit suicide, constantly chanting welcome the blood ancestor. The heartbeat grew more intense, each beat sending waves crashing through the blood mist. The blood mist had become a blood sea, within which a giant seemed to be awakening. A massive heart projection appeared in the blood sea, powerfully pulsing. The heart alone was larger than the entire Shangxia Empire. The blood sea covering the world was merely a part of this giant's body. Adam laughed uproariously. This is the blood ancestor's heartbeat, such a wonderful sound. Your world shall become part of the blood ancestor, you should feel honored. Yin Quangshan and the others finally changed expression. Such a powerful existence, completely beyond what they could contend with. An immense pressure spread out, weighing down on everyone. Everyone fell silent, struggling to breathe. The pressure alone rendered them immobile. The Shangxia Tower violently shook, no longer able to absorb any blood. In the next second, it was blasted out of the blood mist, crashing heavily into the ground. Meng Yanwen flew out from the tower, blood at the corners of his mouth, clearly injured. The enemy was too powerful to the point of despair. What kind of existence was this? Meng Yanwen and the others could not even imagine. Supreme level? Definitely not supreme level, far more powerful than that. Blood ancestor, I'm here. How dare he disturb my sleep? I'll use his blood to hotpot. A voice thundered, then a giant claw pierced through space and time, gripping the blood ancestor's heart projection with pinpoint accuracy. With a boom, the heart was crushed. The blood ancestor's projection instantly collapsed and vanished. The blood mist simultaneously dissipated, raining blood down across the world. No! Adam's face changed drastically as he let out a horrified scream. No you don't. Yan Quanchen seized the opportunity, his greatsword slashing down towards Adam's head. Ning Taran and Yi Hao also reacted, launching a fierce assault on Adam. Adam stood motionless, like a target, allowing Yan Quanchen's group to attack unhindered. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed to pieces. It's finally over. Having killed Adam, Ning Taran and the others breathed sighs of relief. Yan Quanchen said softly, was that the old man's doing? Meng Yanwen nodded. Who else but the old man could do this? Besides Antares, who else could so easily deal with the blood mist? After all, that was the blood ancestor's projection. Even as a projection, it had weighed them down, rendering movement difficult. Yet Antares treated it like cracking an egg, utterly effortless. Antares' strength far exceeded their imagination. Chapter 781. Chapter 781, 781. Chapter 781, Why did the previous era leave? In the deep space of the book, 1,000 members of the blood race gathered together, maintaining a great formation. The blood mist enveloping the human world was far more complex than imagined. It was powered by their combined efforts. This was the blood realm formation of the blood race. Through this formation, they could project their souls over their inform avatars using the formation's power. They could also summon the blood ancestor's avatar through blood sacrifices. When the blood ancestor avatar's heart was crushed, the blood realm formation immediately collapsed. Adam, whose projection was over there, spat out fresh blood and fell limply to the ground. The collapse of the formation injured all the 1,000 blood race members to some degree, with Adam being the most severely hurt. What happened? Why did the formation suddenly collapse? Where is the blood ancestor's avatar? Questions poured in, but only Adam knew the situation at that time. It took Adam a long while to recover, his face filled with shock. There is an extremely terrifying existence in that world. It crushed the blood ancestor avatar's heart. It even said. Everyone immediately asked, what else did it say? It said it wants to use the blood ancestor's blood for hotpot. All the blood race members present were dumbstruck, looking at each other in disbelief. Who would dare say such a thing? Even in the greater world, few would utter those words. I feel like we came to the wrong world. After slumbering for 1,000 years, did something happen that we don't know about? Should we ask the blood ancestor? Yes. They rebuilt the formation, preparing to communicate with the blood ancestor who was somewhere else. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not reach the blood ancestor. The blood race members' faces turned extremely ugly. They realized they had likely been abandoned. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. What do we do now? We can either live here forever or find our own way back home. Find our way back, is there a way? There is a way to return to the greater world. Let's go find the way. The 1,000 blood race members set off together. As abandoned children, they could either live here forever or find their own path back. Antares watched the blood race's reaction and laughed mockingly. As a member of the blood race, you have no enlightenment at all. That blood ancestor bastard hasn't changed one bit after all these years. Still such a coward and a trifling thing. That path back is not easy to walk. Even if you find it, you'll probably die on the way. Antares looked at Lin Huio. The show is over, time to properly comprehend the laws of time. In the soul world, Lin Huio was wholeheartedly comprehending the laws of immortality. The immortality laws govern life and death, profound and mysterious. Lin Huio was immersed in them, unable to extricate himself. Antares glanced at Lin Huio. Stinky brat, your world is temporarily safe. What comes next depends on you. In the human world, the blood rain fell for 3 full days and nights before stopping. Except for the Shengxia Empire, all lands were dyed red by the blood water. The stench of blood permeated the entire world. When the eternal Great Wall closed, the thick bloody scent wafted over, making one nauseous. The human cultivators mobilized again to begin the cleanup. Meng Yanwen and the other divine experts searched the entire world. Not a single living person remained. Besides the Shengxia people, everyone else had become a blood race slave. Not only were there no living people, even the monsters had all perished. The world had become desolate and empty. Meng Yanwen reopened the teleportation formations, summoning all the Shengxia people back from the Dragon Realm. In the Imperial Palace, all the Shengxia Empire's high-level figures above the Divine Realm gathered. This whole incident was bizarre, causing a world-changing transformation. During the changes, there was no time to sort things out properly. Now they needed to carefully review it all. Why did this happen? Meng Yanwen said solemnly, the course of this incident has been fully understood. In that year, besides the Abyss Demons and Dragon Race who arrived, there was also a race called the Blood Race. At that time, only we Shengxia people existed in the world. The blood race used their methods to create an entirely new human species, somewhat similar to us Shengxia but completely different. So in that year, our ancestors left behind the words, those not of our kind must have different minds. Back then, the human race faced threats from the Abyss Demons and Dragon Race. There was no time for internal conflict, the interior had to be united, which gave them a chance to grow. Of course, they didn't even know they were just blood race slaves themselves. 8,000 years later, the blood race took action. What happened after, you all understand. After listening to Meng Yanwen's full explanation, everyone fell silent. The hall was deathly quiet. A moment later, Ning Taran finally asked, "The Abyss Demons, the Dragon Race, and including the Blood Race, they are all foreign races from outside this world, correct?" Meng Yanwen nodded. "Outside our world, there are countless other worlds with many races." Although they were mentally prepared, everyone was still shaken by Meng Yanwen's words. The calmest among them was actually Dongfang Li of the Dongfang family. Although only at level 92 with unexceptional strength, his knowledge was foremost among them all. Especially his understanding of ancient history no one could compare. Dongfang Li said, "I've long had my suspicions. Things like the ancient Shangxia city are actually foreign objects from the heavens. And that great figure at the core of the upper ancient battlefield is likely not from our world either." Everyone's gaze focused on him. Meng Yanwen smiled. "What else do you know?" Dongfang Li said, "What I know mostly comes from fragmentary records in ancient texts, plus my own conjectures. I can't say how accurate they are. But it's fine to speak of it." Ning Taran also chimed in. Everyone present wanted to know more. Having reached their level, their desire to explore the unknown was even stronger. Dongfang Li said, "Actually, I don't know much. Two ancient things have little record. We all know our world experienced a great war between gods and the human ancestors. But before that great war, in an even more ancient time, there was another era. That era was extremely brilliant and glorious, with countless experts far surpassing us. But that era later disappeared for some unknown reason. Combining information about the Dragon Race, Abyss Demons, Blood Race, the ancient Shangxia city, and that great figure, I boldly speculate, the people of that era likely left this world. If they could leave, others could enter as well." Ma Xinghai lightly tapped the table, making a rhythmic patting sound. "But why would they leave this world? They may have pursued higher goals, as this world became shackles hindering their growth." Dongfang Li's answer left everyone speechless. What level of strength would make the world itself a shackle? Dongfang Li said solemnly, "That great figure definitely knows, but we have no right to speak with him. Or perhaps..." He looked towards Bai Yaiwan, Meng Yanwen and the others, his meaning clear. Only Lin Muya could converse with Antares. Meng Yanwen shook his head. "Xiao Yu once told us there are things he cannot say. Is there someone not allowing him to speak?" Ma Xinghai asked further. Meng Yanwen nodded. "Yes, but I can tell you all clearly, outside our world, there are indeed other worlds and many races eyeing our world greedily. But no matter what, the most important thing is for us to become powerful ourselves. As long as we are powerful enough, no matter how formidable the invaders, we can deal with them." Bang! Feng Xiu slammed the table. "Old Meng is right. As long as we become powerful enough, nothing is unsolvable. Now the entire world has only us Shangxia people left, with boundless resources. Our next target is to exterminate the abyss, and remove that tumor as well." Chapter 782. Chapter 782, 782. Chapter 782, Treating the World as a Game Field. The human race world regained peace and tranquility. Lin Moyo could foresee that this period of peace would not be too short. The dragon race had been utterly decimated, with only a few little cats remaining that could be exterminated at any time. The blood race disaster had brought no small losses to the Shangxia Empire. According to the final statistics, the Shangxia Empire lost over 20 million people in this blood race calamity. Among them, 1/3 were combat professionals. Some were killed on the spot, while others mutated after being injured. The mutation had an infectious nature. As long as one was injured by a mutated being, they would become infected. This formed an extremely large chain of infection. Additionally, after the blood mist formed, many more people went insane within it and committed suicide. The total population decreased by about 10%, which was still because the Shangxia Empire had the Eternal Great Wall. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more severe. But after this disaster passed, the entire human world now belonged solely to the Shangxia Empire. Anyone not of pure Shangxia descent had been turned into a blood slave by the blood race's secret methods. In the end, within the blood mist, they exploded to summon the blood ancestor's avatar. The land stained red by blood is now recovering, and the original monsters are being reborn. All the world's instances now belong to the Shangxia Empire. With abundant resources, the Shangxia Empire's population will experience explosive growth. With a larger population, all kinds of talents are bound to emerge. It won't take many years before the Shangxia Empire's strength undergoes earth-shattering changes. From this perspective, this disaster has instead brought an opportunity for development to the Shangxia people. Now the Shangxia Empire's only remaining enemy is the Abyss, and as long as the Abyss is also eliminated, they can truly rest at ease. Orders were issued from the Imperial Palace, mobilizing the entire nation. In the Soul World, the immortal star shone brightly. Another 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya's soul body became increasingly pure. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal exhaled pure soul power daily, gradually expelling the impurities from his soul. Lin Moya's soul appeared crystalline and translucent. On his soul, a law was slowly flowing. The law of immortality. Lin Moyo had gained some insights into it these past few days. The immortality law was like a thin thread, sometimes entering his soul, sometimes leaving, weaving in and out ceaselessly. His soul seemed to have adapted to the existence of the immortality law, showing no major reaction to its movements. Even if Lin Moya tried to control the immortality law, it would not harm his soul. With a tremor of his soul, Lin Moya retracted his will, and his soul opened its eyes. His soul was glowing, and his physical body was also glowing. He had leveled up again, reaching level 88. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a resounding dragon's cry, as if celebrating Lin Moya's advancement. Due to the manifestation of laws, Lin Moya's comprehension speed was extremely fast and smooth. He only used 2 years to go from level 87 to 88. Of course, compared to leveling up by killing monsters, the time was 100 times longer. But the gains were completely different. He gained deeper insights into the laws, and his soul made corresponding changes to adapt to the laws. His soul became purer, and his soul power more refined. Every slight change filled Lin Moya with joy. "Stinky brat, you leveled up again." And Terry's tone was a bit strange, as if envious. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Why don't you comprehend the law of time?" And Terry shook his head exaggeratedly. "Don't you understand resting and working in turn?" Lin Moya would never believe that. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Antares had said before that whenever he comprehended a law, it took dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of years. It was normal. Now the manifested law of time was right before him. For any powerful being of any race, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, an invaluable treasure. How could Antares possibly stop comprehending after such a short time? Unless he couldn't comprehend it. Lin Moya looked at Antares strangely, making Antares' hair stand on end. Antares snorted. "Alright, I'll tell you the truth, I can't comprehend your law of time." "Why not?" "Just like the law of immortality, the manifested laws contain your personal will. Only you can comprehend them." The manifested law of time was formed through the immortal star technique, which was filled with Lin Moya's soul power. It was Lin Moya's personal possession. So the law of time manifested from it naturally also contained Lin Moya's personal will. Once a law carries a personal will, even if manifested, others cannot comprehend it. It's the same reason Antares cannot comprehend the law of immortality. Lin Moya said, "Is there really no other way?" Antares said, "No, that's just how abstruse laws are. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so difficult." "Alright, enough nonsense. Since you leveled up, go learn some skills and let me vent." Lin Moya smiled. "No rush, tell me about the human race first." "The human race is doing great. This world now fully belongs to you Shangxia people. Speaking of which, you humans really can reproduce. Everyone has been going all out giving birth these past few years." Lin Moya was stunned and couldn't help asking, "What about the others?" Antares casually said, "They're all dead. As blood race slaves, what use was there in keeping them alive?" It always looked down on the blood race with disdain. Lin Moya frowned. The world's population was over 10 billion. The Shangxia Empire had about 200 million. Over 8 billion others had died just like that. The blood race's methods were truly vicious. But on the larger scale of the greater world, this was merely a trivial matter. The extinction of races happened from time to time. The destruction of worlds was nothing rare either. Lin Moya frowned. First the powerful demonic beasts, then the evil dragon race and blood race, and even the soul race came before. What is so special about our world that they would come here? Does our world have something special? Antares laughed mockingly. "It is a bit special. The idiots of the previous era screwed up, leading to the tragedy of your era. But what exactly is special? Actually, there's nothing much. You'll naturally know in the future." Lin Moya said unhappily, "Can't you stop being vague? Always saying wait until the future, aren't you tired?" Antares said helplessly, "Alright, I'll tell you. Actually, something was stuffed into the core of this world. It's a good thing, and the experts of various races all want to obtain it. But to get it, one must first become the master of the world. And this is a closed world, protected by the rules of the greater world. You understand, right? Protected by the rules of the greater world, this closed world supremely powerful beings cannot enter. But it's not like there's no way in at all. For some invincible experts, there are always methods. It's just that this world also has Antares' existence. So the various races could only play this game of snatching treasures within the rules. Antares then became an existence like a referee. If anyone violated the rules, Antares would take action." Lin Moya muttered, "To actually treat a world as a game field, how disgusting." Don't say that person cannot be evaluated like that." Antares hurriedly stopped Lin Moya, its eyes filled with some fear. Clearly the person behind the scenes was extremely terrifying. This was the second time Lin Moya had seen Antares show such an expression. The first was when mentioning the old man riding the Kingu, and the second was now. Antares clearly did not want to say more. "Hurry and learn some skills, let's stop this topic." Chapter 783. Chapter 783, 783. Chapter 783, Offensive and Defensive Aspects of the Undying Principle. As the level of the technique increased, the degree of enhancement from each level up also grew larger. This was common knowledge. Lin Moya regained that feeling of being in full control. Looking at the last 4 technique star cores in the technique space, Lin Moya felt he could clear them all out this time. His soul power formed a huge palm and swiftly grasped one of the cores, giving it a light tug. He clearly felt the binding force, but the technique space's binding force now only acted on the 4 technique star cores, much greater than before. But faced with Lin Moya's robber-like soul palm, the binding force was still unable to take effect and was directly broken. Lin Moya very easily took a technique star core away, not even leaving the technique space a parting glance. If the technique space had intelligence, it would definitely curse Lin Moya from head to toe. Seeing the technique star core enter the soul world, the happiest was Antares, already rubbing his palms in anticipation. Lin Moya said, "These 2 years, I've gained some insights into the undying principle. Although I can't freely wield it yet, I can already manifest some of its undying characteristics in my spells. When you take action later, I'll give it a try." Antares readily agreed, "No problem, go ahead and try." A vast amount of soul power poured into the technique star core, rapidly lighting it up to radiate brilliant light. When the soul power was exhausted, flames had already appeared on the technique star core. It was showing a tendency to evolve into a sun. Go ahead. Lin Moya said to Antares, while encasing himself in a skeletal armor. The skeletal armor released a dazzling white light, not an ordinary white, but an extremely pale one. Looking at it would make one's heart skip a beat, and within the paleness was a hint of grayish vapor. That was the manifestation of the principle. Antares said, "Your principle gives me a sense of death." Lin Moya said, "The two sides of the undying principle, this is the death aspect." The skeletal type represented death, while the summoning type represented life. Only when combined did they form the complete undying principle. Antares slapped down, "Then let me try it out." Antares used true god-level power and even employed soul tracking. Based on past experience, it would only take 2 strikes to activate Lin Moya's full rebirth talent. Even if Lin Moya used the skeletal armor, the result would not change. After all, the defensive limit of the skeletal armor was determined by one's soul level. With Lin Moya's level 94 soul, even if the skeletal armor was enhanced by the 4-star spell system, its defense would not exceed level 96. The base was too weak, so even with a multiple increase, it would not become too outrageous. No matter how high it went, it would still be useless against true god-level attacks. Just as Antares and Lin Moya expected, the skeletal armor almost instantly shattered upon contact. As the skeletal armor collapsed, the 4-star spell system simultaneously linked up. Skeletal Prison's white bones suddenly appeared on Antares' body, followed by skeletal fangs and skeletal spear erupting. White light exploded, emitting the sound of clashing metal. The skeletal armor reappeared on Lin Moya's body, only to shatter again under Antares' attack. Skeletal Prison, skeletal fangs, skeletal spear appeared on Antares again. The 4-star spell system looped endlessly, never stopping. In the instant between Antares' attack touching the skeletal armor and finally landing on Lin Moya, less than 0.01 seconds, the skeletal armor was triggered 3 times. The 4-star spell system was triggered 3 times. By the time the attack landed on Lin Moya, the attack power had unexpectedly weakened significantly. The Undead Legion should have collapsed 3 times, but this time it only collapsed twice. The attack power decreased by 1/3. My attack was negated by 1/3 due to your principle. This is impossible. Antares' face clearly showed the words, "I don't believe it." For a true god-level attack to actually be weakened by a full 1/3. Lin Moya's grasp of the principle was not complete, and the aura of the principle in his spells was not strong. Antares could clearly sense it. But even so, it could reduce a true god-level attack by 1/3. Lin Moya explained, "According to my comprehension of the undying principle, the aspect representing death can cause all things to fall into stillness. These all things can be physical or abstract. Whether people, objects, your attacks, principles, or anything else, they can all be affected by the principle and fall into stillness." Antares let out a strange cry. All things can fall into stillness due to the principle of death? How can there be such a terrifying principle? Lin Moya said, "Look at the place you were attacked. What's there to look at? Such a small attack can't hurt me." Antares was completely unconcerned, as if such a small attack could injure it. "Take a look." Under Lin Moya's insistence, Antares finally went to check. Its body was too huge, and the previous attack didn't even cover one of its dragon scales. Immediately after, Antares let out a strange cry, and Lin Moya heard the sound of a dragon scale falling to the ground. Mist swirled, and a huge dragon scale flew out. This had fallen off Antares' body, and the entire dragon scale seemed to be decaying, losing its luster. The vitality of the dragon scale had been wiped out. In other words, this dragon scale had died. It was simply unbelievable that a dragon scale growing on Antares' body could die. The death aspect of the undying principle. It could extinguish the vitality of all things. This was truly somewhat terrifying. Even Antares was startled. "No wonder I didn't feel anything, this dragon scale had already died." "Brat, your principle combines offense and defense, extremely powerful. You don't need to use other principles to carry your spells. Thoroughly researching the principle within your own spells will be enough for you to use," Antares solemnly advised. Its meaning was for Lin Moya not to seek breadth over depth, as being a master of one is better than being a jack of all trades. Lin Moya said, "I will continue to comprehend the undying principle, as well as the principle of time. When I have time in the future, I will also comprehend it." He couldn't let the principles of the first echelon slip by. In the soul world, this technique star core burned brilliantly, already transformed into a ball of fire. The spell sun was about to form. Antares stared unblinkingly at the fireball once more. It had 4 more chances to observe the black dot. In the future, who knows when the next opportunity would come? It might be ages before it could see it again. Antares was fully focused, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted. Boom! Amidst a powerful explosion, the spell sun rose from the flames. At the same time, a wondrous feeling spread through Lin Moya's entire body. Its status immunity. The last passive skill. Only when a passive skill became a spell sun would Lin Moya experience this feeling. Passive skills were always active, perpetually existing and effective. After being converted into a spell, this was even more so. It would exist within the soul itself. Status immunity, fusion degree 100%. The master and their summons are immune to all negative statuses, including spells, formations, domains, curses, and negative principles. It didn't seem to have changed much, but as the spell's master, Lin Moya knew the change was huge. Previously, immunity to negative statuses basically only meant immunity to curse-type skills, not including formations or domains. Naturally, it also could not include principle-type curses, but this time was different. After being transformed into a sun-level spell, not only did it grant immunity to negative statuses caused by formations and domains, but it could even grant immunity to principle-type curses. While feeling joyful, Lin Moyo also knew that spells were not omnipotent. Like the formation used by the Dragon Emperor, it did not cause any negative statuses, but rather used the formation to compress the air, creating an effect similar to binding. This could not be immunized against. Spells were powerful but not omnipotent, so one could not be careless. Lin Moyo glanced at the brilliantly burning spell sun, then charged back into the technique space. Chapter 784. Chapter 784, 784. Chapter 784, Terrifyingly Monstrous Spell. 3 more left. The last 3 skill star cores hung lonely in the skill space: Summon Skeletal Dragon, Resurrection of the Dead, Infinite Fusion. The final 3 skills, coincidentally, were all level 80 skills that one could only grasp at that level. For other professions, level 80 skills were often called the strongest skills, or even exaggeratedly referred to as ultimate skills. Lin Moyo had to admit that these 3 skills were indeed powerful. Especially the last one, Infinite Fusion. Its existence allowed for infinite possibilities with skills. With dozens of his own skills, they could be combined in infinite ways. What kind of effects would ultimately appear was unknown. His soul power had already grasped one of the cores, pulling it away from the skill space. The process went very smoothly, the binding force of the skill space still unable to impede him. Lin Moyo only needed to exert a little force to break free. His soul power still had a great surplus. Lin Moyo felt that in this level, he could completely empty out the skill star cores. As the skill star core entered the soul world, it immediately began absorbing soul power. Antares had been prepared for a long time. As always, he used True God first rank power, but did not use the skeletal armor for defense this time. Each strike could make the Undead Legion collapse 3 times. After 2 consecutive strikes, it would activate Lin Moyo's full rebirth talent. If Lin Moyo used the skeletal armor, with True God first rank attacks, it would take 3 strikes to activate the talent. If you add the Undying Lich, it would take 4 strikes. Once the talent was activated, the skills would reset. Within 1 minute, the same 4 attacks would need to be repeated to truly kill Lin Moyo. To launch 8 consecutive attacks within 1 minute while using True God first rank power and soul tracking was not easy. Lin Moyo was no fool, he would not just stand there. The undead wings could sever the soul lock and cut off soul tracking. Even Antares had to sigh. This guy's ability to preserve his life was truly unmatched at the same level. Soul power filled the skill star core, and the spell sun leapt out from the explosive flames. The soul power feedback caused Lin Moyo's soul realm to increase slightly again. Lin Moyo felt that his soul realm had reached the limit of level 94. With the remaining 2 skill star cores converted into spell suns, Lin Moyo felt his soul realm could advance to level 95. Each increase in soul realm would lead to a significant increase in combat power. After rising into the air, the spell sun swiftly flew towards the multi-star summoning spell system, joining it in the blink of an eye. The soul world shook violently again. Summon Skeletal Dragon. Fusion degree 100%. Summon a skeletal dragon that normally lies dormant within the star, connected to the undead world. Can descend to the mortal realm when needed. The Death Knight's strength will be based on the master's soul realm. With the appearance of this spell, the dragon nest attribute disappeared. The skeletal dragon also appeared on the spell sun, awaiting Lin Moyo's summon. 7-star spell. Looking at the 7 intertwined, rotating suns, Lin Moyo couldn't help feeling excited. 7 sun-level summoning spells formed the 7-star spell system. The spell power was greatly enhanced again. The limit of a single spell was equivalent to Lin Moyo's soul realm. But once it reached the 3-star spell, the spell's limit could break through the shackles of the soul realm. Then, with each additional star, the spell power could increase exponentially. At the 7-star spell, Lin Moyo didn't know how powerful his summoning skills had become. He hadn't tried it out yet. He wanted to leave the surprise for last. He glanced inconspicuously at the spell planet representing Summon Skeletal King. If it could also become a spell sun and join in, that would be a true 8-star spell. In the greater world, a 10-star spell was legendary, never seen before. 9-star spells were also extremely rare, countable on one's fingers. An 8-star spell was already among the top ranks. Lin Moyo did not have too high of expectations. Sooner or later, I'll be able to complete an 8-star spell. Upgrading a planet-level spell to a sun level was far more difficult than the initial transformation, but it was not impossible. Lin Moyo was confident he could do it. There were still 2 skill star cores left. This robber Lin Moyo once again descended upon the skill space, forcefully dragging one out. This time, the skill space clearly put up resistance. The binding force increased considerably, but it was still no match for Lin Moyo's soul power. After a brief struggle, Lin Moyo still managed to drag it out forcefully. Antares asked in a deep voice, "Only 2 left, right?" Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "Can't bear to part with them." Lin Moyo knew this guy still wanted to see that little black dot some more. Although Lin Moyo didn't know what was inside the little black dot, it was clearly very important. Antares sighed. "Yeah, after 2 more looks, who knows if I'll ever see it again." As Lin Moyo poured in soul power, he asked, "Besides, when skills transform into suns, you can't see it any other time." "It's not that, it's just much harder, too far away from you." Lin Moyo didn't ask further. If it was far away, then so be it, he would reach it sooner or later. He pointed to the remaining few spell planets. "There are still 3 spell planets with the chance to transform into suns. You'll be able to see it then." Antares shook his head. "Difficult. Missing the first opportunity, wanting to transform them over later will be tens of thousands of times harder. Give it a try. I'm confident. Lin Moya said. Alright, you can start. Soul power was once again depleted, and Antares immediately got to work. The two had cooperated so many times, their coordination was seamless. One side killed joyfully, the other died joyfully. Amidst life and death, the talent shone with brilliant purple light. 2 rounds later, the spell sun formed within the flames. With the soul power feedback, Lin Moya's soul realm touched the bottleneck of level 95, just a bit more and he could break through. After the spell sun formed, it did not rise into the air, but instead flew straight in one direction. How could this be? It actually. Lin Moya was stunned. This spell sun skill flew directly into the multi-star summoning system, naturally merging into it, instantly forming an 8-star spell. This change caught Lin Moya completely off guard. He never expected that Resurrection of the Dead would also belong to the summoning category. The soul world shook violently again, even more intensely than before. 8 suns rotated in a circle, releasing dazzling light. In their center, the undying principle manifested even more clearly. An immense power swept through the entire soul world. It was as if the 8-star spell was announcing its existence to the soul world. Their combined light became dazzlingly brilliant, outshining all the other suns. Resurrection of the Dead, fusion degree 100%. Use a corpse or soul as a medium to revive the target for a period of time. The revived will possess the strength of their peak period in life, retaining memories from before death, and receive enhancements from spells and talents. The master has absolute control over the revived, able to manipulate their thoughts and actions at will. The maximum duration of the revived's existence is determined by the master's soul realm. After becoming a spell, the changes were massive. Previously, Lin Moya could only revive the dead, who would lose their memories from life, and could only obey simple commands. But now, the revived would possess memories from their previous life, and the strength of their peak period. Factoring in enhancements from spells and talents, the revived would be even stronger than their former selves. Most crucially, the revived would absolutely obey Lin Moya's commands and actions. Lin Moya could even manipulate their memories, thoughts, and behaviors. Their duration of existence was no longer limited to 24 hours, but determined by Lin Moya's soul realm. Lin Moya didn't know exactly how long they could exist for, but Lin Moya could sense that this spell was simply terrifyingly monstrous to the extreme. Chapter 785. Chapter 785, 785. Chapter 785. Inside the little black dot was actually. Antares stared blankly at the 8-star spell formation. Previously, whenever something astonishing happened, Antares would show some shock in its expression, but this time, it seemed a bit numb. Lin Moya curiously asked, "Haven't you seen an 8-star spell before?" "Never seen it." Antares instinctively responded. It seems 8-star spells are indeed very rare if even Antares has never witnessed one. If he could also summon Skeletal King, over, that would form a 9-star spell. Aside from the legendary 10-star spell that has never been seen before, a 9-star spell is the strongest. He still has a chance. Antares realized this point too and said seriously to Lin Moya, "In the future, you must create a 9-star spell." It's said that 9-star spells are extremely powerful and can trigger wondrous events. It's just a pity that I've never seen one before. Lin Moya said, "When I form a 9-star spell, I'll let you appreciate it together." How could he not agree to such a small request? Completing a 9-star spell is a must. Lin Moya knew this was a necessary step on his path to becoming a powerful expert. Sensing his remaining soul power, based on past experience, it should be enough to move the Technique Star cores. In this place, the Technique space only had one lonely Technique Star core left, making the entire space seem exceptionally empty. All the binding force of the Technique space was concentrated on this last Technique Star core. But this time, Lin Moya's soul power was not as abundant as before. When Lin Moya's soul power formed a huge palm to grasp the Technique Star core, the two sides began to struggle. Lin Moya pulled the Technique Star core out again and again, but the Technique space had endured so much grievance that it erupted all at once in this moment. The two sides kept tugging back and forth, refusing to yield. Most of Lin Moya's soul power was used to maintain the soul world and all those spell suns. He didn't have much surplus. The Technique Star core moved extremely slowly, being pulled out bit by bit. Lin Moya once again summoned his indomitable spirit, desperately tugging at the Technique Star core without regard for his life. It didn't matter if it was slow, as long as he could pull it out. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of taking his time. He could also choose an easier method, leveling up again before coming back to move it. At that time, it would be very easy. But Lin Moya had his own plans. He still wanted to go mess around in the talent world, so he had to leave himself enough leeway. After 2 full days of extreme tugging, the last Technique Star core was finally pulled out of the Technique space. Having lost all the Technique Star cores, the Technique space exploded with a bang. Lin Moya's entire body shook violently as the exploding Technique space unleashed a torrential energy that swept over him and poured into the soul world. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a resounding dragon's cry, fiercely absorbing the onrushing energy. The immense energy was refined and purified by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal before entering Lin Moya's soul. It was like his soul had taken a great tonic. His soul power surged, and his soul realm instantly shattered through the level 95 barrier. Not only did his soul realm step into level 95, it even advanced quite far along the path from 95 to 96. Lin Moya was initially startled, but soon realized why this happened. The Technique space originally belonged to him, just like the soul world. Its essence was his own soul power. This is also why his soul power could enter the Technique space while others could not. Compared to the soul world, it was more illusory and ethereal. Every time he moved a Technique Star core, he was actually struggling against his own soul. When all the Technique Star cores were moved out, the Technique space lost its reason for existence. So it exploded, returning the soul power back to his original soul. Then the 9-colored dragon soul crystal further refined and purified it, ultimately promoting his soul realm. Lin Muya dragged the last Technique Star core back into the soul world. He began pouring in soul power to ignite the Technique Star core. As soon as the soul power entered, Lin Muya sensed something was off. This Technique Star core is problematic. The feeling this time was completely different from before. The soul power entered like a cow into the sea, without the slightest sensation. The Technique Star core did brighten up a bit, but the degree of brightening was less than 10%. Even after all the soul power was poured in, it only lit up less than 10%. Antares also noticed this situation, its expression serious. Your technique must be very powerful. The more powerful a technique is, the more soul power it requires. Lin Muya nodded. The previous techniques also varied in strength, but the difference wasn't that big overall. But this time is different. As the last technique Lin Muya grasped, Infinite Fusion, seemed to bring infinite possibilities. Its power was impossible to estimate. Antares said, if it were someone else, this Technique Star core would be impossible to transform into a sun-level spell. But for you. With a strange laugh, Antares slapped an attack over. The two cooperated willingly again. Antares struck fiercely while Lin Muya died fiercely. He died over and over, his full rebirth talent activating repeatedly. The Infinite Fusion Technique Star core was slowly ignited as Lin Muya grew more and more excited. He really wanted to see how powerful it would become after transforming into a spell sun. It was sure to be an extremely heaven-defying spell. As Antares attacked, it said, I've never heard of such a powerful technique before. I really don't know what's up with your profession to be able to grasp techniques of this level. You're truly a freak. Lin Muya smiled. So be it. If I'm a freak, you can say whatever you want. Finally, after more than 10 rounds that left even Antares exhausted, the Technique Star core transformed into a ball of flames. Unlike the other Technique Star cores, even the flames burning from this one were different. Gold, purple, silver, white, blue, red. All kinds of flames appeared, interweaving into an indescribable kaleidoscope of colors. This complex array of colors was entrancing to look at. Even Antares was somewhat entranced. It really is quite peculiar. Lin Muya nodded in agreement. It was indeed peculiar. Boom! The flames exploded, the multicolored light sweeping through the entire soul world. All the spell suns and spell planets were tinged with the multicolored flames. It seemed that in this moment, all the spell suns formed a connection with it. The little black dot appeared in the explosion, but this time it lasted more than half a second. It persisted for a full 10 seconds before disappearing. 10 seconds was not a short time for Lin Muya, it was quite long, even more so for Antares. Antares stared entranced, not knowing what it had seen. Lin Muya also finally saw something different within those 10 seconds. The little black dot expanded infinitely in his vision, becoming immensely profound. Then, he saw a rune shimmering with purple light. This rune was extremely complex yet extremely simple. It seemed to encapsulate the fundamental principles of the entire world. It stood high above, disdaining everything. The moment he saw it, Lin Muya knew its identity: the Great World Rune. It was the Great World Rune that all invincible experts pursued. Mastering it would allow one to control the entire greater world. Lin Muya saw countless runes derived from it, each rune a law, an irresistible force. The Great World Rune on his body was merely a fragment split off from it. Lin Muya only caught a glimpse before the scene shattered with a boom, his consciousness expelled by the immense force. Intense pain came from his soul, so painful that Lin Muya couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. His soul collapsed. Chapter 786. Chapter 786, 786. Chapter 786. Antares nearly had his faith shattered. Lin Muya's soul realm was too low, far too low to be qualified to glimpse the Great World Rune. Originally, he indeed had no chance to see the Great World Rune, but that special Technique Star core, when transforming into a sun, caused the originally half-second little black dot to last a full 10 seconds. This gave Lin Muya an opportunity to truly catch a glimpse of the Great World Rune's appearance. For Lin Muya, this was an invaluable opportunity. If he could gain something from it, he would benefit for life. Lin Muya did see some things, but his soul also collapsed because of it. Fortunately, his full rebirth talent was extraordinary enough that his soul was reborn in the purple light. It's just that this rebirth was very slow, dozens of times slower than usual. After being reborn, his soul also could not recover to its peak state, feeling extremely weak. Lin Muya felt a lingering fear. During the rebirth process, it seemed like an invisible force was obstructing him. For a while, Lin Muya almost felt he could not be revived. Ever since using the full rebirth talent, he had never encountered such a situation. The Great World Rune was too terrifying, far beyond his realm. After the lingering fear came waves of relief. Relief that he had escaped disaster. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Muya truly saw some things. The Great World Rune, it was damaged. Lin Muya saw the Great World Rune covered in cracks. Who could damage the Great World Rune? What tremendous power would be needed to do that? Just catching a glimpse caused his soul to collapse. The Great World Rune, representing the greatest power in the greater world, had actually been shattered. There were too many secrets in this world. The secrets of his own small world had not been fully unraveled. yet he saw even greater secrets. Lin Moya didn't know what Antares had seen, it probably didn't see the cracks on the Great World Rune. In Antares' heart, the Great World Rune was supreme, invincible. If the Great World Rune was shattered by someone, it would definitely be astonished, perhaps even have its faith shattered. Dazzling multicolored light rained down, illuminating the entire soul world into a kaleidoscope of splendor. Lin Moya opened his eyes to see a multicolored sun-level spell. It was its light that had turned the entire soul world into a riot of colors. It slowly rose, passing all the other spell suns to the highest position, arrogantly looking down on the other spell suns. It stood high above, only bowing to Lin Moya alone. The light gradually converged, and the soul world began to return to its original appearance. Infinite fusion, fusion degree 100% can fuse all spells and principles to create new spells and new principles. Not only can it fuse spells, but it can also fuse principles. And it can even create new spells and new principles. Could such a heaven-defying thing really exist in this world? Creating principles. Is that something a human can do? Before Lin Moya could recover from his shock, he clearly felt a peculiar aura being emitted from the infinite fusion spell sun. Lin Moya's first reaction was to instinctively think it was the aura of a principle. But after careful discernment, it didn't feel quite the same. Similar but not quite, indescribable. Fusing principles. The first thing Lin Moya wanted to try was fusing principles. His gaze fell on the two multi-star spell systems. The skeletal spells represented the death aspect of the undying principle. The summoning spells represented the life aspect of the undying principle. Only when combined did they form the complete undying principle. In his comprehension process, he had also tried to fuse the two together, but had never succeeded, always missing something. If he used the infinite fusion spell to fuse them together, perhaps. His gaze flickered repeatedly, but in the end he could only let out a lone sigh. Currently, he still could not freely wield the undying principle, so he could not test it. What a strange spell sun. Antares finally came to his senses. It looked extremely excited, in a great mood, clearly having gained a lot. Lin Moya asked, "What insights did the Great World Rune give you?" "What?" Antares didn't understand at first. Lin Moya said, "Wasn't the little black dot the Great World Rune?" Antares' expression changed. "How did you know?" "I don't remember telling you." Lin Moya said casually, "You're allowed to see it, so I saw it too." Antares thought about how the little black dot had lasted a full 10 seconds. With your soul realm, you could indeed see it, but seeing it is useless, you can't gain any insights. Lin Moya also looked serious. Indeed, the Great World Rune is too mysterious and powerful. It derives countless runes, each rune a principle. Looking at it, I felt so small. Just a glance caused my soul to collapse. I almost couldn't be revived even with my talent. Wait. Antares interrupted Lin Moya. "You're saying you saw the true form of the Great World Rune?" Lin Moya looked puzzled. "Yes." Antares cried out strangely, "Impossible, how could you see the true form of the Great World Rune? How is that possible?" "I don't know." Lin Moya looked innocent. At this point in the conversation, Lin Moya was 100% certain that Antares had definitely not seen the true form of the Great World Rune. The previous few lines were just a test. If Antares had truly seen the true form of the Great World Rune, it definitely would not have been so shocked. If it had truly seen it, Antares should have known that the Great World Rune was covered in cracks. Clearly, it did not know. Antares kept muttering, "Impossible, how could you see the true form of the Great World Rune? This doesn't make sense, it violates the rules." This shock surpassed any of its previous astonishments. This time, Antares could not reason it out itself. Seeing the true form of the Great World Rune had implications too great to imagine. Seeing Antares' shocked appearance, Lin Moya said again, "Maybe I saw it wrong." Antares stared at Lin Moya. "You must have seen it wrong. With your soul realm, at most you could only see a vague shadow of the Great World Rune, then see some derived principal runes." "Yes, that must be it." Antares kept guiding itself. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. Fortunately he didn't tell it that the Great World Rune was covered in cracks. Otherwise, it really would have had its faith shattered. Sometimes it was strange, the more powerful an existence was, the more firm its faith became. The Great World Rune was the pursuit of all experts. Almost every invincible expert pursued mastering the Great World Rune. In their beliefs, the Great World Rune was the strongest existence, the truth. But strangely, they could try to defy the Great World Rune, try to control the Great World Rune. This was not blasphemy, but an affirmation of themselves. But no matter what they did, it did not affect the Great World Rune's position in their hearts. Antares was the same. Lin Moya clearly remembered how excited it was when it luckily won against the Great World Rune once. But that lucky victory did not affect the Great World Rune's position as Antares' ultimate pursuit. This was a very contradictory psychology that Lin Moya did not have. He did not have such reverence for the Great World Rune. Lin Moya felt that perhaps it was because he was not powerful enough. How it would be in the future was unclear. Lin Moya said, "Don't think about it anymore, help me see what this is." Chapter 787. Chapter 787, 787. Chapter 787, Freak, what have you done? How strange. Antares looked at Infinite Fusion, feeling its aura. The Infinite Fusion spell sun was different from the others, with various colors intertwining on its surface. It seemed that all the colors in the world could be found on it. Whether in appearance or the aura it emanated, it stood out as unique and different from all the other spell suns. It seems to be a principle, but not quite. Let me take a look at what it really is. A huge eye appeared in Lin Moya's soul world. The dragon's insightful eye, a secret technique of the dragon race. Within the dragon's insightful eye, even the great world runes hidden in the depths of the soul could be seen. Antares was very confident that there was nothing the dragon's insightful eye could not see through. The dragon's insightful eye gazed at it, trying to see through its essence. Suddenly, Lin Moya saw the dragon's insightful eye contract, accompanied by Antares' strange cry. The dragon's insightful eye exploded with a bang. The dragon's insightful eye collapsed, and Antares' soul avatar was also affected, becoming illusory. Lin Moya hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. After a few seconds, the illusory soul avatar solidified again. Antares was still shaken. "You little brat, I think calling you a monster is an understatement." Lin Moya looked puzzled. "What happened? What happened?" "You guess what happened. This spell of yours manifested a principle, but it was a legendary principle." "A legendary principle?" "Yes, a legendary principle. It appeared in legends, but no one has ever comprehended it before." Lin Moya asked, "Is it very powerful?" "More powerful than the principle of time." Antares snorted. "Since it has never appeared before, naturally there's no way to know its power. The principle of time has been comprehended before, but your principle has never been comprehended by anyone before, you understand?" Lin Moya said, "Understand your ass, stop beating around the bush. What principle is it?" Antares slowly uttered 4 words, "The chaos principle." "The chaos principle? What use does it have?" Lin Moya could not understand its function from the literal meaning. According to legend, the chaos principle existed from the very beginning of the world, but it never appeared again after that. I only happened to see records of it in my clan's archives by chance. It is said that the chaos principle encompasses everything, contains everything, and can do anything. Although I've never seen the chaos principle before, it should not be wrong, this must be that principle. Your undying principle is already very powerful, and you've even manifested the principle of time. Now you've added the chaos principle too. Tell me, if you're not a monster, then what are you? Antares said a lot, but Lin Moya didn't bother listening to him. Judging from the effects of the infinite fusion spell, it did seem very similar to the legendary chaos principle described. However, whether it really was the chaos principle or not, even Antares could not be completely certain. He could only say it was extremely likely. Regardless of whether it was or not, Lin Moya could only accept it. It would be best if it was, but it didn't matter if it wasn't as long as he had the principle of time. It was already powerful enough. What Lin Moya valued more was the effect of the infinite fusion spell, not the principle it carried. However, for a single spell sun to possess a principle was enough to prove its immense power. Let's test it out. After finally waiting for all the skills to transform into spells, Lin Moya really wanted to know what level of power he had reached. With his current level 95 soul, just how many shackles had the multi-star spells broken through? How powerful was an 8-star spell? Not only did Lin Moya want to know, but Antares did too. The skeletal skills had already been tested, so there was no need to try them again. Lin Moya began trying out the summoning skills. The terror of spell linkage was fully exposed at this moment. As the instigator, even Lin Moya was left speechless in shock. He had only summoned a single skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior, as Lin Moya's first summon, held special significance. Even as stronger and stronger summons appeared later, it did not change the skeletal warrior's position in his heart. After the first skeletal warrior appeared, spell linkage was triggered. Then, the skeletal mage, skeletal archer, lich commander, death knight, and skeletal dragon appeared one after another. They appeared extremely quickly, with intervals of at most 0.01 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the land was filled with undead. The skies were also filled with skeletal dragons weaving through the grey mist. Resounding dragon cries echoed across the ancient battlefield. Antares and Lin Moya stared at each other in a daze, already surrounded by the undead army. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of undead had appeared. Antares asked in shock, "What have you done?" Lin Moya said, "I summoned a skeletal warrior. Just one. Just one." Antares fell silent, and Lin Moya fell silent too. After a full minute of silence, Antares finally cursed, "Freak." Lin Moya nodded, "Indeed, it is a bit freakish." The summoning was still ongoing, and the 8-star spell system showed no signs of stopping. His spiritual power was constantly being consumed, but as the undead increased, his spiritual power was not consumed at all, but instead grew more and more abundant. It was like a bucket pouring out water while simultaneously expanding and being filled with water at a frantic pace. The water pouring in far exceeded the water pouring out. The all-encompassing connection talent also revealed its terror at this moment. Without this talent, the spell linkage would have been interrupted long ago. Lin Moya didn't know what to say either. He also knew when it would stop. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, with no idea what to expect. He could only go with the flow for now. Lin Moya stopped paying attention and began checking the attributes. Skeletal Warrior. Level 97. Spell, Death Attack. Death Attack, wield the force of principles to deal a death attack on the target. Principle, Undying Principle, Death. The 8-star spell system pushed the original level 95 skeletal warrior up to level 97. The 3-level difference resulted in a world of change in strength. The attributes had disappeared, not that they couldn't be seen, but they had truly disappeared. The skills had undergone a fundamental change after transforming into spells. The skeletal warrior's combat power no longer relied on attributes. A level 97 skeletal warrior could exert the full power of level 97. The skeletal warriors did indeed carry a principle, the Undying Principle. The Undying Principle has 2 aspects of life and death, and the summoning spells possessed the aspect of life. But the undying principle also contains death within life, and life within death. Summoning the undead is the aspect of life, while the undead exert the aspect of death in combat. Lin Moyo and Antares conducted tests. With the talent enhancements, the skeletal warrior's combat power broke through the level limit. Its actual combat power had reached level 98, no weaker than any other level 98 professional. Antares said, "Indeed, there's no need to carry external principles, your innate principle is powerful enough. The quality of a principle matters more than the quantity. To be able to fully manifest a single principle is already extremely powerful. The true experts, the difference between them lies only in the strength of their principles." Antares spoke from experience, which was also what Lin Moya needed to hear. Next, Lin Moya tested the Skeletal Mage, Soul Archer, and Death Knight. The Skeletal Mage treated the aspect of death and the principle as an element, able to soul lock an attack from extreme distances. Although not as powerful as the Skeletal Warrior, it made up for it with ranged attacks. The Soul Archer directly used the principle to attack souls. Souls are fragile, even more so against principle-based attacks. The Soul Archer transformed from a support role into the most terrifying and destructive member of the undead army. The Death Knight's attack power was slightly greater than the Skeletal Warrior's, and its charge skill had become an instinct, with speeds exceeding 10,000 meters per second. At full charge, its speed reached over 1 million meters per second. In single combat, any Skeletal Warrior was inferior to the Death Knights. Chapter 788. Chapter 788, 788. Chapter 788, The Soul World, with something extra. The experiment continued. Summoning spells were Lin Moya's specialty, so he wanted to know the full strength of each undead troop type in detail. Testing the Skeletal Warriors, Skeletal Mages, and Soul Archers was quickly completed. Each had their own characteristics. Along with the Death Knights, they formed a well-structured army. Next was the Lich Commander's turn. The Lich Commander was once the supreme commander of the undead army. Most of the time, whatever command Lin Moya gave would first be passed to the Lich Commander, who would then coordinate and direct the entire army. At the same time, the Lich Commander could also provide various enhancements and healing. After countless battles, without the Lich Commander, the undead army would have been annihilated countless times. The Lich Commander's existence greatly improved the undead army's survivability, as well as Lin Moya's own survivability. One could say, as long as the undead army wasn't destroyed in one strike, it would be extremely difficult to truly destroy them. As long as the undead army didn't collapse, Lin Moya would be fine. Antares' evaluation was, unless a true god took action personally, trying to kill this guy would be even harder than comprehending the laws of time. There may have been some exaggeration, but it did illustrate how powerful Lin Moya's survival ability was. The Lich Commander used to have no combat power at all. Aside from extremely high defense and vitality, it had no other strengths. But after transforming into a spell, the Lich Commander changed, gaining combat power on top of its original foundation. Lich Commander. Level 97. Spells, Extreme Enhancement, Extreme Healing, Lich Whispers. Extreme Enhancement, wield the force of laws to indiscriminately enhance all undead army members, increasing attack power by %. Extreme Healing, wield the force of laws to heal all undead army members, instantly restoring immense vitality. Lich Whispers, wield the force of laws to deal double damage to the target's body and soul. Principle, Undying Principle, Death, Undying Principle, Life. Similarly, there were no attributes, but the Lich Commander gained more spells. Extreme Enhancement and Extreme Healing were the same as the previous Army Enhancement and Army Healing skills. Now transformed into spells infused with the force of laws, they became even more powerful. These two support skills used the life aspect of the Undying Principle. At the same time, the Lich Commander also gained the Lich Whispers spell, using the death aspect of the Undying Principle to attack the target's body and soul simultaneously. After testing, the Lich Commander's physical damage was slightly weaker than the Skeletal Warriors and Skeletal Mages, and much weaker than the Death Knights. Its soul attacks were also inferior to the Soul Archers, but the combined physical and soul damage exceeded any single undead troop. The Lich Commander also had the most crucial trait, commanding the undead army. Lin Moya's orders could be passed through them, without needing to relay to each individual undead. Each Lich Commander could control 100,000 undead troops. So even with 1,000,000 undead troops, Lin Moya's orders only needed to be relayed to 10 Lich Commanders. The difficulty of controlling the undead army was greatly reduced. Finally, it was time to test the Skeletal Dragons. Skeletal Dragon. Level 97. Spell, Lethal Dragon Breath. Lethal Dragon Breath, wield the force of laws to breathe dragon's breath, dealing devastating continuous damage to targets in the area. Principle, Undying Principle, Death. The skeletal dragons soared and weaved through the grey mist, their bodies burning with silver-white flames. The flames carried a hint of grey, exuding the aura of the Undying Principle. During this testing period, the spell linkage continued, to the point where even Lin Moya didn't know how many undead he had summoned. In any case, the land and sky were filled with them, stretching as far as the eye could see. Antares had already given up caring, letting Lin Moya do as he pleased. The skeletal dragon's testing was quickly completed. In terms of damage output, the skeletal dragon was the strongest of all Lin Moya's summons. It had already reached the peak level 98 realm. Just a bit more and it could enter the half-step supreme level 99 realm. Currently, the skeletal dragon alone was not an opponent for half-step supreme experts in single combat. But when had Lin Moya ever fought alone? Looking at the dense swarm of skeletal dragons in the sky, Antares silently mourned for 3 seconds for Lin Moya's future enemies. Alright, let's test the undead army's full strength. Previous tests were only based on talent enhancements, not the undead army's true peak state. Lin Moya didn't bother calculating the total number of undead for now, only commanding the lich commanders to enhance the nearby undead. All elemental liches also appeared. Although there were only 3 spell-level liches, no matter what, they were summoned first. From this moment on, the undead army reached its full power. Antares became the target again. After a round of testing, Antares was certain the undead army now possessed the ability to directly confront supreme-level experts. Antares looked at Lin Moya like a monster. Your true combat power can already match supreme-level experts, yet you're only level 88. You really are a monster. Lin Moya shook his head. It's not done yet. Not done yet. Antares was startled. Watch. Lin Moya began his outrageous operations. When a Death Knight and Skeletal Dragon fused, 3 types of skeletons merged together. 2 brand new undead troop types appeared before Antares' eyes. Antares recalled Lin Moya had used this skill before, but the effect was average, so he abandoned it. Now that everything had transformed into spells, he could truly try it out. Death Dragon Knight. Level 98. Spells: Lethal Dragon Breath, Death Charge. Lethal Dragon Breath, wield the force of laws to breathe dragon's breath, dealing devastating continuous damage to targets in the area. Death Charge, charge at 50,000 meters per second, using the force of laws as a spearhead to deal immense damage to the target. Principle: Undying Principle, Death. After testing, the Death Dragon Knight formed from fusing a Death Knight and Skeletal Dragon, with full enhancements, had nearly reached the half-step supreme pinnacle. Against existences like the Dragon Emperor or Demon Emperor, without using supreme-level weapons, at most they could only fight evenly against a dozen or so Death Dragon Knights. But how many Death Dragon Knights were there? Lin Moya still hadn't counted. Finally, Lin Moya's gaze fell upon the Skeletal Overlord. Back during the skill demonstration, that final Skeletal Overlord that appeared left a deep impression on Lin Moya. 3 types of skeletons, 100 of each type, combined to form a giant skeleton over 10 meters tall. In physical form it was inferior to the Skeletal King, but in terms of aura, the Skeletal King couldn't even compare. Skeletal Overlord. Level 99. Spell: Annihilation. Annihilation, wield the force of laws to deal an annihilating strike to the target. Principle: Undying Principle, Death. Whether in level or destructive power, the Skeletal Overlord surpassed the Death Dragon Knight, truly reaching the half-step supreme pinnacle. It was fully capable of fighting the Dragon Emperor or Demon Emperor one-on-one, currently Lin Moya's strongest summon. Lin Moya thought of the Skeletal King. If the summoned Skeletal King could also form a spell sun and join to create a 9-star spell system, perhaps the Skeletal King would be enhanced again. Lin Moya glanced at the spell planet representing summoned Skeletal King, and suddenly let out an exclamation. The soul world had gained something extra. Chapter 789. Chapter 789, 789. Chapter 789, 1.49 million undead army. Shulin Mo casually glanced at the soul world and noticed an unusual change. In the soul world, at some unknown time, 2 small gas clusters had appeared. These 2 gas clusters were orbiting the Infinite Fusion spell sun. The gas clusters had not yet fully formed and looked very ethereal. The Infinite Fusion spell sun was emitting light, enveloping these 2 gas clusters, making them more stable. Thinking about the function of the Infinite Fusion spell, Shulin Mo realized that these 2 gas clusters were the Skeletal God General and Death Dragon Knight spells. Death Dragon Knight, created by fusing a Skeletal Dragon and a Death Knight, combining the advantages of both to create a new spell. Skeletal God General, created by fusing a Skeletal Warrior, a Skeletal Mage, and a Skeletal Soul Archer, combining the advantages of all 3 to create a new spell. These were 2 new spells created by Infinite Fusion. Because they were just created, they were still very weak. However, as the spells were used more frequently, they would also become stronger and eventually turn into spell suns. The power of the spells would also increase accordingly. Thinking of this, Shulin Mo couldn't help but feel excited. The combinations of spells were endless, and he could create countless spells, even countless laws. This is the true ultimate spell. Infinite possibilities, infinite future. Shulin Mo was eager to create spells. However, he ultimately held back, as creating spells required a lot of time, which he currently did not have to waste. Fortunately, during the skill demonstration, an unknown entity had provided some demonstrations for him. The Death Dragon Knight, Skeletal God General, and Elemental Giant were not self-created, they were learned by imitating others. In addition, there was another spell that could invoke the laws of time. Shulin Mo used Infinite Fusion, again, combining Soul Burn, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. He pointed towards Antares. The laws of time roared into action, falling upon Antares. A dragon scale on Antares' body showed signs of decay, as if it had experienced a long passage of time. The soul attack ability of a 3-star spell is not bad, almost able to injure a half-step supreme. Although the laws of time are very strong, you yourself are too weak. Against a supreme level being, it doesn't have much use. Overall, it's not as good as your summoning skills. After all, soul-type spells were only 3-star spells, far inferior to the 8-star summoning spells. 3-star spells could not break through Shulin Mo's soul shackles, so their power was relatively limited. However, Shulin Mo was confident that as his soul level increased in the future, the power of this spell would also increase accordingly. Looking at the soul world again, sure enough, next to the Infinite Fusion spell sun, there was another unformed spell gas cluster. Time Curse, formed by fusing Soul Burn, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. It uses the laws of time to curse the target, accelerating the target's own time flow. The maximum time flow rate is determined by the soul level. As Shilin Mo had thought, the power of the spell was indeed limited by his soul level. He then conducted a series of tests on his other spells. Finally, he fully understood his own strength level. He already had the qualification to confront a first-rank Supreme head-on. Even if he couldn't kill a first-rank Supreme, he could protect himself without worry. Even a 9th-rank Supreme would find it very difficult to kill him. After all, he was only level 88, with a soul level of 95. Having such combat power was already very terrifying. If he became a bit stronger, he might even be able to reverse slay a Supreme. The summoning spell linkage finally stopped, no longer summoning. The number of undead seemed to have reached its current limit. Antares said in a strange tone, "You finally stopped." Shilin Mo smiled slightly. "I didn't expect it to be like this either." Looking at the densely packed undead army in the sky and on the ground, even Shilin Mo, their master, didn't know the exact number. Before Shilin Mo could count, Antares had already called out, "No need to count, I've counted for you. 3 types of skeletons, each with 360,000. The mounted ones and the big ones are 180,000 each. The bone dragons are the fewest, only 50,000. Antares' count was definitely not wrong. 360,000 of each type of skeleton, totaling 1.08 million. 180,000 Death Knights and Lich Generals, totaling 360,000. 50,000 skeletal dragons. Excluding the fewest elemental liches, the total number of the undead army had reached 1.49 million, an increase of more than 4 times compared to before. The increase in the number of the undead army also meant a comprehensive enhancement for Shilin Mo. Whether in terms of survival ability or real combat power, there had been a significant change. Now Shilin Mo felt that even a first-rank Supreme would find it difficult to make the entire undead army collapse with one strike. His strength was no longer what it used to be. With a thought, Shilin Mo put away all the undead. Several spell suns were densely covered with black dots, already occupied by the undead. Shilin Mo pondered, "The number of undead is currently at my level's limit, not the spell's limit. As my level increases and the soul world expands, the spell suns will also grow larger and stronger, able to accommodate more undead." In the skill demonstration, the undead filled the starry sky, far more than just a million. Tens of millions, even billions. The spell had not yet reached its limit, it was just that he had reached his limit. Without the sound of bones rubbing together, the surroundings became quiet again. Antares sighed, "The world is peaceful again." Shilin Mo smiled slightly, "Now can you tell me how to extract the talent?" The method to extract talent was invented by the chosen race, who almost faced extinction because of it. Later, to protect their race, they had to make this method public. Antares chuckled, "Actually, their method is very simple, not some secret technique, just a very crude and simple method. Although the method is simple, it's still quite difficult to execute. Among the various races, not many can actually do it." Shilin Mo asked curiously, "The method is simple but the process is difficult. Tell me, I'll give it a try." Antares grinned mischievously, "It's worth a try. Actually, the method is to have the soul body enter the talent world and then extract the talent. In essence, it's no different from moving the skill star core, the only difference is that the soul body has to move." Shilin Mo pondered the difference between the two. Moving the skill star core uses soul power, controlled by consciousness. The soul body itself does not move. Extracting the talent requires the soul body to act. Shilin Mo believed Antares' words, but felt it wouldn't be that simple. The talent world is deep within the soul, usually invisible. Shilin Mo didn't know how deep the soul world was. It seemed like a vast and boundless world, both real and illusory. The place he usually resided in was just the surface of this world, and it wasn't easy to reach the depths. Shilin Mo had once found the entrance to the talent world and remembered its location. The soul body moved, slowly standing up. As he moved, the entire soul world rumbled. The soul body is the core of the soul world, and it doesn't move easily. When it moves, the entire soul world shakes. At first, it felt a bit unfamiliar, but Shilin Mo's adaptability was strong, and he quickly got used to it. The speed of the soul body gradually increased, flying towards the depths. Chapter 790. Chapter 790, 790. Chapter 790, All races curse the chosen race. The soul world was unfathomably deep, seeming to have no end. The space where Lin Moya's talent resided was in the deepest part, the most mysterious, completely untouchable by ordinary people. Even the chosen race had expended great effort to find the talent world, and could only move 1 or 2 talents out after exhausting all means. And it's not like they could move all the talents out, at most they could only move out 1 or 2. Humans have limits on talents, with all human races having at most 3 talents. And according to Antares, no human has ever been able to move all 3 talents out. Being able to move 1 out is already a paramount genius, moving 2 out is considered monstrous. Following his memories, Lin Moya finally found the entrance to the talent world again. That world had only opened a tiny crack, unable to accommodate his soul body. Originally when Lin Moya's power was limited, he could only do this much. Through the crack, Lin Moya saw a glimpse of the talent world, seeing 3 blazing flames. He even witnessed the formation of one of those flames. He knew that those 3 flames represented his 3 talents. The first step now was to truly open the large door of the talent world, to allow himself to enter and bring the talents out. His soul body began tearing at the talent world's door, trying to widen the passage. The entire process was actually very illusory, only Lin Moya could feel its reality. In this era of the world, Lin Moya was the first to set his sights on talents, as no one had done it before and there was no experience to refer to. Rip! Part of the door was torn open. At the same time, Lin Moya let out a miserable scream, indescribable pain sweeping through his entire body in that instant. His soul body trembled constantly, like an injured lamb. Only then did he realize this was his own soul world. When he tore open the door to the talent world, he was actually tearing open his own soul world. That kind of pain was more intense than losing a limb. He was completely making things difficult for himself. Those chosen race madmen. Lin Moya felt that the chosen race who could think of such a method were absolute madmen. Otherwise, in this vast world over so many years, there were others with talents besides just the chosen race, so why were they the only ones to find a way to preserve talents? Lin Moya took a deep breath and tried again. He had already torn open a hole, making the entrance and exit larger by a few degrees. If he did it another 10 or 20 times, it should be enough. His soul power moved, his soul body trying again with all its might. Prolonged pain is worse than short pain, so Lin Moya exerted his full strength. Accompanied by the sound of tearing cloth, Lin Moya's screams echoed through the soul world again. The screams carried the sound of his soul, rolling outwards until even Antares could hear it. Antares' hair stood on end. The brat is tearing open the door, the pain. For the chosen race to think of such an inhumane method, they really are deviants. Recalling past events, Antares also had similar experiences. It should be said that all top experts had to preserve their talents. As long as one wanted to preserve talents, tearing open the door to the talent world was a mandatory process. And almost everyone who tore open the talent world's door would curse the chosen race from start to finish. Lin Moya was the same, cursing with each tear. The chosen race was indeed vicious enough, but when Lin Moya got vicious, he was no less than the chosen race. Adhering to the principle of short pain being better than long pain, Lin Moya exerted all his strength with each attempt. Scream after scream, each one able to trigger violent tremors in the soul world. The spell sons hummed, as if sympathizing with their master. After 10 screams, the soul world fell silent again. The door had been completely torn open, revealing a large enough passage. Standing outside the passage, Lin Moya could already feel the aura of the talents. The talents blazed fiercely, their flames hotter than even the spell suns. But at this moment his soul was utterly exhausted, so Lin Moya had to return to his soul world first. Only under the illumination of the spell suns did he feel a bit better. Antares, kill me! Lin Moya called out weakly. Tearing open the door had completely depleted his soul power. Without hesitation, Antares slapped an attack of true god first-rank power onto Lin Moya. With a tremendous bang, the summoning spell suns shook slightly, but not a single undead died. With the all-encompassing connection talent, they would live together or die together. Why did your defense increase again? Antares cried out strangely. Lin Moya said, the undead increased by over 4 times, affected by the talent, so I got a bit tougher. Are you going to let anyone live? Antares increased his power again from true god first rank to second rank. His attack power instantly multiplied several times. With a boom, the undead legion finally collapsed collectively, followed by the spell sun representing the undying lich flickering. All the undead revived collectively. Then in the next second, the undead legion collapsed a second time. After 2 consecutive collapses, Antares' power was finally depleted. Lin Moya remained unharmed. With true god second rank power, it took 3 attacks to activate Lin Moya's full rebirth talent. To truly kill him would require 6 consecutive kills within 1 minute. How difficult that was, Antares was well aware. It didn't want to say anything more to this monster, having already helped activate Lin Moya's talent with 2 waves of attacks. His soul gained new life, filled with power. Lin Moya controlled his soul body, immediately returning to the talent world and charging straight in. The talent world was scorching hot, a world brimming with vitality. 3 blazing flames brought warmth to this world. Lin Moya came before one of the flames, having observed it last time to know what talent this flame represented. It represented the all-encompassing enhancement talent, also the first talent he had obtained. Without this talent's contribution, he could not have killed his way up so smoothly. I'll take you. Lin Moya made up his mind, staring at the flame. His gaze gradually focused, seeing something like a seed at the center of the flame. This was the source of the flame, the seed of the talent. To move a talent, one only needed to bring this talent seed into the soul world. The seed was very small, seeming not too difficult. The soul body reached out to grab the talent seed, but as soon as it touched the talent flame, intense unbearable pain erupted directly on the soul body. Lin Moya screamed miserably again, his entire body crackling as countless wounds burst open. Blood flowed out, nearly shattering Lin Moya himself. The soul body quickly retracted its hand. This flame is terrifying. The flame could burn the soul. The terror of such a flame was extreme, seeming to have some similarities to Lin Moya's own soul immolation spell. He had been careless before, so Lin Moya made full preparations for the second attempt to grab the talent seed. Purple flames burned his soul again. Pain erupted from his soul, sweeping through his entire body. In an instant, countless wounds appeared, turning Lin Moya into a bloody mess. Antares knew Lin Moya had started touching the talents, staring intently without a word. This was something only Lin Moya could do, no one else could help. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Moya inched closer and closer to the talent seed. The short distance seemed infinitely far. With each step forward, he suffered more burning from the flames. Lin Moya grit his teeth, but gradually realized something was wrong. The soul body was disappearing, being burned away. Chapter 791. Chapter 791, 791. Chapter 791, you might as well change your talent's name to Masochistic Deathseeker. Lin Moya abruptly retracted his hand. It was gone, it was really gone. His soul was burned away, yet the talent flames clearly grew even more vigorous. His own soul had become nourishment for the talent flames. Lin Moya was dazed. How could he take the talent seeds now? Although the soul could be completely restored through full rebirth, it was useless for obtaining the talent seeds. The key now was that he couldn't even touch the talent seeds. Recalling Antares' mocking laughter when saying give it a try, Lin Moya determined that Antares had hidden something from him. The soul body retreated from the talent world. Originally closed eyes now opened, carrying the weakness from the soul's injury. You had something you didn't tell me, didn't you? Antares seemed to have guessed Lin Moya's experience, laughing strangely. What was the feeling of having your soul burned away? Did you feel like you were about to disintegrate into ashes? Disintegrate your sister, just spill it. Lin Moya was in a bad mood. Antares' expression and gaze at this moment could only be described as despicable. Lin Moya couldn't find a second word to describe it. After laughing for a while, Antares finally said, alright, I'll tell you. It's because your soul is not pure enough, so you can't withstand the burning of the talent flames. As long as your soul is pure and strong enough, you'll naturally be able to take out the talent seeds. Lin Moya pondered Antares' words, suddenly realizing something was off. My soul is already extremely pure, with almost no impurities. If even I can't do it, how can others manage? Lin Moya knew what level his soul was at. Saying his soul wasn't pure enough was simply a joke. If he couldn't do it, then most people in the world probably couldn't either. Antares said, those guys in the greater world naturally have special methods. For example, there's a thing called a soul armor that can help the soul withstand the talent flames. A mere soul armor isn't considered a precious thing, but alas, I have nothing on me right now, not a single possession. So, brat, if you want to obtain talents, you can only rely on yourself. Lin Moya didn't want to rely on external objects anyway. Relying on himself was fine, the key was knowing how. Lin Moya knew Antares definitely had a method. Spit it out, what should I do? Simple, go to the deep space realm. Antares casually said, the deep space realm? I'm only level 88, can I enter? The restriction for the deep space realm was level 90 and above. But Lin Moya was only level 88, not qualified yet. But if he waited until level 90, the talent world's door would shrink again and become extremely sturdy. Trying to take out the talents then would be much harder. Antares said, I've already thought of a way to help you. It spat out a dragon pearl. As long as you bring this with you, you can freely enter and exit the deep space realm. In the deep space realm, there is a place called the Grave God's Land. During that great battle long ago, many gods and some invaders died there, gradually forming a graveyard. Their remnant souls wander the graveyard endlessly. You need to find the Grave God's Land and eliminate the remnant souls. After the remnant souls die, they will form soul crystals. Take those soul crystals and have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal absorb them. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal will help elevate the quality of your soul. Your current soul is at the level 95 realm, but in terms of the greater world's ranks, it's only at the first rank peak. To be able to wield talents, you at least need to reach the second rank before you can barely manage. If you want to be safe, it's best to reach the second rank peak. Antares said a lot, and Lin Moya remembered it all. The Grave God's Land sounded quite interesting. He had to go to the deep space realm anyway, he was just going earlier. As for strength, Lin Moya had absolute confidence in himself. Antares warned again, don't be careless after entering the deep space realm. Although your survival ability is strong and even supreme experts can't kill you, there are a few absolute areas in the deep space realm that can trap you to death. Of course, I can still pull you out, but the price would be huge. Lin Moya nodded. I know, I'll be careful. The strongest in the deep space realm were just supreme experts. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of supreme experts, but those absolute areas. Unable to kill him but able to trap him, that was more terrifying. If he was trapped in there for decades or centuries, it would be too late by the time he got out. Lin Moya kept Antares' words in mind. Alright, then kill me a few times first. Part of my soul was burned away. His soul was now missing an arm, the soul injury greatly impacting his strength. Antares laughed mockingly. You might as well change the name of your talent to the masochistic Deathseeker talent. Shut up and do it. The atmosphere in the deep space realm was different from anywhere else. Lin Moya sensed the deep space realm's aura. The elements here are very dense, and the elements are unusual, containing the aura of laws. Although they haven't reached the point of manifesting laws, comprehending laws here should be easier than other places. The elements are complete, so various elemental laws can be comprehended. This means the monsters and beings living here are likely to have the ability to wield laws as well. Lin Moya carefully sensed his surroundings. He didn't know if every area of the deep space realm was like this. At least the area he was currently in could be considered a cultivation holy land. It could help those level 94 and 95 divine professionals comprehend laws. At the same time, Lin Moya felt regretful that due to the curse of the Great World Runes, all his spells could not carry external laws, so he could only comprehend the laws inherent to his spells. Otherwise, he could comprehend 1 or 2 laws and infuse them into his spells, allowing his spells to not only possess their inherent laws, but also other laws, further enhancing the spells. Before departing, Antares nagged a lot more, deepening Lin Moya's understanding of the deep space realm. The deep space realm was like a huge map, further divided into many smaller maps. Some areas were safe, where even freshly level 90 divine experts could enter without much danger. But some areas were extremely dangerous, where even half-step supreme experts might be injured or perish. There were many reasons for this situation. One reason was that the deep space realm used to be a battlefield. In the early days of this era, the gods and human experts joined forces to fight against invaders, with many great battles taking place in the deep space realm. The battles nearly shattered the deep space realm's laws and order, causing it to become chaotic and forming various absolute areas. As Lin Moya traveled through it, even with his powerful survival ability, he had to avoid entering those absolute areas as much as possible. Phew! A gust of wind blew, causing Lin Moya's skeletal armor to flash with light. The wind carried the elemental law of wind, seeming gentle yet possessing terrifying destructive power. Hidden in the wind were countless fine threads, like wind blades slicing through. The skeletal armor was activated, triggering spell linkage. In Lin Moya's vision, a cluster of wind suddenly appeared, a pure elemental creature. This wind cluster was surrounded by layers of white bones, then a flash of white light erupted as it was torn to shreds by skeletal fangs and a skeletal spear. Killed level 93 Wind Elemental Law Sprite, Experience Plus. The experience wasn't much, a full 100 times less than the same level Dragon Kings, Demon Kings, or boss monsters. But correspondingly, the Law Sprites were far easier to kill. Their vitality wasn't strong, and their attack power was only slightly stronger due to laws. Even a level 93 Divine Expert could kill it. Lin Moya could understand why the experience was so little. As this Wind Elemental Law Sprite was torn apart, the wind suddenly intensified dozens of times, instantly transforming from a level 1 or 2 breeze into a level 12 or higher gale. Chapter 792. Chapter 792, 792. Chapter 792, Resurrection of the Dead, the once supreme Zerg. The wind elementals surged violently, driven by the wind element laws, rushing towards Lin Moya, intending to tear him to pieces. If it were any other professional, even a level 96 high-level professional, they would have to avoid this situation from afar. Only Lin Moya remained fearless. The skeletal armor shone brightly, enduring the attacks of the wind element laws. The spell linkage continued to activate, and in an instant, numerous skeletal prisons appeared in the air. Immediately after, skeletal fangs and skeletal spears exploded like brilliant fireworks. Countless wind element monsters were torn to pieces. Lin Moya walked in the wind, not even lifting a finger. Everything was handled by the spell linkage of the skeletal spells. Thinking of what Antares had said, he had become a hedgehog. It seemed to be true. Touch one hair and the whole body reacts. You hit me once, I retaliate thousands of times. Mental power was consumed rapidly, with each activation consuming millions of mental power. But Lin Moya had a vast undead army to support him, so he didn't care about the consumption of mental power. When he finished walking this path, the wind calmed down. All the wind elements had been killed. Lin Moya gained a lot of experience. This experience was essentially soul power, but it contained too many impurities, which Lin Moya found unappealing. He controlled the 9-colored dragon soul crystal to absorb this soul power, purify and refine it, and then return it. At this moment, in a place invisible to the naked eye, a thin line connected Lin Moya to the human world. That was the power of faith from the human race. Over the years, although Lin Moya had not appeared, he had clearly become a belief for the human race, especially the younger generation, who regarded Lin Moya as an idol. All the non-Shangxia people in the world had become blood slaves of the blood race and were eventually sacrificed. The power of faith that originally came from them was lost. The power of faith had decreased significantly, but what remained was far purer than before. For Lin Moya, the effect was better. The power of faith could stabilize the soul world and slightly enhance the soul's level, but its effect was minimal, almost negligible. However, being one of the fundamental forces of the human race, the power of faith must have its unique value. It's just that he hadn't found a way to use it yet. Antares didn't understand it either. After all, it was a dragon, not a human. Lin Moya moved quickly through the deep space. In the deep space, there was no need to discern direction, just follow the density of the elements. The more dangerous the place, the denser the elements. Elements were the best guideposts in the deep space. The place Lin Moya was heading to, the Grave God's Land, was the site of a great battle in the past. Many gods were buried there, along with many human god-level professionals and powerful foreign invaders. The place was of a high level, and the elements were naturally dense. The great battle back then was so brutal that low-level gods were mere cannon fodder, and high-level gods were the main warriors. The true powerhouses were the half-step supreme and supreme levels. Only supreme-level beings could shatter the deep space. Lin Moya saw two mountains from afar, both incredibly majestic, occupying a vast area. From a distance, they looked like two mountains, but they were as grand as a mountain range. There were no clouds in the deep space, so the mountain tops were visible. Both mountains were tens of thousands of meters high. The strangest thing was that one of the mountain peaks was flat. Lin Moya slowly flew up, reaching tens of thousands of meters high and looking down. This flatness is abnormal. One of the mountain peaks was indeed flat, smooth as a mirror, extremely unusual. Upon closer inspection, Lin Moya's expression became serious. These were not two mountains, but one mountain. Next to the flat-topped mountain was the peak that had been cut off. An ancient scene appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. A peerless swordsman swung his sword, cutting the mountain peak in half. The original mountain peak slid down from the cut, landing beside it. Because it was so massive, it looked like two mountains. The cross-section of the mountain was over 5,000 meters in diameter. What kind of power would it take to cut such a mountain peak in half with one sword? From Lin Moya's understanding of the supreme level, a first-rank supreme definitely couldn't do it. It would take at least a 5th or 6th rank supreme. The water god had once told Lin Moya that he had been at the supreme level. but he never mentioned which rank of the supreme level he was. Now it seemed, it wasn't as simple as being a first-rank supreme. Lin Moya flew to the flat top of the mountain, standing on it, still feeling the sword energy and the laws contained within it. The laws were filled with sharpness, like the laws of the metal element. Even after so many years, the laws still remained, indeed very strong. Lin Moya walked forward and soon saw a stone tablet. He had seen this stone tablet from the air, which was why he came down to check. The stone tablet was inscribed with wild cursive characters. Here, I, the Sword Sovereign, killed a third-rank supreme Zerg with one sword. This tablet is a memorial. The signature was, Human Sword Sovereign. He had never heard of the Sword Sovereign's name, but from the handwriting, it was clear that the Sword Sovereign was an unrestrained and straightforward person. In the great battle back then, he must have been an extremely powerful existence. Lin Moya gently touched the words on the stone tablet, as if he could see the great battle of that time. Back then, the wild beasts and the Zerg attacked this world together, waging a great battle with the gods and humans of this world. There were countless strong individuals in the world at that time. Although they were ambushed, they still stabilized the situation. In the end, the worlds were revived, and the power of the world surged, rapidly producing countless talented strong individuals. With Antares' secret assistance, they finally achieved victory. Many strong individuals fell, gods died or slept, and even the worlds will fell into slumber, with the power of the world exhausted. This led to a break in the succession of professionals, making the current human race so weak. Later, abyssal demons, dragons, and blood races came one after another, trying to take advantage. But they didn't know that with Antares around, no one could take this world. Antares was like the final checkpoint, firmly guarding the world. Only Lin Moya knew this, and very few others. Even those outside the world probably didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble. With Antares around, their efforts were in vain. Why Antares guarded this world, no one knew. Antares kept his mouth shut and wouldn't say anything. Leaving the stone tablet, Lin Moya continued to fly forward. As soon as he left the mountain peak, he saw a massive corpse behind the mountain. The corpse was over 1,000 meters long, cut into 2 pieces. Apart from this wound, there were no other injuries on the body. This should be the third-rank Supreme Zerg killed by the Sword Sovereign. After 1,000 years, the corpse still hasn't decayed and still exudes an astonishing aura. Supreme level, indeed powerful. Lin Moya could guess that the Sword Sovereign's sword not only cut the mountain peak but also the Zerg strongman hiding behind it. The sword energy cut it into 2 pieces, and the immense sword energy destroyed its vitality, completely killing it here. Lin Moya was about to leave but suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered, and he pointed at the Zerg strongman's corpse. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The spell activated, and Lin Moya could clearly feel the spell containing the Undying Principle. This was the life aspect of the Undying Principle, containing a special vitality. It wasn't ordinary life energy but a trace of vitality within death. With a slight sound, the 1,000-year-dead Zerg Supreme began to regenerate flesh and blood, reconnecting its severed body. Chapter 793. Chapter 793, 793. Chapter 793, Those who pry into our race, die. The insect race supreme expert from over 1,000 years ago, who had reached the 3rd stage of the supreme level, was dead, his flesh and blood disintegrated, his soul extinguished, leaving only a shell behind. Originally, there should have been no possibility of him being resurrected. But under the wondrous resurrection of the dead spell and the miraculous power of the Undying Principle, life aspect, he bizarrely resurrected. His flesh and blood rapidly regenerated, and the wound from being cut into 2 pieces by the Sword Sovereign's sword also began automatically reconnecting. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye, no wound could be seen on the surface. A gigantic insect body over 1,000 meters long, with dozens of huge insect legs covered in serrated edges, extremely sharp. His entire body emanated an inexplicable aura of principles. Lin Moya had seen a similar aura of principles at Antares' place before. It was the power principle, without any elements, purely physical attacks that could greatly increase strength. At the moment he completed his resurrection, Lin Moya knew how long the resurrected could exist for. 10 days. Not too long, but not too short either. The duration a resurrected being could exist was determined by one's soul realm level. The higher one's soul realm level, the longer the resurrected could exist. With Lin Moya's current soul realm level of 95, he could allow the resurrected to exist for up to 10 days, which was already quite good. Previously, when resurrection of the dead was still a skill, the resurrected could only exist for 1 day. An increase of 10 times, which satisfied Lin Moya greatly. The aura of the 3rd stage of the Supreme Realm permeated the air, forming a formless pressure storm that spread rampantly. This was the first time Lin Moya truly felt the power of the 3rd stage of the Supreme Realm, far surpassing the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor, who were only at the half-step Supreme level. If the Dragon Emperor fought it, even if he used the giant dragon axe and formation pearls, he would be defeated in an instant. Infinitely close to the Supreme level, but not quite supreme. There was an essential difference between the two. Moreover, this 1,000-meter giant insect had already reached the 3rd stage of the Supreme Realm. Master. A simple consciousness was transmitted over. Resurrection of the dead allowed the resurrected to retain their memories from their previous life, but their thoughts had been completely changed to fully obey Lin Moya. Lin Moya's commands were the highest orders. Even if Lin Moya ordered it to die, it would not hesitate at all. Lin Moya suddenly thought that he could perhaps ask it about the Battle of the Gods. After all, it was an eyewitness, and it was also from the insect race. Lin Moya also wanted to know what kind of existence the insect race was. Can you speak? Lin Moya asked. It showed no reaction, clearly either unable to hear or understand. Lin Moya thought for a moment and switched to using the soul voice. The soul voice was universal, without needing to consider language barriers. It was communication on the soul level that could resolve language incompatibility between races. What is your name? Lin Moya asked with the soul voice. Master. Lin Moya received the simple consciousness again, expressing only 2 words. Lin Moya frowned slightly. Besides calling me master, can you do anything else? Master. Again, the same simple consciousness. After some communication, Lin Moya realized that it could not speak. His expression gradually turned solemn. A supreme expert of the 3rd stage, yet unable to communicate. This meant that it was possibly only a combat tool. Combat tools do not need consciousness, they only need to know how to accept orders and act accordingly. The water god had previously suspected that the invading beasts and insects were merely cannon fodder. Based on his current observations, Lin Moya also reached a similar conclusion. However, he could not be completely certain. It was also possible that this was a result of the resurrection of the dead spell. Open your soul world. Lin Moya gave the order, wanting to enter its soul world himself to take a look, perhaps seeing something. Although the resurrected insect could not engage in normal communication, executing simple orders was no problem. Lin Moya smoothly entered its soul world. Compared to his own soul world, its soul world was much smaller. The entire soul world was extremely monotonous, containing only the soul body and a single spell planet besides it. Its soul body was in the same form as its outer appearance, an insect. Lin Moya wanted to use his consciousness to enter its soul and directly obtain its memories. This method was simple and crude, causing great damage to the soul. But it didn't matter. This was just an insect that had died many years ago and was temporarily resurrected under the effects of the spell. With Lin Moya's soul realm level of 95, it was impossible for him to pry into the soul of a supreme expert of the 3rd stage. Its soul was far stronger than Lin Moya's, able to completely annihilate Lin Moya's weak soul in return. But now it was only a resurrected being, over which Lin Moya had absolute control. Lin Moya's will entered the insect's soul, searching for its memories. The moment Lin Moya entered the insect's soul, his vision changed dramatically. He saw a net, an enormously huge net, 0. This net was densely layered, layer upon layer. Its complexity was unprecedented. Looking at it, Lin Moya even felt a sense of dizziness. And he was currently only a tiny insignificant dot on this great net. In the very center of the great net, an eye suddenly lit up, looking towards Lin Moya. Audacious one, daring to pry into our race, seeking death. Immense, terrifying energy surged forth. Lin Moya sensed mortal danger and immediately left the great net. Lin Moya's reaction was already fast enough, but he still suffered some impact. His soul felt wave after wave of intense pain, as if heavily struck by an iron hammer, leaving him dazed. So terrifying. Lin Moya felt a sense of having narrowly escaped death. The other side's attack was too powerful. Lin Moya felt that in the face of the other side, he was like an ant before a mountain, with no comparison at all. The other side could casually crush him to death. What is this net? What was that eye? What kind of race is the insect race? Question after question arose. At this moment, the resurrected insect crouched beside him suddenly trembled. Those who pry into our race, die. The soul voice resounded, and the insect suddenly lunged towards Lin Moya. A powerful aura of principles erupted from its body, all its insect legs transforming into blades to slice Lin Moya into pieces. Lin Moya did not panic. With a slight thought, the aura of the undying principle immediately rose from the resurrected insect's body. Lin Moya had absolute control over the resurrected. The insect that had just lunged froze in midair, then exploded with a boom, shattering into a shower of flesh. The skeletal armor flashed, firmly blocking the flesh from entering. Lin Moya fell into contemplation. The resurrected being could actually be controlled. Moreover, that final soul voice showed that its consciousness had already arrived here. Lin Moya did not know where its main body was located, but it could be certain that it was very far away. Its consciousness had instantly transcended spatial limitations to arrive here. Just this ability alone was not something an ordinary expert could accomplish. Is it too powerful, or is it due to the race's special abilities? Whether it was the densely layered three-dimensional net he saw or the fact that it suddenly regained control over the resurrected being, it left Lin Moya feeling alarmed. The greater world had myriad races, and any race that could survive in the greater world was not weak. Lin Moya could no longer be careless. Even a resurrected being did not seem absolutely safe. Chapter 794. Chapter 794, 794. Chapter 794, Super God 3rd Stage, merely cannon fodder. In a dark corner of the great world, a gigantic eye slowly opened. Light burst forth from its eye, illuminating the dark starry sky. As the eye opened, the starry sky trembled. Not far away, a star appeared. To be precise, the star had always been there, but it was covered by countless insects, blocking all light. Now the insects awakened, howling towards the sky, revealing the star's light. Those who pry into my race, die. The soul voice of the giant eye echoed through the starry sky. On the star, countless insects also let out more intense roars. The will of the giant eye was their will. The star rolled and moved, carrying countless insects, flying towards the distance. Only when the star disappeared into the darkness did the giant eye close again. At the last moment before closing, it issued another soul voice. Those who pry into my race, die. Lin Moya continued to move forward in the deep space, heading towards a place with denser elements. The scene he had just witnessed lingered in his mind. After thinking and analyzing, he finally figured out a bit. That enormous net, woven with endless nodes. He was merely one of the nodes. If this net is likened to the insect race's genealogy, it's like the ant race in the human world, with a similar structure. Each node above represents one or a group of members. Weaker members are on the outermost layer, stronger members are inside, layer upon layer protecting their king. After analyzing, Lin Moyo felt a sense of shock. Because just now, he found that the resurrected being was on the outermost layer of this net. A super god third stage's strength could only be on the outermost layer. According to his speculation, the closer to the center, the stronger they were. How strong must the insect race be? Members on the outermost layer, super god third stage, could only be used as cannon fodder. Not even worthy of having memories. Especially that suddenly opened giant eye and the surging soul attack, all made him feel extremely dangerous. If he hadn't escaped quickly, his soul might have been annihilated. Although he had the full rebirth talent to revive, Lin Moyo wasn't sure it would work. The opponent was too strong to a level he couldn't comprehend. Is this a god king, or an even stronger existence? All the information could only be guessed, with no accurate answers. Ultimately, it was because there was too little information. Moreover, the opponent's reaction was very intense, using the word pry. This indicated that Lin Moya's actions had an impact on the insect race. Or perhaps he had seen a secret of the insect race, a secret that must not be revealed to outsiders. If I could go and see a few more times. Lin Moya suddenly had a crazy and bold idea. Then he immediately dismissed it. Too dangerous, going again might result in death. As he pondered, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. The elements in the space suddenly became denser, increasing hundreds of times. Reaching out, he could feel the presence of various elements. Lin Moya took 2 steps back, and the elements suddenly became thin again. This thinness was only relative compared to the human world, it was still very dense. Taking 2 steps forward again, the elements became dense once more. A step apart, the density of elements differed by hundreds of times. Not only the elements, but the laws also strengthened, almost palpable. If the previous place was a holy land for comprehending laws, then this place was a divine land. The laws here were not far from manifesting. If one could cultivate here, becoming a high-level god would be much easier than in the human world. Unfortunately, the deep space was too dangerous, and comprehending laws required full concentration. Though the place was good, it lacked a safe spot for cultivation. In the deep space, the denser the elements, the greater the danger. The sudden change in element density in this area also indicated danger. Lin Moyo proceeded cautiously, his soul power slowly expanding, highly alert. 100 meters away, there was a small hill. The hill was not high, only about 100 meters, scattered across the land. But upon closer inspection, these hills were peculiar, with round tops. Dozens of hills, almost identical. Soul power flowed out, touching the hills. The hills suddenly began to tremble, the tremors escalating to a strong level in the blink of an eye, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Lin Moyo instinctively flew up, leaving the ground. The earth cracked, forming deep fissures. The hills revived in the tremors, standing up, transforming into rock giants. When they were lying down, they were about 100 meters high. Now standing up, each exceeded 500 meters, towering into the sky. They emitted a dense elemental aura. Different parts of their bodies contained different elements. The left arm was fire element, the right arm was water element. The body was earth element, the legs were wind element. Each element carried laws. Having laws meant their strength was at least level 96. Judging by their aura, they were comparable to high-level gods. In the human race, only a half-step supergod could possibly defeat them. But, accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth, an even larger giant dragon awakened. It stood up, over 700 meters tall, significantly taller than the other giants. It emitted a half-step supergod aura. Its head had a single eye, firmly locking onto Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo lightly pointed, casting a detection spell. He didn't know if the detection spell would work in the deep space. Out of habit, he used it first. The detection spell swept like a breeze, bringing back information. Elemental Giant. Level 97. Ability: manipulate various elemental laws for attacks. The detection spell still worked, but it had changed accordingly. Attributes disappeared, leaving only the name, level, and abilities. This wasn't the first time, so Lin Moyo wasn't surprised. At this level, attributes seemed less important. Even his own summons no longer displayed attributes. But saying attributes were unimportant wasn't entirely accurate. Attributes could still measure strength. As Antares had said, any of the 4 basic attributes exceeding 10 million could break through to the super god level. Of course, the prerequisite was reaching level 99 and comprehending laws to a certain extent. It wasn't that at level 90, breaking 10 million in a single attribute would directly make one a super god. Attributes were a way to measure strength, not a way to measure realm. Lin Moyo was curious about the origin of the detection spell, rumored to be from the primordial secret realm. He used to believe it, but now he knew it wasn't that simple. The detection spell had no spell planet or spell star. And it was so easy to use, everyone could use it. This spell was definitely not simple. Lin Moyo's detection spell seemed to anger the elemental giants. They roared at Lin Moyo, simultaneously punching towards him. Hundreds of giant fists appeared in the void. Each fist carried the power of elemental laws, surrounding Lin Moyo from all directions. It seemed Lin Moyo had no space to dodge, but he never intended to. Such attacks couldn't harm him. The skeletal armor flashed, activating spell linkage. The elemental giants were bound by skeletal prisons, followed by explosions of skeletal fangs and skeletal spears. The 4-star spells were powerful enough to harm the elemental giants, but the elemental giants had strong defenses, and the damage was only superficial. The elemental giants, enraged by the attacks, roared and charged at Lin Moyo. Elemental laws intertwined, creating countless streams of light in the sky. It seems this alone isn't enough to deal with them. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a dense fog appeared, accompanied by deafening dragon roars. Chapter 795. Chapter 795, 795. Chapter 795, Moving Rivers. Nothing is strange. Skeletal dragons flew out from the dense fog, carrying immense pressure. The silver-white undying flames burned fiercely on their bodies, and the undying principle also permeated the heavens and earth, colliding with the elemental laws. Countless skeletal dragons descended from the sky, engaging in a fierce battle with the elemental giants. Lin Moya did not deploy any other undead, nor did he send out the Lich Commanders. He even only sent out a number equal to the elemental giants. This was the first real combat for the skeletal dragons after transforming into spells, a good opportunity to test their combat ability. The skeletal dragons breathed dragon's breath carrying the rich undying principle, easily crushing the elemental laws like rolling over tofu. Above level 96, laws became the main means of attack. Among the various spell attacks, if they did not contain laws, their might would be greatly diminished. Affected by the curse of the Great World Runes, Lin Moya's spells could not carry external laws, causing some impact. Fortunately, the spells themselves possessed laws, and extremely powerful ones. Now it seemed the undying principle was far more formidable than imagined. These elemental laws were nothing before the undying principle. Lin Moya watched and continuously analyzed. The undying principle was indeed powerful, far surpassing the elemental laws. The 8-star spells also greatly enhanced the skeletal dragons. With the two combined, the skeletal dragon's strength far exceeded the elemental giants of the same level. Antares had said the skeletal dragons possessed level 98 attack power, and now it seemed to be true. The skeletal dragons were around 100 meters in size, yet they fought the elemental giants without any ability to retaliate. Under the dragon's breath, the elemental giants instantly collapsed. The elemental giants roared furiously, like a high mountain charging over. With a few thunderous booms, the skeletal dragons blocking their path were blown away. It was a half-step supreme, its strength far exceeding the other elemental giants and even the skeletal dragons. However, the skeletal dragons were affected by talents, sharing damage with other undead. Although not a match for the elemental giant leader in combat power, it was nearly impossible for it to kill the skeletal dragons. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and a large undead army appeared. 1,000 skeletal warriors, skeletal mages, skeletal soul archers, and death knights each, plus one lich commander. Adding the over 1,000 skeletal dragons from before, it formed an undead army. This force was commanded by one lich commander. The Lich Commander waved its giant bone staff, casting its spells. A grey light flashed, and the entire undead army was instantly enhanced. It then launched a slaughter on the elemental giants. Yes, it was a slaughter. With the addition of the Lich Commander, this battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The undead army's formidable combat power was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The elemental giants were quickly cleared out, and Lin Moya gained a vast amount of soul power. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal became busy, constantly devouring the external soul power, then purifying and refining it before spitting it out to Lin Moya's soul body. Killing level 97 elemental giants, his experience rose rapidly. Lin Moya frowned slightly. It seems I can't kill indiscriminately. I need to control the experience gain. Gaining experience too quickly was not a good thing. He had to extract his talents before reaching the divine realm. Otherwise, once he reached level 90, the door to the talent world would gradually close, and the entrance he had torn open would disappear. At that time, it would be difficult to extract the talents again. All 3 talents were extremely important. His growth to the current level was inseparable from the 3 talents. In the blink of an eye, the elemental giants had been slaughtered, leaving only the giant leader still persisting. But under the siege of the undead army, it could not last much longer. With the Lich Commander's extreme enhancements, even the skeletal dragons possessed combat power comparable to it. At most, 10 skeletal dragons would be enough to fight it. Not to mention this was an entire undead army. Under the siege of the undead army, the elemental giant leader had no chance to escape. In just 2 minutes, it was surrounded and killed. Lin Moya checked the experience and saw that from this battle alone, his experience had increased by 15%. His current experience had reached 25%. With a few more battles, he could reach level 89. He could not continue leveling up like this and needed to leave more room. If he could avoid killing on the way, he would not kill. Lin Moya planned to head to the Grave God's land first to assess the situation. There would certainly be more great battles waiting there. With the death of the elemental giants, the originally dense elemental aura gradually weakened. The reason this area had such dense elements was precisely because of these elemental giants. Lin Moya released a ball of undying flames, the light exploding in the air and turning into countless fiery blossoms falling onto the bodies of the elemental giants. The elemental giants that had just been killed were revived by the undying flames, becoming revenants. The previously weakened elemental aura became dense again. With Lin Moya's current soul realm level, the revenants could exist for 10 days. And after becoming revenants, their strength would reach their peak state in their previous life, becoming even more powerful. Unfortunately, they could not receive enhancements from the all-encompassing connection talent, so their survivability was still much weaker than the undead army. Let's find the way to the Grave God's land. With Lin Moya's command, these elemental giants charged in all directions. They were all level 97 existences with huge bodies and rapid speed. Lin Moyo had them search for the way, not seeking battle. Even if they were killed on the way, he would not feel pity. They were not his own summons, just revenants that could exist for 10 days. Strictly speaking, they were just cannon fodder. Lin Moyo then continued forward in another direction. Lin Moya's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through this land. The sound of flowing water came from afar, and the water element in the air became increasingly dense. Was it a river? Or a great river? From the sound, Lin Moya judged it to be the sound of a river or great river. The rapidly increasing water element also proved this point. The sound of the water flow grew louder and louder, eventually ringing in his ears. Lin Moya realized something was amiss. The increase in the sound of the water flow was too fast, as if not only was he approaching it, but it was also approaching him. Lin Moya stopped, but the sound of the water flow continued to increase. A great river appeared before him. The great river was at least 30 meters wide, and its length. Lin Moya was startled. This great river actually had a length. Within his line of sight, it had a head and a tail, about 500 to 600 meters long. It carried a surging water sound, rushing towards him. A great river with a head and tail that could move freely. This situation was too bizarre. Lin Moyo had never seen anything like it before. Without making contact with it, Lin Moya flew up and hovered in midair. The great river flowed past where Lin Moya was standing, rushing towards the distance. Where it passed, a deep groove was left on the ground, forming a waterway. Viewed from above, this was indeed a great river, and moreover, a moving great river. He did not see any monsters inside. Truly, the world is vast, and nothing is strange. Lin Moya could not help but sigh, recalling Antares' words. Antares had once said, in the deep space, you should not find anything strange. In the great world with thousands of races, even the most bizarre things are possible. Lin Moya finally understood the meaning of these words. What kind of monster was this moving great river? By now, the great river was about to leave his line of sight. Suddenly, Lin Moya saw a sleeping monster being awakened by the great river. That monster carried the aura of laws, clearly not weak. But the great river surged with waves, swallowing the monster in an instant. And then there was nothing more. That monster simply disappeared. The great river lingered for half a minute before moving forward again. Truly bizarre. At this time, a cloud of mist drifted over at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 796. Chapter 796, 796. Chapter 796, The Death of the Dragon Emperor, the Land of the Buried Gods. A dark cloud rapidly approached at an eerie speed, at least 1,000 meters per second. Lin Moyo. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him, then suddenly exploded. This was not a dark cloud at all, but a mass of countless black bird-like monsters. After exploding, they spread out, covering the sky and earth, countless in number. Lin Moya did not take these bird monsters seriously, but now he did not want to kill them. He could kill them anytime he wanted, but the urgent task was to find the land of the buried gods. The undead wings vibrated, soul power flowed, and Lin Moyo instantly disappeared without a trace. The flock of bird monsters could not find Lin Moya's whereabouts, and after circling and screeching for a while, they gave up. They reformed into a dark cloud and flew away into the distance. The undead wings cut off the soul lock, instantly teleporting tens of thousands of meters. Having been in the deep space for less than a day, he had already encountered a series of bizarre events. This place was indeed full of dangers, not safe at all. The monsters Lin Moyo encountered could basically kill high-level gods above level 96. Without the strength of a half-step super god, it was indeed difficult to move an inch here. In the deep space, the denser the elements, the more dangerous it was. Those god-level experts who came to the deep space all moved towards areas with sparse elements, which were relatively safer. Lin Moya stood 1,000 meters high, receiving information transmitted back by the elemental giants. During this time, the resurrected elemental giants had run a long distance. They had also alarmed countless sleeping monsters. Some elemental giants were stopped, besieged, and killed again. Some were followed by a large group of monsters, constantly being chased. Some were luckier and did not encounter any attacks. Through the information transmitted back by the elemental giants, Lin Moya saw many things in the deep space. The layers of mist in the deep space were peeled back, and a map gradually formed in his mind. At the same time, it made Lin Moya realize the dangers in the deep space. One elemental giant passed through an area, and the ground instantly became soft, dragging it in, completely losing contact. Another elemental giant passed through a place where a powerful sleeping creature seemed to be awakened. It snorted in displeasure, and the elemental giant instantly collapsed. Just a snort caused the level 97 elemental giant to die on the spot. This creature's strength had already surpassed the half-step super god level and should be a super god level existence. Lin Moya was not afraid of super god level beings, but he did not want to provoke them either. They could not kill him, but he would also find it very difficult to kill them. Lin Moya noted down those dangerous places, and suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. How could it be? The undead wings vibrated violently, and Lin Moya instantly disappeared. Crossing over 100,000 meters, Lin Moya appeared in midair. After appearing, the undead wings continued to vibrate. Soul power kept flowing, ready to leave at any moment if something went wrong. Not far away, a tall figure stood on the ground. It had already lost the breath of life but had not fallen. It held a giant axe in both hands, standing like a pine tree. Dragon Emperor. Lin Moya softly uttered two words. The Dragon Emperor had actually died here. It had come to the deep space to find the Dragon Pearl, seeking the qualification to enter the greater world. With its strength, it was not entirely without a chance. But it died here, along with the giant dragon axe, forever remaining in the deep space. Lin Moya looked at the Dragon Emperor's corpse, which had no wounds. The Dragon Emperor was not weak, and although it had been dead for some time, it had not decayed. From its eyes before death, one could see fear. It was unclear whether it had seen something terrifying or was afraid of death. Soul power spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. After checking the surroundings, he did not sense any danger. Curious about the cause of the Dragon Emperor's death, Lin Moya wondered. No wounds, just died like that. And there was no danger here, everything seemed very strange. He pointed at the Dragon Emperor, and a flame burst from his fingertip. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Since he couldn't guess, he would get the answer from the Dragon Emperor. Undying flames rose from the Dragon Emperor's body, and under the effect of the undying principle, the originally dissipated soul reappeared. The Dragon Emperor's hollow eyes regained their luster, and after resurrection, it instinctively looked at Lin Moya, calling out, Master. It retained all its memories from life, knowing that Lin Moya was its greatest enemy and the person it hated the most. But under the influence of the undying principle, these emotions were erased, replaced by deep respect. At this moment, Lin Moya was the sky, its master, and it had to obey his every command. Even if ordered to die, it would not hesitate. Lin Moya nodded. Tell me how you died. Asking someone how they died. This question was somewhat eerie. The Dragon Emperor searched its memory. I entered a graveyard where many strong beings were buried. Then I encountered a person with a sword. It chased me, it was very strong, and I fled. But in the end, I couldn't escape. Lin Moya asked curiously, a graveyard? A person with a sword. The Dragon Emperor thought for a moment. It shouldn't be a person, it should be a remnant soul. Lin Moya was shocked. You said the person with the sword, are you sure it was a human? Yes. And you're sure it was a remnant soul? Yes, a very powerful remnant soul. Lin Moya felt a surge of excitement, unexpectedly finding the land of the buried gods in this way. Although not completely certain, it was very likely. Humans rarely moved in the deep space, and such a powerful human could only have existed in ancient times. The Dragon Emperor was a half-step supergod, and being killed by a remnant soul meant it was at least a supergod level, and not an ordinary one. Lin Moya thought of someone, the Sword Sovereign, able to cut a mountain with one sword and kill a supergod third-stage insect. Even if he died in battle, leaving only a remnant soul, it would still be a powerful remnant soul. Killing the Dragon Emperor was not impossible. Take me there. Lin Moya commanded. The Dragon Emperor flew in a direction without hesitation, and Lin Moya followed behind. At that time, the Dragon Emperor had fled for a while but ultimately couldn't escape. Half an hour later, the Dragon Emperor stopped in front of a high mountain. The mountain was like a knife cut, piercing straight into the clouds. With Lin Moya's vision, he couldn't see the top at a glance. This mountain was at least 100,000 meters high. There was a path by the mountain, and following this path around the mountain would lead to the graveyard the Dragon Emperor mentioned. As he walked along the path, the sky grew darker, and the atmosphere became more oppressive. Lin Moya sensed the aura of principles. Various principles were present, intertwined in a chaotic manner. After rounding the mountain, Lin Moya saw the true appearance of the graveyard. Tombstones stood tall, each shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the inscriptions. The Dragon Emperor said, I encountered the person with the sword in there. Lin Moya nodded, feeling the aura here. The soul aura was very strong, but like the principles, it was also very chaotic. There were not only human souls here but also souls of other races, entangled together. The land of the buried gods, the final battlefield. Lin Moya softly recited, stepping into it. Chapter 797. Chapter 797, 797. Chapter 797, It's a human, don't kill. In this era, it was both the most prosperous and the most dangerous time. Lin. The final battle took place in the deep space. At that time, the gods and the strongest of the human race did not know that Antares would preserve the last line of defense for the human race. They did not realize that even if they were defeated, the human race would not be exterminated. In their eyes, this battle determined the fate of the human race in this world. If they lost, the human race would lose hope. With the invasion of foreign races, the human race faced extinction, and they had no retreat. In such a situation, they resolutely fought, bringing hope for survival to future generations of the human race. This battle took place in the deep space. Even with the stability of the deep space, the battle caused the heavens and earth to collapse. After the great battle, many chaotic areas appeared in the deep space. The land of the buried gods was one of the places that appeared after the great battle, known as a dead zone. In the land of the buried gods, it was filled with the remnant souls of foreign invaders. Although the gods and the strongest of the human race had fallen, their wills had not perished. They transformed into remnant souls, still fighting against the foreign invaders. As soon as Lin Moya entered the land of the buried gods, he saw the scene. The sky in the land of the buried gods was pitch black, as if ink had been spilled. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light, and the aura of laws would be triggered from time to time, vaguely showing signs of battle. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. It was the sound of souls, echoing across this land. The combatants were not living beings but remnant souls. The Dragon Emperor led the way ahead. When I first entered here, I encountered that sword-wielding remnant. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light descended from the sky, piercing through the Dragon Emperor's body with astonishing speed. The Dragon Emperor's voice abruptly stopped. Then it collapsed softly to the ground, turning into a pile of ashes, truly vanishing without a trace. When a resurrected being dies again, all traces of its existence in this world are erased, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moyo felt nothing about the Dragon Emperor's death. In Lin Moya's eyes, it was already a dead being, now merely a tool for his use. If the Dragon Emperor had not died, and they had encountered each other in the deep space, Lin Moyo would have killed it himself. Following the direction of the sword light, Lin Moya saw a remnant soul. The remnant soul had a human form, but compared to a complete soul, it appeared more illusory. Moreover, it lacked legs, having only the upper body. A sharp sword floated beside it, looking as if it was holding the sword, but in reality, the sword was just floating beside it. The sword was real, and it was an extremely sharp sword. Sword Sovereign? Lin Moyo tentatively asked. He was unsure if the remnant soul had consciousness. The remnant soul looked at Lin Moyo, staring for a full 10 seconds before finally speaking. It's a human, don't kill. After saying this, it turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Lin Moyo was slightly shaken by its words. It reminded him of the human knight who protected him in the corrosion realm. Even though he was already dead, even though he had turned into a corpse, the will to protect the human race had never been extinguished. It's a human, don't kill. These 5 short words represented the final will, the strongest will. Lin Moyo was now completely certain that this was the remnant soul of the Sword Sovereign. The aura it emitted was exactly the same as the one on the stone tablet. Sword light flashed in the sky again, accompanied by the faint roars of beasts. Lin Moya saw the Sword Sovereign engaged in a fierce battle with a beast-like remnant soul. This beast was somewhat strange, with a head like a wild beast and long tentacles. But its body had insect legs, looking both like a beast and an insect. The battle between the two caused a tremendous commotion. Although they were only remnant souls, they still possessed great combat power. Lin Moya knew very well what he had to do here. Pointing to the sky, thick fog rolled in, and silver-white flames suddenly appeared in the black sky. The undying world descended, and the sky opened like a curtain, revealing a 10,000-meter wide eye of the undead. Spell, Gaze of the Undead. With a thought, Lin Moya summoned the undead army, surrounding himself in layers. At the same time, he connected with the Eye of the Undead, this time personally controlling it. To deal with souls, the best method was to use soul attack spells. The Gaze of the Undead was enough to instantly kill all beings below level 96, let alone remnant souls. Through the perspective of the Eye of the Undead, Lin Moya saw half of the land of the buried gods. The land of the buried gods was unexpectedly large, seemingly divided into 2 regions. The other region was shrouded in thick death energy, even the Eye of the Undead couldn't see through it. Here, Lin Moya saw countless remnant souls, including human warriors and some godly remnant souls. In addition, there were remnant souls of the insect race and wild beasts. Back then, the invaders of this world were the wild beasts and the insect race. Even after so many years since the great battle ended, the remnant souls of both sides were still fighting endlessly. In the land of the buried gods, even if remnant souls were killed, they would not truly die. These remnant souls were like monsters in the outside world, regenerating after a period of time. The battle was never ending. Now, with Lin Moya's arrival, he was about to end this eternal battle. Lin Moya personally controlled the Eye of the Undead, targeting one insect and wild beast remnant soul after another. The Gaze of the Undead activated, launching powerful soul attacks. The remnant souls hit by the attacks let out miserable screams. The Gaze of the Undead was very effective against relatively weak remnant souls. Even if they were strong when alive, now they were dead, their souls incomplete, leaving only remnant souls. Facing the Gaze of the Undead, they had little resistance. In the blink of an eye, several remnant souls were annihilated. The remnant souls turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared, leaving only a trace of essence that flew into Lin Moya's soul world. This trace of soul essence was the purpose of Lin Moya's visit. The reason remnant souls could exist was because of this trace of soul essence. Now that the soul essence was gone, these remnant souls could no longer regenerate. The soul essence was absorbed by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, refined, and then released, enhancing Lin Moya's soul quality. Whether it was human professionals or strong beings from the greater world, once they reached level 90, they had to start dealing with souls. The stronger the soul, the further one could go in the future. The soul could be said to be the most mysterious part of all living beings, generally determined by 3 aspects. First is the level of the soul, which normally determines the strength of one's power. Second is the grade of the soul, which is different from the level. The level of the soul determines the upper limit, while the grade is the current position. A high soul level does not necessarily mean a high grade. Conversely, a low soul level always means a low grade. Moreover, the grade also determines the amount of soul power that can be accommodated. Most strong beings, after reaching their limit, have the same soul level and grade. Cases like Lin Moya's are rare. Third is the quality of the soul, which determines the purity and quality of the soul power. Lin Moya was currently at the peak of the first grade, the strongest among the first grade. In the greater world, a peak first grade soul, combined with some special soul tools, could already extract talents. At least extracting one talent would be no problem. But Lin Moya had nothing, so he could only improve the quality of his soul. As long as he improved his soul quality to the second grade, he could successfully extract one talent. If he could reach the peak of the second grade, he could extract all 3 talents. Lin Moya continued to annihilate one remnant soul after another, absorbing their soul essence, using the 9-colored dragon soul crystal to enhance his soul quality. Chapter 798. Chapter 798, 798. Chapter 798, Dare to Occupy My Corpse, Seeking Death. Lin Moya only targeted the souls of the insect race and wild beasts. Lin For the remnant souls of the human race or gods, Lin Moya chose to spare them. They had fought to the death for the entire world back then. Their remnant souls should not become nourishment for his growth after death. Lin Moya had his principles. He could slaughter billions, but he would not break his own principles. Because he was human, the quality of his soul was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Improving the quality was much harder than improving the level. Peak of the first grade, soul solidified, surrounded by a faint glow. Lin Moya softly recited. His soul had long been solidified, and a faint glow had appeared, which was the mark of the peak of the first grade. Now the faint glow was becoming stronger, seemingly undergoing some magical transformation. Soul of the second grade, bronze helmet and iron armor. The mark of the second grade soul was further solidification, with a layer of bronze helmet and iron armor appearing on the soul. The bronze helmet and iron armor were just metaphors, meaning the soul became stronger and more solid. For example, it could withstand the burning of the talent fire. A second grade soul was also a necessary condition to become a true god. All super god level beings must reach the second grade soul to advance to the true god level. The soul was the foundation. One by one, the remnant souls of the insect race and wild beasts were eliminated, and the remnant souls of the human race who were fighting them stopped one after another. They seemed dazed, as if confused. After death, they only retained their deepest will, and their thoughts had long been extinguished. Now, without enemies, they didn't know where to go, standing in place in a daze. Lin Moya sighed softly. These strong beings had sacrificed too much for the human race and the world back then. The glow on his soul became stronger and stronger, and finally, with a soft hum, the sound of the soul spread out majestically. The faint glow on his soul suddenly changed, disappearing, and a layer of bronze and iron color appeared on his soul. It looked like he was wearing armor. Bronze helmet and iron armor, second grade soul, achieved. Lin Moya clenched his fist, not expecting it to be so smooth. He had so easily elevated his soul to the second grade. The second grade was already enough to extract one talent, but Lin Moya was not satisfied with just that. Now he had just entered the second grade, and he needed to elevate his soul to the peak of the second grade to have full confidence in extracting all three talents. The land of the buried gods has many remnant souls, which should be enough. And there is still the other half of the area. Lin Moya's attention turned to the other half of the area that he couldn't see through. This area also belonged to the land of the buried gods, but it was shrouded in thick death energy. Suddenly, the death energy surged, and a dragon's roar sounded. A giant dragon, gray and white all over, flew out from the death energy, rushing towards the eye of the undead in the sky. The giant dragon moved extremely fast, crashing into the eye of the undead with a bang. The eye of the undead collapsed with a roar. Lin Moya trembled all over, his consciousness returning. A dragon. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, not understanding why a dragon appeared. This dragon was not a remnant soul but its true body. However, its body was dry and seemed to have no flesh and blood, but its strength was still formidable, able to directly shatter the eye of the undead. A super god-level dragon. The dragon's aura had already surpassed the half-step super god level, reaching the super god level. Lin Moya was puzzled as to why a dragon appeared here, and it was a real dragon. He wanted to ask Antares, but he couldn't contact Antares here. The dragon shattered the eye of the undead and breathed dragon breath towards the undead army. The dragon breath carried scorching flames, indicating it was a fire element dragon. The scales of a fire element dragon should be red, but this dragon's scales were an abnormal gray-white. The undead army reacted instantly. In the sky, hundreds of skeletal dragons swooped down, and the Death Knights also launched their charge skills, crashing into the dragon like streams of light. The skeletal warriors charged through the scorching dragon breath. The elemental resistance passive spell played a powerful role, ignoring elemental attacks. It reduced the damage from the fire element laws in the dragon breath by 90 times. Although not as much as Lin Moya's 8,100 times reduction, it ensured they wouldn't be killed instantly. After all, 1.49 million undead were sharing the damage, making it not so easy to kill them. In almost an instant, the fire element dragon was surrounded by the undead army. The skeletal dragons pounced on it, breathing dragon breath while biting and gnawing. Although the fire element dragon had reached the super god level, the skeletal dragons, under the state enhancement of the Lich General, also had half-step super god strength. Under the siege, the fire element dragon would also be injured. The fire element dragon struggled frantically, its scales standing up like the sharpest weapons, attacking the undead army. The undead army knew no fear, fighting bravely without retreating. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to kill it. A super god level fire element dragon shouldn't be like this. The more Lin Moya watched, the stranger it seemed. He had dealt with fire element dragons before. Fire element dragons were very lively. Even if surrounded, with super god level strength, breaking out wouldn't be difficult. Although the undead army was strong and could fight a super god level being head-on, killing a super god level being wasn't easy either. Moreover, among super god level beings, the dragon race was absolutely powerful. The fire element dragon before him felt dull and sluggish, possessing super god level strength but not knowing how to use it. It only knew how to crash around, not agile at all. But Lin Moya noticed something else. Although the undead army caused significant damage to the fire element dragon, the damage seemed to recover quickly. The fire element dragon was like an unkillable cockroach, fighting endlessly. I've never heard of the dragon race having such strong recovery abilities. Lin Moya felt that this recovery ability could rival the undead army. After all, his undead army had the Lich General for healing, but the fire element dragon relied on itself. Alien, die. The soul voice sounded, and Lin Moya saw the Sword Sovereign's remnant soul holding a sharp sword. crossing the battlefield and instantly reaching the fire element dragon. With a sword thrust, a strong sword light burst forth. The scales shattered, and a huge wound appeared on the fire element dragon's body. There was no flesh and blood, only white bones. Under the scales, there was only skin and bones. This fire element dragon is dead. Lin Moyo felt the death energy from the white bones. Then he saw tentacles rising from the wound, pulling the wound together, instantly healing it. The sword sovereign's remnant soul slashed several more times, each sword creating deep wounds down to the bone. But tentacles immediately emerged from the wounds, healing them. With continuous attacks, the sword sovereign's remnant soul gradually weakened, its soul power consumed too much. Finally, the sword sovereign's soul power was exhausted and disappeared from sight. In the land of the buried gods, soul power was abundant. The sword sovereign only needed a little time to recover. Lin Moyo roughly understood. This dragon had long been dead, and its corpse was taken by the insect race, becoming an insect race puppet. Since it was a corpse, it was easy to handle. Lin Moyo flicked his finger, and a flame landed on the fire element dragon. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Since it was a corpse, he would resurrect it. Let's see if the insect race could still control it. The fire element dragon, dead for who knows how many years, was surrounded by undying flames, burning fiercely. In the flames, flesh and blood regenerated, and the soul reformed. A loud dragon roar echoed through the deep space. Lowly insect, dare to occupy my corpse, seeking death. Chapter 799. Chapter 799, 799. Chapter 799, Battle of Remnant Souls, a reflection of the past. The revived elemental dragon, having died who knows how many years ago, has returned to the world. It carries the memories of its previous life, knowing everything that happened before its death. With its flesh and blood regenerated, it knows what has happened to its body. Just as Lin Moyo had guessed, the insect race had occupied its body. The laws of the fire element raged, but this time not towards the outside, but erupting within its body. The dragon's entire body burst into raging flames, transforming into a true fire dragon. Its scales were burning, every inch of its body burning from the inside out. Lin Moyo knew it was cleansing its own body. At the super god level, one no longer drives the laws, but controls them. Using the laws to burn itself, expelling foreign objects, this was not difficult for a super god. Piercing shrieks came from within the corpse, the cries of the insects. Under the scorching flames of the super god's fire element laws, the insects were clearly suffering immensely. Damn bugs, die. The dragon sneered coldly, filled with rage, making the flames burn even more fiercely. Finally, accompanied by a shrill cry, everything returned to silence. The flames extinguished, and Lin Moyo said, "It's done." The elemental dragon turned its head to look at Lin Moyo. Its gaze carried respect as it respectfully called out, "Fire elemental dragon Rexus greets the master." It was a revived being. Even though it retained its memories from its previous life, when facing Lin Moyo, it could only treat him with the utmost respect. Lin Moyo said, "Why did you become a puppet of the insect race?" Rexus searched his memories. "Back then, our dragon race participated in a war. In that war, many of our members perished. Later, I don't know why, but my corpse was occupied by the puppet insects, becoming a puppet of the insect race. Damn insect race, daring to occupy our great dragon race, the dragon god will not let them off." Although Rexus was respectful towards Lin Moyo, he still carried the pride of the dragon race, looking down on the insect race with disdain, just like Antares. Lin Moyo said, "If I have a chance, I'll help you tell the dragon god about this matter." Rexus looked up at Lin Moyo. "You have met the great dragon god?" Lin Moyo nodded. "I've met him once, and perhaps there will be another chance to meet him in the future. If I can't see him, I have a friend who can." Rexus asked further, "Is your friend also of the dragon race?" Lin Moyo took out Antares' dragon scale. "This is what he gave me." Seeing Antares' dragon scale, Rexus immediately knelt down, prostrating on the ground. "The great Antares is actually your friend, master, you are as great as Antares." This was the first time Lin Moyo discovered that the dragon race could also flatter like this. Of course, this was partly due to the resurrection of the dead spell, and partly due to Antares. "You know Antares?" Rexus respectfully answered, "I was once fortunate enough to meet him." Lin Moyo nodded. "Alright, when I go back I'll tell him about this, and see how he deals with it." Rexus nodded vigorously. "Great one, you must tell the great one. What the insect race has done is blasphemy against our great dragon race. Once the dragon god knows, he will not let them off." Lin Moyo looked towards the distant place shrouded in black mist. "Do you know what's going on inside there?" Rexus shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He must have died a long time ago, before appearing in the land of the buried gods. He was unaware of what happened after his death. "Let's go take a look." Lin Moyo gave the order, and Rexus immediately charged towards the black mist, not caring at all about safety. Lin Moyo's words were the highest command. The revived being would obey unconditionally, without any objection. Lin Moyo sent out a skeletal warrior army numbering tens of thousands, following Rexus into the black mist. After entering the black mist, their connection with Lin Moyo was not severed. Lin Moyo switched to the undead's perspective to observe the situation inside. Visibility was extremely poor in the black mist, only able to see a few meters ahead. Step by step, they could vaguely make out many tombstones. Moreover, the aura emanating from these tombstones was even more enormous. Lin Moyo could sense that the owner of each tombstone here was at least a half-step super god. Most of them also carried the aura of the human race. There were not many auras of deities. The skeletal warriors approached the tombstones and saw the inscriptions on them. They were not too complicated, simply stating the identity of the person. Human, Tomb of the Crimson Fire God. Human, tomb of the graceful moon goddess. Deity, tomb of the whirlwind god. Walking all the way to the deepest part of the graveyard, they saw several even larger tombstones, emitting an even stronger aura. Lin Moya saw the owners of these tombstones. Human, tomb of the sword sovereign. Human, tomb of the fist sovereign. These few tombstones belonged to super god level experts. In those days, god level and half-step god level experts were all called gods. Once reaching the super god level, they were called sovereigns. Sovereign meant respected, but also noble, and it was also a title. In front of the sword sovereign's tomb, a small sword floated in the air, with a large amount of soul power converging from all directions, restoring the sword sovereign's remnant soul. This place was a graveyard, the true land of the buried gods, where the gods of the human race were buried. Suddenly, Rexus looked towards another side of the graveyard, where there was dense black mist, making it impossible to see far. Unable to see, but able to sense that the laws were raging there, and the soul power was like raging waves, in the midst of a great battle. Let's go take a look. Lin Moyo had some guesses, but still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Rexus approached and finally saw clearly. A group of remnant souls were engaged in a great battle. The scale of the remnant soul battle could not be as large as before, but it was still intense, even more tragic. The remnant souls of humans and deities were fighting fiercely against a vast number of remnant souls of insects and wild beasts. The number of human and deity remnant souls was scarce, only a few hundred, but the other side had thousands upon thousands, completely overwhelming the human and deity remnant souls in numbers. Besides the remnant souls of insects and wild beasts, there were also many corpses like Rexus that had died but were still being used as puppets by the insect race. The humans and deities were surrounded, clearly at a disadvantage, yet they did not retreat even half a step, fighting desperately. Lin Moya seemed to see a reflection of the great battle from ancient times, equally tragic. Under the premise of having no hope, the humans and deities, with astonishing willpower, managed to gain the final victory against all odds. The battle of remnant souls here is a reflection of that time. Lin Moyo felt moved, his heart inexplicably stirred. That battle back then was truly too difficult. Back then, even though they knew they were outmatched and had been ambushed, the humans and deities joined forces, awakening the will of the world, and fought to the death against the foreign races. Even after perishing, this battle did not end. Their bodies may have perished, but their souls did not. The remnant souls, carrying their final beliefs, continued to battle endlessly. You've all suffered enough, let me take over the rest. Lin Moya sighed deeply, then flicked his finger, causing a dramatic change in the world. The undying world descended, and the eye of the undead opened in the sky. Lin Moyo entered the eye of the undead and began targeting the remnant souls of the insect race and wild beasts for slaughter. These super god level remnant souls were powerful, even capable of slaying half-step super gods. But against the eye of the undead, it was like they had met their natural enemy, with no resistance at all. The remnant souls were slaughtered, and the insect-controlled corpses flew up, trying to shatter the eye of the undead. But the undead legion had already taken the lead, blocking their attacks in front of the eye of the undead. Rexus also joined the army, breathing out scorching dragon's breath, constantly roaring, "Kill you, these lowly existences." More undead legions appeared around Lin Moyu, charging into the black mist to join the army. Since they had taken action, they would do it decisively, using thunderous methods to annihilate them. Chapter 800. Chapter 800, 800. Chapter 800. Recognizing the essence, the chaos principle is the most powerful. As one remnant soul after another was annihilated, the soul essence became nourishment for Lin Moya's soul, enhancing its quality. These remnant souls were stronger in life, of higher quality, and the soul essence left behind after their annihilation was also superior. Lin Moyo could feel his soul quality improving at an astonishing speed. In just a short moment, it surpassed years of his own efforts. When he first heard about this method, Lin Moyo had doubts. Antares had said that improving soul quality was far more difficult than improving levels and grades. But this method seemed very simple. Later, Antares explained to him that this method could only be used temporarily and had an upper limit. Moreover, remnant souls were not easy to find, especially powerful ones, which were not only hard to find but also dangerous. The remnant souls that could enhance soul quality had to be at least higher in level than oneself. But such remnant souls still possessed formidable combat power. For example, the Dragon Emperor he encountered earlier was directly annihilated by the Sword Sovereign's remnant soul. If Lin Moya did not possess the Gaze of the Undead spell, which restrained remnant souls, dealing with them would not be easy. But the Gaze of the Undead also had its limits. If he encountered particularly powerful remnant souls, he could be in danger. According to Antares, many strong beings in the greater world sought high-level remnant souls in ancient battlefields to enhance their soul quality. As a result, many were killed by remnant souls, and some were even possessed, with very few successes. Lin Moya came to the land of the buried gods to seek the remnant souls left from that great battle, a decision Antares made after careful consideration. Mainly because Lin Moya's own strength was strong enough that even a super god 9th stage would find it difficult to kill him. Moreover, Lin Moya possessed soul attack abilities, capable of directly causing devastating damage to remnant souls. After calculations, Lin Moya should not face much danger in the land of the buried gods. And indeed, that was the case. Remnant souls were annihilated in large numbers, and Lin Moya's soul quality rapidly improved. The undying flames exploded in the air, and the corpses controlled by the insect race were resurrected. They were all once strong beings, at least super god level in life, mastering laws. After becoming resurrected beings, they quickly used laws to annihilate the insect race within themselves. No strong being could tolerate the presence of another race within their body. The The remnant souls of the insect race and wild beasts noticed Lin Moyu, instinctively sensing the danger brought by the gaze of the undead, and rushed towards him. The remnant souls were extremely fast and intangible, the undead army could not stop them. They easily penetrated the layers of defense of the undead army, reaching Lin Moyu. The skeletal armor suddenly burst into brilliant light, blocking these intruders. At the same time, the spell linkage activated, and the remnant souls were bound by the skeletal prison, followed by fierce attacks from skeletal fangs and skeletal spears. The skeletal fangs and skeletal spears carried the undying principle, causing some damage to the remnant souls. But the damage was limited, not as effective as the gaze of the undead. The gaze of the undead also gazed over, and Lin Moya's finger suddenly lit up with an unusual light. The light seemed to gather all the colors in the world, presenting an indescribable hue. It was the light of the chaos principle, revealed to the world for the first time. Fusion spell, Time Curse. Time Curse, formed by fusing Soul Burn, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. It uses the time principle to curse the target, accelerating the target's own time flow. The maximum time flow rate is determined by the soul level. With a soft hum, several remnant souls of the insect race and wild beasts in front of Lin Moyu were simultaneously enveloped by the unusual light. Soul Burn, Soul Curse, Soul Poison. 3 spells simultaneously acted on the remnant souls, each targeting the soul for attack. Combined, their power was considerable. After the simultaneous explosion of the 3 spells, the time principle took effect. All the cursed remnant souls had their time accelerated. Lin Moyu did not know how much their time had accelerated. The effect of the spell exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. In less than half a second after casting the spell, several remnant souls rushing towards him were simultaneously annihilated. One after another, soul essences were absorbed by him. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, and he roughly understood the true function of this spell. Soul Burn, fusion degree 100% burns the target's soul. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. Soul Poison, fusion degree 100% inflicts soul poison on the target, causing continuous damage. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. Soul Curse, fusion degree 100% curses the specified target, reducing all of the target's abilities and increasing all damage received by the target. Duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. Soul Burn and Soul Poison are not one-time damages but last for a period of time. This period could be very long, lasting days, months, or even years. It could also be very short, lasting only a few seconds. It all depends on Lin Moya's own strength and the opponent's strength, with no fixed duration. During this period, Soul Curse also continuously reduces all attributes of the soul and increases the damage the soul receives. But the damage caused by the 3 spells within a fixed unit of time is not significant. The 3 spells aim for long-term total damage, not instant damage. If during this period, the target can receive healing, even if continuously damaged, as long as healing is present, there will be no life-threatening danger. But due to the intervention of the time principle, the target experiences the entire duration of the spell's damage in a very short time. In other words, the total damage that would normally take a day to inflict could be completed in just a few seconds under the influence of the time principle. Not only does the damage become incredibly terrifying, but there is also no time for healing. Lin Moyu finally understood why a single spell could extinguish a star during the skill demonstration. The beings within the star all suffered from the curse damage, and due to the presence of the time principle, all the damage exploded in a short time. On the surface, it seemed the star extinguished in just 10 seconds. But in reality, the star itself experienced an unknown amount of time under the influence of the time principle. A moment of 1,000 years is not impossible. This spell is terrifying. Not only terrifying but also difficult to defend against. All the damage is infinitely magnified under the influence of the time principle. And the root cause of this result is his infinite fusion spell. The fundamental principle of infinite fusion is the legendary chaos principle. Lin Moya's eyes shone with brilliance, finally beginning to recognize the essence of his spell. In the end, the chaos principle is the most powerful. It seems one of the characteristics of the chaos principle is fusion. The legendary principle is indeed powerful. When I have time in the future, I'll do more experiments to see if I can fuse other spells and principles. After wasting a few seconds, Lin Moyu figured out the cause and effect, recognizing the essence of his spell. Then he gently raised his arm, locking onto the remaining remnant souls, pointing at them one by one. The light of the time curse continuously flashed. All the remnant souls locked by Lin Moyu were annihilated in an instant. Boom! The black mist churned violently, and a giant figure rushed out from the black mist. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.